Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. We are going to have a special guest tonight and that is Rich and Ruby. So we'll just wait for them to come in, and as everybody's coming in, I hope you all are having a wonderful Saturday. And I think I got a little bit too loud here. There we go, that might help a little bit. And let me add this banner in. This is kind of a generic banner, guys. I need to go back and make a new banner. But I see someone's in here. Oh, hey, Ahal, yes. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. I love your little frog. That is so cute on your name, and your doggy, too. And yeah, so I did send Rich the link. We're going to look over a couple videos. I still need to get a laptop so I can... Hey, Sandy, how are you? How are you? I need to get a little... I have another tripod, but it would be nice if I can mirror the tripod and I would be able to just sit here and not hold it up to the screen. So good. I'm so glad to hear it. Oh, Holly, I love frogs too. I don't know why, they're just so cute. I saved a frog from the pool the other day. It was swimming around and he got stuck. And oh boy, he did not want me to catch him, but I got him because he was having a hard time getting out of there. There we go. And welcome in, everyone. Hey, Mally Cat. Oh, yes. Smelly Cat says, here, I'll go ahead and put your guys' comments up for you. Please keep trying to help us understand where is this big? Yeah, I know. I think she meant to say kid. Yeah, I know. That's the hardest thing. And that's why I really wanted to come on and talk about all this new information that we're getting. I have my own opinions. I guess we'll just start there because Rich isn't on yet. But I have my own opinions about things, but I like having other people's points of view. So I think it's like more interesting to have a couple of different people on. Like I've had Gracie on before, and she is super, super smart. And so I just like to have the different points of view. So just before we get started, we all have our own opinions and it's going to be different from each other, but that's what helps us like kind of learn. And if we keep an open mind, we'll be able to understand things a little bit better, I think, anyway. One second here. And we were going to do a live debate, Rich and I were, but then all this information came out, so I figured that would be a really good time to kind of figure things out and go over some of the new things. So before he comes in here, because I'm not sure if he and Ruby are always doing searches, which I think is really, really cool. I'm getting tired of the BS too, Sandy. There's so much of it, and there's no reason for it. It's just a little boy. Yeah, Mally Cat, that's what I thought she meant to say, boy. Okay, boy, yes. Or kiddo. You know, I call him a kiddo. I know he's a teenager, but great to see you from Massachusetts, Karen. Thank you for being here. But yeah, Sandy, I'm tired of it too, and so that's why I just really want to get to the bottom of it. I don't hate on anybody. You guys probably know. Excuse me. For those of you who watch me regularly, or if you've seen my raw narrative videos, basically I am very much a supporter of Seth because he's been trying to find his son from the beginning, right? So I do have a bit of a biased opinion when it comes to that, but I'm also always open to different ideas. So I think that's what kind of keeps me in a neutral area. Although I would never say anything bad about Seth. I mean, I know there's been some controversy surrounding him in the past, which is understandable, but I just feel like there's just no need for it, especially like I can't imagine what's going on in his head because I mean, look at all of us And oh, welcome as a new member, Mally Cat. Thank you so much. Thank you. And so I can't imagine what he's going through. And I'm always trying to be really, really careful. I don't have to pick his team, right? I mean, he picked his own team, and I think my opinions are good and bad on both ends of it. But in the same way, I think that we should always keep an open mind, especially because in this case, it's like nothing is as it seems. It hasn't been from day one. We kind of thought everyone was getting along and all of this. Oh, you have your puppy! Yay, Minnie! That's fantastic! Oh, yay! I hope you guys are cuddling up. That's wonderful. And so, it's just been like a roller coaster, I guess. And it's funny because Chris Bradfoot said that in the beginning when it wasn't even barely a roller coaster yet, right? But now it's like really twists and turns everywhere. Um, but I did want to share some things that I found to be interesting. Pull up YouTube. I'm working with two different phones over here. Okay, here we go. And oh, my smiley, my spirit seeker. Let's see. I know I took those screenshots off of X. One thing that I wanted to bring up really quick too, which I found was really, yes, Minnie got her puppy. Woo-woo. Aw, she's so precious. What is her name? What's her name? She probably reminds me. I'm without looking it up. She probably reminds me of like the Lady and the Tramp, the little spaniel from that movie. And if that's the case, I'm sure she is a little doll. Let's see. Photos here. Ah, yes, I was selecting photos. Okay. So what do we have here? I'm going to read the statement. So, okay, here's what I'm going to do. Let's cancel that. I don't want to select it. So, really quick. So, this was a statement, December 13th, 2024, official seal and all that good stuff. I was glad to get a copy of that kind because I only had like the bottom part. And the sheriff's, it's from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office in Tennessee. The letterhead does say Eric Craddock and Thomas Greer, which is the new chief deputy. So Eric Craddock was the chief deputy, but then Sonny Weatherford passed away, and unexpectedly and quite mysteriously. But Eric became the sheriff after him. He ran unopposed. So after Sonny, Sadie. Oh, that is such a sweet name, Minnie. I love her. Sadie. Can't hear me very well. Oh, okay. Let me see, because I turned it down a little bit because I was talking over Rich last time. I don't want to do that because I have a microphone and he doesn't. So it's my live. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, let's see. Hi, Cinderella. So good to see you. You fell down who fell down the stairs? Oh my gosh. I hope you're okay, Sandy, if you did fall down the stairs. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry to hear that. And I hope you're okay. I laugh at myself half the time when I fall. If I fall, I'm like, if I don't hurt myself, I'll laugh at myself because I'm like, what a goofball. But so this was released by Sumner County, and it's for immediate release. So it looks really very official. Okay, so it says, we want to address the recent speculation surrounding the individual seen wearing a green hoodie near Texas Roadhouse in relation to the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers from Hendersonville, Tennessee. We understand the community's concern and the desire for answers in this case. Today, detectives interviewed the person in question regarding their presence on the night of February 25th, 2024. We can confirm that after a thorough discussion with this individual, there is no evidence linking them to Sebastian's disappearance. We appreciate the vigilance and cooperation from the public and all of those involved in the search for Sebastian. We encourage everyone to continue providing any pertinent information that could assist in this ongoing investigation. However, we also urge the community to approach social media rumors with caution, as misinformation can distract from the real efforts to find Sebastian. The search for Sebastian Rogers remains our top priority, and we will continue to pursue all leads with the utmost diligence. We ask for continued support and patience from the community as we work together to bring Sebastian home. To provide tips, please contact the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, TBI. Um, Thank you for your understanding and support. So that is one, and that was shared by Dog on X or Twitter. I still call it Twitter. Yes, the previous sheriff. Yes, yes, Sheriff Sonny Weatherford. Oh, not you. Okay. Oh gosh, I know. Isn't it terrible, Sandy? I know. It's so hard. These last, I think it's been the last 2 weeks have been really really rough, especially because a lot of information has come out, but it's really hard to decipher. And then also, it's kind of like, why didn't we just see this to begin with? But I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that they really wanted to hold this close to the vest. I don't know how much information they have. On the flip side, I know SF Investigates tweeted out or X'd out, whatever you want to call it, but said that basically they have like 800 hours of footage from the neighborhood and around surrounding. So I don't know if that's true. I don't know. I mean, I don't really trust that guy. To be honest with you, I don't. I understand that he's a licensed private investigator and whatnot. I didn't like the way he handled the Kylie Rodney situation. Why did Sumner County Sheriff's Office wait 10 months to interview Green Hoodie? I wonder that too, because I do think that there was some sort of a handoff still. I mean, even though the timestamps were off, and Rich is the timestamp expert, I'm not. Okay, so let's just put that out there. But in the same way, I mean, obviously, I have two eyes, I can see it. But in the same way, I don't know why they waited so long, and then why they didn't just go ahead and like interview him at absolutely Karen and interview him, and then you know not clear him, I guess, or her. I'm sorry, and I think it might be a she. We were Sandy coined the term "shem," and I have to agree. That way, we're not offending anybody. I think that's the safest at this juncture. Um, yeah, a roller coaster, dog in teams gives us hope, then Craddock shoots us down. I know, Sandy, I know, and I think that's the hardest thing about this is because the cops can lie to us, right? So I know there's a lot of distrust when it comes to the police officers in the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, especially. You guys know I did a video about Craddock, and I kind of did a little bit of an expose on some of the things that I found. However, I do understand why they would keep information close to the vest. So it's kind of a double-edged sword for me. I understand why they would do it, especially if it's the only thing they have. Because what if the rumors are true? And see, I'll say it's a rumor because I don't have the proof. If you guys have some proof, definitely send it to me. But I heard that basically, how do I put this lightly? I heard that we do not know if the the garbage bin was taken out by Sebastian, because Katie said that's his chore, or if it was taken out by someone else. Now, I've heard a rumor that it was like a brunette person, like me, like my color hair, and kind of like, and it was a woman who took the trash out. And that would kind of point allegedly to perhaps Mama Bowersox. And so, but I don't know because I have not found any confirmation on that. I do know that Mama Bowersox has been very feisty lately on Facebook. And we did read some of those text messages, but she was also out. Now, I did a video pertaining to Sebastian being bullied by his stepfamily. And the reason I say that is because Seth had said that he was looking up bullying and how to deal with it online. And he wasn't being bullied by all accounts from Katie. Katie said he was not being bullied at school, that they were really good about protecting the kids, everybody showing each other respect, right? So that was told by Katie. I don't know if she's telling the truth. She hasn't really told the truth a whole lot of times. So, but she was adamant that he wasn't being bullied there. So when I was looking back and I thought, what was Sebastian saying to the camera person on his birthday? And that's when I seen that he was mouthing out Aunt Melissa, which would be CP's sister. And so it looked like she was bullying him quite a bit in that video and kind of talking down to him, and it was hard to watch. It was really, really hard to watch. And I did do another video about it before, but when Seth said that, I was like, okay, I need to put these two together to see what everybody else thinks about it. And I will tell you, on that video, I got a very, very hateful message. I did screenshot the person who wrote it, and then I didn't catch it fast enough, and they wrote another one, and it was about Sebastian. And it just makes me a little bit creeped out that I've never gotten anything like that before, ever on my channel since I started it. No one's ever said anything rude about that kid, because I would immediately have removed it, and I did. And I blocked the person from the channel. But I found it really weird that I was talking about the Bower socks, and then all of a sudden I'm getting trolled like that. Tammy here. Great to see you, Tam. Sandy, the more I hear this, I am over the emotional part. I'm getting pretty mad. I know. I'm getting mad too. I mean, that's the thing. It's hard to be emotional, because sometimes when you're emotional, it becomes like anger, because especially in a situation that's just so crazy like this. Did they, or is that just assumed? I know. I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. I hate to assume, because like if you just take that little part and then you like assume, and then you make an ass out of you and me. That my mom used to say that all the time, and she'd be like, don't assume, you know. And so, but it's really hard not to be assumptive, especially when you're kind of trying to think things through. And of course, and I want to also say, guys, I know there's good cops out there. I know there's bad cops out there. I know that the law enforcement, a lot of them get into it like because they want to help people, because they want to find missing people, because maybe they had an injustice and they want to fight crime. You know, they get into it for the right reasons. And so sometimes the bureaucracy, or maybe even in Craddock's case, I feel like he's more of a politician than maybe a sheriff. And yeah, I've always been mad at that snuggle struggle too. And today when Doc put that out, I was like, oh boy. And I did thank him, because I thought that was really cool that he was willing to, especially as a man, come out and say that that's wrong. That is so wrong. And I can't imagine like a young lady, excuse me guys, a young lady, or even like an older woman having to go to him and tell him what happened to them, knowing that that's how he feels about rape. And I don't know. In my opinion, I feel like I don't feel like he should be in the position that he is in. That's just my opinion. Do I think people can change? Do I think people grow up? Yes, I do. But then you see people that never grow up. And we see that a lot in the comments, because even my demographic is older people like myself. Like, I'm in my 40s. And I see other people that are even older than me that say the meanest things ever. And I'm like, why haven't we ever, grown up from that? Don't trust SF. He's, the feet supporter. Yeah, exactly, Tam. I don't. And I don't like the way that he, and in my video before, I was being really sarcastic, by the way, when I said that, because he was like thinking that he was going to put those 4 photos out and really like bust us all out, like, oh, Katie and Chris had nothing to do with it, and all it did was make me think they had something more, like it like solidified what I thought, and then seeing the video, was also another thing, because there was a lot of things in there. And I'm working on another video just to kind of put it out there, because I'd like to do that for you guys, just so you'll have something fun to watch, and some comparison. Because when I first started my channel, I had a viewer that was like, hey, could you do some comparisons? And you guys really liked those ones the best. So I want to be able to do that. I do like making those, because also it proves a really big point on like how much misinformation's been spread by the feet, how much information has been out there just to hinder the investigation from that side, and different things like that, because we know that they're not being truthful, in my opinion. I mean, I think a lot of people feel that way. Anyone who calls, yep, great, I know, it's proof enough for me too, because look, um, that's who you go to when something happens. You know, that's where you have to go. We don't have a choice. Is we have to trust and rely on law enforcement. And um, you know, I don't have a gender preference. Like, if it was me and I had to explain that to somebody, I would be okay with explaining it to a man. I might feel a little bit more comfortable speaking with a woman. I'm not going to lie. Um, but and then that goes for if it happens to a man, like what Dog was saying. If it happens to a man, and then he might want to go talk to another man about it. And imagine if he had to go speak to Mr. Craddock with the way that he feels. Or what if he lived in that county and he saw that? I mean, and then he comes face to face with the man that said that. That's my biggest problem with that statement. It's not okay. Um, it is. I know it's totally. It's vomitocious for sure, Tam. It is. It is. It's so nasty. Oh, I'm getting threats now. Oh goodness. Well, it wouldn't be the first time. It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be the first time. I let a lot of things roll off my back. Like, I don't really dwell on things like that. I don't think trolls. I mean, if they're gonna do something, let them do it. I'm not here to please them. I mean, I want to please my viewers. Yes, that's important to me. You guys are awesome. But in that same regard, I'm not here to please anybody. I'm here for this kid right here. And we won't stop. So if they wanna threaten me, that's great. And whenever they take one of these down, they're gonna have to look at that says we won't stop. So that's why I put that on there, um, because that's who it's about. I could care less, and I'll stand up for Sebastian all day, every day. Like, it took everything in me to just block that troll and not let them back onto the channel without saying my piece to them. But I'm pretty sure they understood, like, when I just blocked and took both of their comments down and blocked them off the channel. I think I proved a point in that way, but I was really mad. And then I thought about it, and I was like, well, that's the only time I've ever had anybody troll me that hard, and it's probably because of Sebastian. It's probably because I was speaking about the nasty sex. And Tam says, absolutely, it's exactly opposite what what the Profi and supporters say. Yeah, well, and that's the thing too. Like, I feel like they expect us to believe what they're saying, but they haven't shown any receipts. So, like, for instance, the polygraphs. So we saw um, Christopher lying about the polygraphs several times. He's lied about the polygraphs. He's told people on Facebook that he took it and passed. He told Terry Lynn he took it and passed, and he's very cocky about it. And then then he had the nerve to tell Nancy Grace that he would take her polygraph anytime, name the place and time, ma'am, and I'll be there. That's what he said. And then he turns around and he doesn't show up for it, and he goes to Nancy Grace. I mean, that takes some cojones. I'll give him that. Well, not threats, but sounds like haters have found you. Yeah, exactly, Sandy. And that's okay. That's okay. Like, because I've been preparing myself for it. And I know that I'm very opinionated and I'm very blunt when I say things. That's why sometimes I try to stop and think before I just go off and say things, because I know that I can be really, really blunt. People have told me that. But I'm from Chicago, you know what I mean? And that just, it's almost like I forget that I need to be a little bit more mindful of how I say things. Um, yeah, Sandy, Justin showed new footage of green hoodie standing by KP's car for about 2 minutes waiting for her. Have I seen it? Yes. So I did see it. And I always, when it first came out, I always thought it was way too long for like somebody just to pass somebody by, right? So like if you and say you were coming in and you were going in between the cars, especially like um, if it was an older person, it looked like a person that was a little older than Katie. I was always taught to like respect my elders, and so I would have moved out of the way to allow that person to walk by. And I think that her military background, I think that she would do the same thing, and that's just my maybe that's an assumption too. So I'm assuming she would do the same thing, right? But that is a long time to sit there. Um, it's a very long time. And even in the video that I was working on, for you to even sit for a whole minute and just sit there for a minute, close your eyes, and sit for a minute. It is much longer than we think. It is much longer than we think. And hey, Miss Tiffany, good to see you. Good to see you, honey. And oh yes, Mally Cat, I'm so glad to have you. She says I'm glad to join your channel in the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Yeah, and I think that's what we have to stay focused on. I know it's really, really hard though, you guys, with all of this stuff, going all over the place like that. Thank you, Miss Tiffany, for the thumbs up. You're awesome. And Grace's gavel is in the house. Hey, Gracie. And so yeah, I mean it's a tough situation. It's a tough situation. There is so much information out there. Like I know that I have the people that I kind of typically watch. Smiley. I'll watch Justin. I watch Dolly. Of course, I watch Terry Lynn. I mod for her. So I mean, there are certain people that I watch, but I always will keep an open mind too. Gracie, I watch Gracie. Gracie, make sure you put your channel in there. And anyone else who has a channel, let Gracie know, and she'll put it down in the comments because I'm always open to, you know, putting you guys up here. You absolutely do that. And because the more the merrier, the more ideas and information we can get from everybody, the better. And that's my opinion too, so. But yeah, back to the statement that was released on the 13th by Sheriff Craddock and his new chief deputy, Thomas Greer is his name. I think I think it's a double-edged sword when it comes to the fact that we have law enforcement who is allowed to lie to us. And the reason they can lie to us is because if they need to get the information, it's kind of like the end justifies the means. So however they can get that information, they're going to say whatever they're going to say to get it. I mean, and it's worked in other cases. So that's why I'm thinking that Craddock has kept this quiet, which is actually a smart move, I think, because I don't know how much information they really have. They may have like 80 hours of footage from the neighborhood. And again, he's keeping that close to the vest. But if that is only the last footage and the only thing that we have left, or the only thing that they had, I would expect them. And then also with the trash. Okay, so that's what I wanted to talk about too. With the trash truck, because a lot of people I saw out there were saying like, he's lied about the trash truck and we shouldn't have believed him about that. Well, I think he lied about the trash truck again because it was a pertinent information. It was pertinent evidence, and even though he said it wasn't, just the way that he responded and the way that he didn't want to make a comment on it or anything, I think that really spoke volumes about the fact that it was something really, really important. So that's just kind of my opinion without ever being. I'm not a law enforcement, of course. I wouldn't make it, guys. I wouldn't make it through the police academy. I'd be like, I want to go home. So, and Tiffany. Okay, Oh America says when social services tells you to get over to such and such, and okay, so I think she's meaning about Chris leaving, maybe? Like, when are you talking about Chris leaving the home? Like, because I'm a little bit like, speaking of theories and things I thought we were. Moonies and you for Mama. The Sadie. Sadie. He lied to Seth and CP too, but they say they saw the full screen. But who knows? I know. See, and that's the thing. Like, I'm wondering if he can. I'm wondering if Craddock convinced Seth that it was a trash truck. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'd love to be a fly on the wall for that situation, but I'm guessing. Excuse me. I'm guessing that that is a really strong possibility because Seth really. I mean, I saw the Pascal episode where he was talking about um, the trash truck, and he was adamant. He was like, "No, man, it was just a trash truck." Like, so maybe if he saw the entire video, but maybe because that timestamp was stuck in, like, I think it was 3:11 a.m. or sometime around 3 o'clock. The timestamp was stuck, and so maybe that's why he was able to be convinced that it was a trash truck. But I would have to ask Seth, and double check with him because I have no idea. But you're right, Gracie. They definitely like told them that it was just a trash truck. They told all of us, Nick Ferris, that was just a trash truck. And Karen says, I am most confused about bystanders and Sebastian's balking at some verbal confrontation. I think it could be a poker game debt warning. Yeah, so we talked a little bit about this before. The poker game definitely happened. Like, we do know that the poker game happened. I heard them fluttering what I thought was cards. I know that like Rich was telling me, it could have been like a notebook that they were writing in, which also sounds like a flutter. But to me, it sounded like when you bridge the cards and it was like fluff, 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 fluff kind of thing. But I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know for sure what happened at that poker game. I know that there could have been a lot of things that went down. And then also, we know that they were trying to get, for lack of a better way to say it, because I think it's absolutely awful and yeah, it's just awful that they were trying to get rid of Sebastian, quote unquote, get rid of him, right? And I'm not trying to say that in a mean way at all. I think it's absolutely horrific. Hey, Laura, so good to see you. So good to see you. And Oh America says, pick up your child and you go immediately. I don't see why Seth was being slow about getting Sebastian at all, and get the kid, then work out what you can. Seth dragging his heels didn't impress me. Yeah, I mean, I honestly feel the same way about that. I know it's always like hindsight is 2020, right? But it's like, if and push CPS. I mean, they can be kind of bullies in their own right, I think, like the way that they just, use their power. But I feel like the CPS should have helped Seth get some resources too. If you know this child is having, I mean, obviously they had to have known. There's nothing in me that thinks that Seth did not tell about, when he found out about the CPS reports, that he didn't say, hey, there was an issue in California. And I'm talking about the essay that happened to Sebastian under Chris and Katie's roof in their apartment. And so with that being said, oh, he's backstage. Okay. I'm tired of sitting backstage. Oh gosh, Gracie, I pulled the same thing on Rich. I've been watching. Hey Rich, how are ya?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing tonight?
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you.
I just got through eating some chicken wings. How you doing?
Oh, ain't no thing like a chicken wing.
Oh man, I'm playing. I didn't eat no
Good.
chicken wings.
Oh, I thought you were
No,
being serious, like you really had some chicken.
I had some
But
ribs.
we were just talking about, we're just kind of like, I'm just reading a couple of comments, but yeah, Oh America, I really believe that They should have given Seth some better resources if they wanted him to. Um, if they wanted him to take Sebastian out of the home, if they really cared about getting Sebastian to a safe place, they would have let him go to his father's house and they would have made it work for them. And I think the same thing with Seth is that he should have been a little bit more stern. However, I do remember him saying that he wanted Sebastian to get some better help, and he was working with them on that. So I'm just, yeah, I just it's a very difficult situation, but I do agree with what you're saying. I completely understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Gracie, will you drop a link for Rich's channel, please, or Sandy, either one of you guys? Please,
Hey, and
please,
I was
please, please.
wondering, wasn't there some new stuff put out today?
Okay, wait, I couldn't hear you. What did you say?
Was there some new stuff put out today?
There was some new stuff put out today. Yes, I just read the statement from Sumner County. You know, the one that was here. I'll show you.
Yeah. But what about the time? There was the one you talking about, the ones with no timestamps?
The ones with no timestamp.
Wasn't there a video put out today with no timestamps?
Okay, so I sent you the small clip from Dog that he put up um, on X. Are you talking about that one?
I don't know. I didn't
I
see
think
it.
it. I
I
think
just
it
heard about it.
was.
I just heard about it. I just heard that they put out a different clips or something of outside and inside, but there was no timestamps.
Okay, let me look and see. I'm gonna play it. I think I have it in here. Oh, maybe
I'm
I
just
just
curious
screenshotted
because
what Dog said
it's all
because I
about
wanted
the
to read
time.
it.
It's all about the timestamp, but it doesn't matter anymore anyway. Green hoodie's been cleared. Green
Well,
hoodie is free.
well, that's the thing. Free green hoodie. So my thing is, I know, Sandy, my head is spinning too. I know you just want him found, hon. I know that. I know that. I know everybody wants him found. Absolutely. And guys, go sub up to Gracie's channel. She's amazing. Oh, America, yes, you're at 2 parts. That's fine. That's fine. You guys are more than welcome to write as many as you want. And Sandy says, hi, Rich. CPS told Seth to pick him up. Oh, I didn't hear that part. Okay, maybe I missed that, Sandy. I know they were working pretty
Hello.
closely with him on getting Sebastian into like the program out in not it's not Hendersonville, that's where they live. Clarksville. My bad, Clarksville. I just had a major brain fart there. But yeah, so Clarksville was had a program, and apparently it was like a really long waiting list, and so it took him like every bit of that time, even up until I believe like when he was supposed to be going into the program to get into it, and that's what I interpreted from what like Mr. E said whenever they had Tony on. No, Sandy, but CPS should have removed Sebastian. Absolutely, Gracie. I mean that would have been the good thing to do. That would have been the safest thing to do. CPS removes, then contacts others. Yeah, I don't know what the train of thought was there. I guess that's what's really confusing to me is that I don't understand. Oh, there we go. I was buffering for a second there. Thank you so much, Sandy. And then you guys go over there and sub to Rich. Um, yeah, at least in Louisiana. I mean, I do. I think that in a lot of places, like they don't play around because I mean, they don't want those kids to get hurt because there's like so many. Um, please follow in his
You
future
from
crappy
Louisiana?
Yeah, Gracie's in Louisiana.
What part of Louisiana?
She's Cajun. No, I'm just kidding. Told you all the timestamps would disappear. I know. See, Gracie's really excited about the timestamps, which I think is.
Yeah,
I mean,
see,
I
that's
think
what
it's
I
so
heard.
important, right?
They
Rich, go ahead.
vanished.
You talk about the timestamps for a minute because
Well,
I've
they
been talking.
vanished. That's what I heard. They vanished. So what's going on? We asked for one nice video with all the timestamps the right way with the seconds included, and we can't even get that.
I just want to see the raw video. That's my major stance on this. Is I want to see the raw video.
Well, I mean, Hoodie's been cleared. I mean, Hoodie's hiding in the bushes again, so we don't have to worry about Hoodie. She's free, or he free, whatever it is. It's free.
I feel bad for that person if they did nothing wrong, and now there's been so much
I know.
speculation.
It's sad.
You know, but if they did do something, if they did like hand the keys off, then I want them to be re-interviewed. So I'm like, ah.
You ought to try to locate that green hoodie and put it up on the channel live.
Well, and it also doesn't look like the same person. It looks like two different people still to me, and I just can't really wrap my mind around that one either.
Big Booty Judy and Big Booty Bob, remember?
Oh yeah, I put a custom emoji in there for you guys. So if you want a Big Booty Judy over there, I did the best I could with the hoodie. Not my finest work, but
we searched
there
like
is
15
a new
hours.
video. Sandy says, "Okay, so Sandy, if you could send it, I'm trying to think. Could you email it to me? Because I want to make sure I'm getting the most up-to-date video. Because like I have the one. Okay, I'll read you real quick what Dog said about the video. He says, and here I'll just let you guys know that this is definitely.
And hey, you mind if I say something?
Post. What'd you say, Rich? I'm sorry.
You mind if I say something?
No, go for it.
I'm not going to say the name of this person, but I did want to say I'm glad this guy's okay. We were doing a search today, and a gentleman was with another group, and he fell into a manhole about 12 feet down, and he's okay.
That is so great. Well, and you called the Gracie's a Texan. She said.
It was bad. Like I caught it, but the camera I had the camera down like on Ruby, but I was looking up, and they were probably about 200 or 300 yards in front of us, and he just disappeared. Like woof, he just went down into a manhole thing.
Oh.
It was scary. I caught some of it on tape, like when I got up there to check on him, and then of course I paused the video, called the ambulance for him and all that, and they checked him out, and they told him he was fine to go back. But I don't know how he didn't get hurt. That's a long way to fall.
Yeah, that is a long way to fall.
It's a long way to fall.
Aw, Sandy, I know. That's why I'm going to be sure to cover some more cases, and because I really feel like we're going to be getting justice really soon. I really hope so anyway. And I just don't see how the police officers could. I just don't know how they couldn't be on the hot on the trail, especially the FBI. Like I am very confident in the FBI. I am very confident in the FBI. What do you think, Rich?
Well, yeah, they don't worry about drama. They just do what they got to do.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how I see it.
They don't play around, right? They're the federal. They're the big guys.
And they don't say much.
Dogs.
They don't talk much either.
They don't talk much either, do they? They haven't given us anything except for the $50,000. Which is posted on their website, and then they gave this was the last flyer. This was a 6-month flyer, guys, and I just added my logo and stuff onto it, and then I added "We won't stop until you're found."
Yeah, but they listen. They listen a lot more than they talk.
They listen a lot more than they talk, and then also, what's your opinion on keeping things close to the vest? What's your opinion there?
Yeah, I believe that everybody should, and I think that, including this video now that's out, I think it should have been kept close to the vest. I think, in a way, I think Eric Craddock keeping everything close to the vest, maybe stretching some things a little bit, but that's only to protect it. Like the Tinkerbell video, I think he tried his heart off to, I think he tried so hard to keep that video out of the spotlight, but of course it didn't work, but he tried.
Yeah. And what if that was like the only little piece of evidence he had? I mean, surely not, but what if it was?
Yeah, because now it's everywhere, and then whoever would have been responsible would have been long gone by now.
Exactly. That's a scary thought, especially like whenever they were talking about clearing Seth, like I don't think they would ever clear him because that would tip off the other side and vice versa. So like say
Well,
they cleared Chris and Katie, just say they came out, they're like, guys, okay, look, this is the proof we have. They had nothing to do with this. Just so you guys know, say they were fully transparent, then Seth would be like the main suspect, right? Because we're all thinking the parents had something to do with it. I think a lot of us do think that way anyway. Not all of us,
they're
but most of us.
suspects. They're suspects until the child is found or until the answers come out, till they get the clue they need, right? Or the break they need or the tip they need, whatever it may be. They're all going to be looked at until that's till it's over with, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. And Oh America says what I heard from the PF told Seth to come in and get him, but then Seth, excuse me, I'm sorry guys, I have like a swimmer's ear thing going on, and it's like messing my whole vibe up today. Um, but Seth was, and he didn't get his paycheck yet and didn't know what to do about the time Sebastian was alone at his place type of crap. Okay, so like yeah, because we found out later. This is really interesting, Oh America. I'm glad you brought this up. So we didn't find out until much later that Sebastian was a latchkey kid and that he was very able to come home from school when he was at his mommy's house. He was able to open the door, grab himself a snack, maybe get some homework started or relax. Maybe he played his video games, but he was a latchkey kid that was able to take care of himself, which a lot of um, individuals with autism, it's very difficult for them to take care of themselves. But we found out later on, much later on, that he was doing that. And then not only was he doing that, he was at Seth's house in the middle of the night because Seth works nights, and he was able to also be taking care of himself during that time. Granted, he had Seth's phone number and da 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 da. He had his mom's phone number, but that that was I thought that was a big bombshell, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of 15-year-olds though can take care of themselves, right? I mean, when we think about it, what is the age of babysitting age? Like 13 or 14, something like that, right? I think state may vary, but
I was babysitting when I was 12, but that was back in the day, you know.
well, of course, and that was like before Pearl Harbor, girl. I'm playing. I'm
And then
playing.
like
I'm
I was
playing.
the
I'm
oldest
playing.
one, so like I was watching my brothers
I'm
and
just
sisters
teasing.
way before that.
I'm just teasing. Well, the anniversary of the Pearl Harbor,
I'm an
was
old lady.
on Sebastian's birthday. You know that, right?
Wait, come again?
That Pearl Harbor anniversary is on December 7th, the same day. That's the day I did the video for those two men that were still alive at 104 and 102.
I always think that's amazing when people live to be that, like even 100 years, even 90 years old. I'm like, wow, that's they must
All
have
they
really
went
taken care
through,
of
yeah,
themselves.
all they went through, make it that long.
Oh my gosh, I know. How lucky. Like that's I mean,
Yep,
Gracie
that's
says,
right.
well, Sebastian had been staying by himself and seems strange that the one this is one thing to have a child 4 days a month versus full time. Absolutely, it's a lot different, I think, too. Like, and then finding a CPS can be really, really picky too. Like they want it to be, as fitting their standards. Let's just put it that way. And so
That's
maybe they
right,
just,
Gracie. I said it from the beginning. I said it from the beginning.
yeah. So I mean, it could just be a situation where he wasn't meeting their standards or their stipulations in the way that they were expecting, meeting their expectations. Maybe I don't know for sure though. That's just my speculation. And Gracie says FBI can have your cell tapped and your cat tracked. You will never know it. It's
Yeah,
how Diddy got caught. Exactly, Grace.
you'll never know
Exactly.
it unless you have burner phones, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
tell me
burner.
what you think about them burner phones. I'm gonna go turn my air off though, because I can't hardly hear you, and
Well,
I want to be able to hear what you're saying.
there's
I'm
been
sorry.
so
Hold
much.
on.
It's
Talk
so
about
much
it. Talk about it.
speculation. There's a lot of speculation about burner phones, but it's just you never know. I guess we don't know. Like until we see them or know that it's 100% fact, it's kind of hard to say it. because you really don't know it for sure. But yeah, as far as FBI tapping everything, of course they'll tap everything for sure, everything.
And they're really stellar about it too, right? They don't just like, they're not
Well,
sloppy about
no,
it.
it's
They
like
don't let nobody know what's going on,
when you hand
right?
your phone over, like Stephen Stearns, right? He hands his phone over. Like they would have done it in a second, and and then gave it back to him. He would have never even known, right? Which of course he didn't get his phone back, but he would have. That's how they would have done it, right? It would have been done in like quick, and it's such a little bitty bug to go in the cell phone. You don't really even see it.
Yeah, that's so crazy. Like, remember those old movies? Like, I'm trying to think of like a good reference point for one, but like where they where they like would bug like a fruit. Like, I remember seeing one, I can't remember what it was, but they like had like a fruit bowl on their table and they like bugged that. And like they like the littlest things, because they're so teeny tiny that they could like hide one anywhere and you wouldn't really find it unless maybe you were
Yeah,
doing it
you wouldn't
secretly,
find it.
you
No, you
know?
wouldn't find it. Not let I mean, even with some of these like bug guns that they use, like to run around their cars, like the mobsters use or whatever. Not all of those
Hmm.
are going to pick them up. Not now, because technology has gotten so good.
Right, exactly. Tiffany's laughing. They are all suspects. I know, and that's the thing. You can't clear one. I've always thought that though. I was like, they're never gonna come out and clear Seth because they'll tip off the other side. And then even if nobody has to do anything, nobody has anything to do about it or with it, then it's still it'll tip off whoever did, in my opinion.
You have to hold they have to hold the evidence close, right? So if you clear one, then they're allowed to get that information, right? And
Yes,
you
sir.
don't know if they communicate, right? Or if they're friends behind closed doors. So you don't want to be given one side all the information because they're cleared and then them giving it to the other side or somehow the other side getting it, right? It's like a tip off. You don't want that to happen.
Yeah, and I think that's why it's so important to keep their mouth shut, even though we all want to know. Like, I mean, obviously, I'm nosy as they come. I mean, I want to know, um,
Donna?
so I can come up with, so I can formulate. But then but then I understand like where they're coming from, and I would never want to jeopardize the investigation. And I know everybody else feels that way too because people are so passionate about Sebastian and they love him so very much.
Yeah.
Rich, can you see Donna L's comment?
Yes, I can see it. What do you think? You guess. You tell me
I
what you
think
think.
Donna L needs to be one of the lead investigators. She's that good. Oh, America
uh,
says, I have 5 younger brothers and a sister. My mom is single or a single mom. And we stayed home 365 days a year. We managed to be safe every minute too. Yeah, absolutely. My mom was like the same way. Like when she would go to work, I would watch she wasn't a single mom, don't get me wrong, but I would have to watch my brothers and my sisters while my parents worked, and like nothing ever happened. Like I knew I could cook and stuff like that, and like there were certain things, especially when you're really young. But then like I babysat for my cousins, and you know um all kinds of kids, really.
yeah.
So I mean, I don't think that was any issue. Like that is a really good point. I just feel like Sebastian was very mature, and I feel like he could have taken care of himself. I think it would have been way safer than him staying in that house, and we obviously see that that's probably very accurate.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Miss Tiffany.
For sure.
Donna said your voice gave it away.
Oh, my voice. Uh-oh. Because I was about to say I'm hiding over here, so
I like the fire though. I'm a fire sign, so I like the
me
fire.
too. I love
Yeah,
fire.
like I could sit there and stare at the fire. I feel like I'm at the campfire right now.
Yeah, it makes you, especially if it's cold. Like if you live in a cold area, it's always nice to have a fire.
Oh my gosh, even here in Florida, like it's a good nice night for a bonfire.
Oh yeah, on the beach, that'd be nice.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That'd be a lot of fun. And we had such a long day. My gosh. Did you have a chance to watch any of the clips we dropped today? 3 parts?
Oh my gosh, no. Like today was really weird for
Yeah.
me. Well, this the last couple of days have been because I woke up, my sore throat was back. I was like, am I getting? Because I thought maybe I was getting sick.
Uh-huh.
But really, what it is I think I have swimmer's ear because I used to get it all the time when I was a kid, and now I've been swimming like almost every day, and so I put two and two together. I'm like, ears, nose, and throat is all connected. That's why I have such because I thought it was from talking. I'm like, I need to stop talking so much, you know.
Yeah.
But
You gotta just take care of yourself.
yeah,
Get
I got some like vitamin stuff, like some vitamin water.
get some
I don't know,
rest. Get a
cough
lot of
drops.
rest. You'll be all right.
Well, that's another thing. This time change has really kicked my butt, to be honest. Yeah, see, Tiffany says she loves the fire too. It's really soothing. She likes it. Oh, Donna L says she subbed up to your channel. There you go, Rich.
Oh, thank you, Donna.
I knew people would start recognizing your voice because I mean I knew it right away because you know you
Yeah, and
call
I haven't
in. There
had my
was a guy.
channel.
You know what though? There was a guy the other night that sounded just like you. Oh my gosh, I forgot to tell you that.
A what?
There was a guy that called into Dolly and he sounded just like you. And even Dolly thought it was you for like a hot second. He was like, Richard? And then like, because people were like, is that Richard? Is that Richard? He did sound like you. I mean, a
Oh
lot.
wow,
Yeah.
that's cool. Now I got a
You have
disguise
a
buddy.
twin voice out there.
I need to find out who it is so I can use him as my body double, huh?
Yeah. You can send him to one. You can send him to my live and I won't know the
There you
difference.
go.
He
I'll
better
just
have a
kick
good
back over
fire,
here and
otherwise
tell him,
I'll
make
be
sure
able
you
to
light the
tell.
fire. You're good. Ah.
Oh man.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
I
I haven't
wanted to
had my
see.
channel very long, so I'm still like, what, a little over a month and a week or so?
I think so.
Yeah, because I started on Baby Quentin the day that Baby Quentin got justice, the 25th of
Okay.
October. So a little
Well,
over a
that's what
month.
I was thinking because I was watching Dolly that day and he said Richard's got a channel. And so I was like,
Yeah.
oh, I'll go over and sub up to Richard's channel. I know Richard,
I
from
launched
watching
it
Dolly.
that day. That was the same day I launched it, like right after, probably 15, 20 minutes after, which I mean, I knew she wasn't going to probably get out, or if she did, she was going to be with the walker by the time she did. So,
Oh, that jury saw her smirking when she got on the stand and pled the fifth. They saw her smirking. They weren't going to put up with that mess.
yeah.
She thought they would. She thought she was real cute, in my opinion. I think it's like a little bit of embarrassment when people do that and they don't realize that they're smiling. They don't realize how bad they're looking at the time when that happens. You know what I'm saying? Because like a lot of people do that, like especially like um I'm a really bad liar. So like if I lie, I'll like kind of smile, you know what I mean? Like it's just like a it's and my daughter does the same thing. Like I can tell. I'll be like, you're lying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like she
You
just
can
has that.
tell. Mamas can tell for sure.
Yeah, she can't keep a straight face, she just can't.
Yeah. That's the hardest part is that, but that's good though, that means that they're not good at it, right? You don't want them to be good at it.
Oh gosh, no. No, and I think it's interesting too the way our brains work is they almost will tell on us because they're wired not to lie.
Yeah.
So that's really interesting too. Oh, awesome, Miss Tiffany. That's great. Wonderful, wonderful. You got another sub here, Miss Tiffany, and then you also have Gracie has another sub too. So yeah, really, really interesting. I think I found the clip. Uh Give me a second here. Okay, so this is what Dog said. He said, Dog Nation, my team was not the ones that installed the surveillance cameras that captured Green Hoodie. We're just sharing what we got from the public. After Sumner County Detective Carter said that they also wanted to ID her and asked us to forward tips, we will bring Sebastian Rogers home. And this is from Detective Carter. It says, if y'all want to release the Texas Roadhouse photo to see if anyone can ID that person, we're good with it. Just add us on the tips or feel free to forward them as they come in.
But the person has already been talked to, right, by the sheriff's office or the LE, right?
I mean, according to the statement from Sumner County Sheriff's, it had Eric Craddock and the new deputy sheriff's name on the letterhead.
Okay, well then
And it
that's
had the official seal.
No, they're not going to put it out unless they did. I mean, they're just kind of clear up the air, right?
Well, in this case, you just never know. Like, I really wanted to see that official seal yesterday, which I did share it out without it. But like when I saw this document, I'll show it to you.
Yeah, but in the bottom of it down there, it does say it has their address, their phone number, all that. So,
oh yeah, it's the official letterhead.
yeah, I would say it is.
Yeah, the one I posted only had for immediate release. Like it only had,
Yeah, and I get
yeah.
that. That means that it's going to come out right away, right?
I mean, for immediate release, and it was released December 13th, 2024, when I probably hot off the presses, like right after they got it,
And that's good. That means that it came out right immediately after we did that timestamp thing that night on the live. Like when you told me the timestamps, remember, and we went over them. It came out that next day, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's good that they had already planned on doing it, which is great. They were probably tired of the speculation and the drama, and they just wanted to clear the air.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that was just yesterday because, yeah, we did our live Thursday. Then Friday, yesterday, I was with Terry Lynn, so I didn't do.
Thank you for the sub. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, like I said, whenever some people are in here, they're more than welcome to drop their links or let the mods know.
Oh, yeah. What's up? Quick.
Yeah, they do. Oh, America. I do laugh at myself sometimes when I fall because I think it's funny. Especially if
Oh
it
my
doesn't hurt.
gosh, woman,
If
you
I fall on
crazy.
my bum, there's enough padding back there, I think.
You crazy.
What did KP what did KP have to do with the green hoodie person is the question. Yeah, Donna. Okay, so that was my question too. So like when I first put out my first video on it, I was like, I'm not really worried about the green hoodie. Who I'm really worried about is, and then like Rich and I were going over the pictures and stuff, because those were about the four that SF put out. So I was like, I'm more concerned with like what Katie's doing, what she's wearing, what car she's getting in, and things like that.
Yeah, that's the most important.
Yeah, I was more focused on that. So
That's
I'm
what we
not
should be
sure.
focused
But
on.
then when they slow mode that video, I did think that they handed something off to her.
Do what now? Say it again. Sorry.
I did think that they handed something off to her. Like,
Well, you can look at it that way. It's always a possibility, of course, right? I mean, these are just our thoughts and our free speech, but you know, it's hard to say, right? I mean, it's hard to say, but we all have our own opinions on it, right? That's kind of how it works. And
yes.
we just the main fact that we know in this whole entire thing is that Sebastian Wayne Jake Rogers is missing. That's what we do know.
That's the main
And we
fact,
know
right?
that there's a Tinkerbell video that happens to probably most likely not be a coincidence. So we know that has something of value, or it would have been put out what it was, right? That just like Mr. Craddock said, I can't tell you what it is, right? Like, that's
Mm-hmm.
it could be, right? So we know that has something to do with it. And that's what's hard when you ask somebody in his authority that question, right? That was asked. That to me, that's a hard question to ask. You should have thought about it a little bit before you ask it, right? Because you want them to keep everything as close as they can. That's what we should want, because that way only they know, and that way they can figure this out a lot faster than having to worry about coming up with an idea of what they have to say about the video, right? Because it popped out everywhere. Like if they didn't have to worry about that, all that speculation that's even still going on today about the video, the Tinkerbell video, wouldn't be. We wouldn't be worried about that. And that's just my opinion, of course, but
I mean, that makes sense. It definitely makes sense. I mean, we only saw a small part of it. I think a lot of people were wondering too, like why did Seth think it was a garbage truck too? And I was thinking maybe because the time was stuck and he didn't
well, that's what
realize
they
that the
told
trash.
him. That's
What's
what
that?
they told him.
Yeah, that's what they told him.
And I mean,
They showed in
if
the
you have to
video. They
stretch
showed
it,
the CP too.
yeah, if you have to stretch the truth a little bit to hold evidence, there's nothing wrong with that in my book.
Well, that's the thing. So I was talking about that before you came up. It's like a double-edged sword, right? Because the ends justifies the means. They don't care how they get the information as long as they get it.
That's right.
Or
Right.
what they're keeping close as long as they do.
I'm
So
happy
that's
with them
what's
keeping it. That's right. I'm happy with them keeping it close. Kind of like the landfill thing, right? That's look how close they're keeping that thing. They've learned, like, we don't say nothing now, right? Like anything that could be a possibility of 1% or whatever, they're not going to put anything out anymore, and I don't blame them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just they don't need a media circus over there either. They don't need a bunch of us over there. They don't need anybody. They need to be able to investigate, especially um if I mean, like we would want that for our child, right? So like we need to be mindful of that as well because I wouldn't want a whole bunch of reporters or everybody swarming over there. I would want the professionals to handle it, like the medical examiner, um, all of those people to handle it rather than like being distracted. And then also you're worried about contamination of the crime scene, right? So if they found remains, then they need to
They got to investigate it
protect
thoroughly.
that.
It's still somebody. We don't know who it is, but it's someone's loved one. So yeah, if you want them to take 100% and do it 100% the correct way.
Yeah, I would want that for anybody. I think we all deserve that as people.
Yeah, and this time of year, the weather's crazy. It's cold. It's probably moist. It's wet. It's damp. It could be snowing. I mean, you got to take into consideration that they need to do this 100%. They get one shot at it, right? So they need to get it right.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, and we want them to get it right. They do too. Like I can tell like just by the way they talk about it, they do want to get it right. Especially because it looks bad on them if they don't. Like people are going to be mad if they mishandle this. Cuz it'll come out if they did. Make no mistake, there's going to be people digging it
Well, they're
up.
getting it right. That's why there's nothing coming out. They're getting it right.
Yeah, well, and like you said, the FBI being involved, they're not gonna
Oh,
seek
they're not
out.
going to let nothing leave that site. Yeah, of course.
No.
You
Now,
can't, because
Minnie
that's how
says, I heard
speculation
something
starts.
today about a Seth interview where he was saying he had seen podcasts they put out making fun of Sebastian. Has that been verified? Yes, I have seen that as well. Uh,
What? What'd you just
yeah,
say?
yeah.
Who made fun of him?
Well, Chris and Katie made fun of him several times.
Well, we know that.
Yeah. Yeah, like
They
Minnie's
not only
asking,
made
has
fun
it
of
been
him, they
verified? And I do believe it has been because, like, even on the Queen Bee interview,
well,
that
yeah.
was the last one Chris and Katie did together, where Katie came out and she was being really candid, um, and like making fun of him for like not wearing deodorant, saying that he stunk, saying that he um, used the bathroom, and had accidents and things like that, and then letting everybody know he was wearing pull-ups. I mean, all that kind of stuff. So it was just
Well,
terrible, terrible, terrible.
the poor
Um,
child had accidents out of fear of them.
I absolutely believe that. I absolutely, especially because he had been potty trained long before that. So why was he all of a sudden? And Katie
Well,
referred to it on Smiley Stories World as regressions.
yeah, I mean the proof. I mean, in my opinion, the proof of the fear is there. How many CPS reports are there? I mean, come on.
I know. Well, and not only that, like that's why you would regress, right? Is because of trauma. You don't just regress for no reason. It's just not like, oh yeah, I regressed.
Yeah,
It's
that would be like
trauma.
it kind of goes with like an instant, like, I don't know.
Nice to
It's
see you.
hard to
I got
say.
changed.
like a dog, sometimes if you shout at your dog for something and they cower down, sometimes that happens, right? Because out of fear, sometimes dogs do that. But of course, I
Yeah.
always look at that differently. Like that dog shouldn't be doing that, right? That's not normal. But there has to be a reason why that dog is doing that. Like I've been to a lot of dog training schools, and just see how some people interact is totally different than, of course, how I do. You can look at Ruby today in that video. I called her 8 times. She was on a mission. She wasn't coming.
Her nose, it seems like her nose really leads the way. Is
She
that
took the
true?
leash out of my hand and was gone. Like I kept telling her, come over here. I'm gonna have to come and get you. She didn't care. She ain't scared of me. She was doing
Aw.
what she was gonna do.
Go,
But
Ruby,
when she's
go.
on a scent, you gotta let her stay on the scent. So that's why I really didn't push too hard. But
Yeah, you could tell she just loves what she does. She's good
he
at it
gets
too.
yeah,
She's really good at it.
he gets on a mission, boy. It's like nobody getting in my way.
How cute. Yeah, she is so cute. But yeah, I mean, it's just it's really difficult. We want to make sure they're handling it correctly. We want to make sure that all their I's are dotted and their T's are crossed, and um, that kind of thing. So I think it's good to be cautious. I really do, and I think it's good to be um, careful with everything.
Oh yeah. You have to be cautious. You have to, and we do have to talk about this in a positive way, right? This is a child that's missing. So, I mean, yeah,
Yes.
sometimes we get a little crazy about it, but for the most part, we're speaking from just how we feel, right? We're not trying to do anything other than just speak how we feel on it, like what our feelings are on it, and what our opinions and our little theories and our speculations, right? That's what we do. That's what true crime's about.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just glad there's a lot of people that are interested in it because that's what helps like um pushing out flyers and pushing out, awareness. It's the most wonderful thing we can do for these people. That's what I would want if my child was missing, and it's what I would want if I was missing. Like I would want
That's how
people
it
to know
is.
like, hey,
That's how
Trisha's
it
out
is. I
there
put Amber
someplace.
Alerts out,
We
and I
talked
put
about that with
every Amber
Hannah. You
Alert.
know what I mean? Like we talked about that with Hannah and her family just being
Yep.
all they wanted to do is make sure she was okay.
Yeah, and then it comes down to sometimes it just takes making a phone call, right? Like me calling up there and just asking, hey, can you look, and see if you can track this person down and see if you can make sure. All it takes is somebody reaching out sometimes, and they're willing to help. They're law enforcement. They're willing to help.
Yeah, exactly. And
And
we were talking about that in the begin with, that most of these people get into law enforcement so they can help, or they're like a little kid. I've heard a lot of police officers say, like, when I was a little kid, I loved to play cops and
yeah,
robbers, and I was always the cop.
that's so great. That's so
That's
great,
cute.
right? It's great.
Yeah, that means they've been thinking about doing that their whole life. So maybe that's the purpose. We all have our purpose.
And that's kind of what I say about Eric Craddock. I know y'all might look at me different because I defend the man, but I'm not. I'm not saying I take his side 1,000%. I'm not saying he's perfect by all means, but him trying to guard things, that's what we should expect, right? I mean, that's how it would be if we were in that situation. We would want everything to be kept inside that office and nothing put out. I mean, that's how we would want it.
Oh, most definitely, most
Nobody
definitely, and
wants
I
speculation.
enjoy that perspective though because I don't want somebody that's just gonna like say what I say and agree with everything I say. I want somebody to be like, you know what, actually, I don't think this way, and this is why. Because that's the
Yeah.
only reason I'm gonna understand someone else's point of view if they can speak it to me and tell me why, right? And I can speak my piece and tell them why, and then maybe we
Yep.
can find a middle ground. Because I feel like you and I have a middle ground when it comes to Craddock. I've called things out and that sort of thing. But then I also am like, he is also the sheriff. We do have to show respect, blah, blah, blah. But you kind of remind me of like, okay, why he has to keep these things close, why he would do certain things that he's doing and it pertaining to
Yeah.
the case. So I
Yep.
enjoy that part of it. I know people are going to have different perspectives. I invite it. I invite it.
Yeah, I mean, I always think that that's what helps solve things faster is if they do, and they know that this isn't their first rodeo. I mean, look how many children are missing in Tennessee alone. I mean, they deal with this day in and day out. It seems like so.
I also think that if we never give people a chance to change, they never will. Because why
Yep.
would they try to change if we never gave them a chance? I guess is another reason, another thing that I keep in mind. You know, if there is no redemption and you're always gonna be the worst thing that you've ever done, within reason, you know,
Yep.
like pedos and things, like we all feel like, you know, those chomos and everything, I feel like they should never be left out under the jail, blah blah blah. But you know, that was an old post. I will give him that. And I think that if we never give somebody a chance to change, then they're not going to. There's no reason to, right? Because
And then
they will
who
never
is it?
redeem themselves, and that's not right. It's not up to us.
Yeah. I mean, he went through his training. He does his job. I'm sure he does his job well. He wouldn't be there. He wouldn't be voted in if he didn't.
Well,
And
he okay, so he did run unopposed, so he pretty much like was the only option.
okay, well, I mean, he still, if nobody went against him, so they must have liked him. If somebody didn't really agree with him, they would have, somebody would have ran against him. So evidently they agree with him.
So I don't know 100% how it works in Tennessee, and I should probably have done some more research about it, but basically I hear that you have to be a constable for a year and that nobody had that qualification, and so that's why no one ran against him.
Yeah, and Donna, I searched what was it? Uh what about it was like I did 4 days up there, but I mean I was in Hendersonville one day, then I bounced around to the Memphis area and some other areas that I targeted. I was there for about what 4 days, I guess, 3 days, 4 days, and then I don't tell anybody. I just go, and then when I get done, I start dropping my videos after I leave. But no, today that was a total different search. We have I have a few cases that I'm doing down here, and like the Suzanne Simpson case, and there's a few other ones that I'm doing some stuff here, and I have a few cold cases down here that I'm working on too. So I do stuff that's close to me if the weather's bad, and it's kind of hard to travel when the weather's really bad.
Yeah, especially this time of year, it's not very nice anywhere. Except, I mean,
Yeah.
even in Florida, it's freezing cold at night.
Donna can go watch the videos. I have the search videos from the like the easy days and stuff. They're there, but they were put out. When did I put those out? Around Thanksgiving, right? I think.
Around Thanksgiving, yeah, because I remember watching them, and then yeah,
Yeah, there's
yeah.
probably 4, 5, 6 of them. I think maybe there's a couple of long ones, a couple of short ones. There's a couple of night ones because everybody kept asking me to put lights in those tunnels, so I did it. That's when I got
Oh,
blown
see,
in
that's
on that
cool.
cold front, blew in on me.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that was
Yeah.
cold. Being from Texas, I was not ready for that weather. Ooh, that was rough.
That's funny. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about your experience over there, just for people, because I know we talked about it on maybe like the
Well,
first couple lives, but or
I
one of
think I
those.
only
But how
posted
was it?
I only posted two of the drama, where those people were following me like 8, and then there was like 7 or 8 people. They were filming me. I paused the video a few times and tried to communicate with them, but they just, I don't know. They're just, you know how I feel about them. They kind of formed like a little mob. It was like 8 of them, and they started coming over their fences. One or two of them climbed over their fences, and they like started coming towards us, and I had never seen anything like that. But it's and I don't know if these people are just so frustrated because there's so many people there searching, right? Because like I was there,
Hmm.
Dolly was there, Sue was on the scene, was there. I think Bullhorn Betty was there, Terry Lynn's there. There was so many people out that I don't know if these people just get frustrated and they're like, just please leave us alone and let us be in peace, or if it's more of they're trying to defend one side or the other. I don't know.
Sure.
It seemed like they were really frustrated, and I don't know if it's like I think it may be because they're so tired of everybody coming, right, and everybody searching and everybody asking questions, and that was the worst one. The one on the river, that was a funny one because that man kind of kept his distance, but when I'm talking to Ruby, I communicate her name, of course, right? I have to. And so he picked it up.
Sure.
And that's when he started hollering her name. But she paid him no mind, right? Zero mind. Like, she didn't pay attention to him calling her name at all. But,
She gave
like,
him the
and then,
cold shoulder.
yeah, and then he started howling like a chicken or something across the river. And I was like, what is this dude doing? And then I thought, well, maybe he's on the moonshine or something, I don't know. But it was some backwoods stuff for sure. It was some deliverance stuff going on over there.
Oh my gosh.
It was a
If you
little, it was
started
a little
hearing like
creepy.
fiddles, you would have been, you and Ruby had a hightail out of there now.
Oh no, that guy, when I paused that
For
video,
banjo.
I paused it and I told him, I said, sir, I'm only gonna warn you once. You need to back up at least 50 feet. And then that's when he kind of just quit being silly, and he was more or less like being a little silly about it. He wasn't really like the other group of people that called the law and all that. Remember, and the officer came and like came up on me quick too, like jumped out of the car, and like Ruby spun around. I thought she was gonna get him,
Oh
and
my gosh.
because I had changed my shirt by the car, I was so soaking wet, right? So I changed my shirt underneath, and I did it like behind the door, like nobody could really see me, but they were filming me, so I guess they saw me. But he's like, "There's no law against it," and I said, "Sir, all I did was change my shirt. It took literally like 20 seconds," and he was like, we got to talking, and then like he subbed to my channel, right? And then they were all mad about it. Like, why aren't you doing something? And I mean, I didn't do anything wrong. Like, we just got along. We visited for about 20 minutes, and I think it made them even madder.
Yeah. Well, and sometimes it's funny though, because sometimes that can happen and it can, turn around. Maybe they were upset that you were there, but then they realized that you didn't mean any harm, kind of a thing. And then
Maybe,
maybe they
but they
felt a
looked
little mad.
mad. They looked mad when he didn't do anything. But the problem is I wasn't doing anything wrong. Like,
Yeah.
I had permission to be there. I had a little note from the landlord that I wrote my note saying I had permission to be there on that day for X amount of hours. Like,
Uh-huh.
me, I make sure everything is like lined out before I do anything. And like, I
Yeah.
do it by the book. Like, if I'm going to do it, it's going to be done by the book where I don't have to deal with any of that stuff. I'm not
Yeah.
one that's going to go search somewhere that I don't have permission. And I don't recommend anybody do that. It's just not worth it.
Well, and then also like if you step on the wrong property, like I'm not sure about Florida right here, right now, but like I know Missouri for one, there's certain areas that are marked off. I believe it's purple, but it's almost like no trespassing, no hunting. Like you cannot just come on my land and da 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 do
Oh
whatever
yeah,
you're
you got to be
doing.
careful, and then and of
Yeah,
course with me, I have Ruby, right? So if I was to cross on
sure.
somebody's property without permission, and then I get arrested, right? What am I doing with my dog? I'm in another state. I have nobody there. Like, you know what I mean? I think like that. Like, I don't want animal control picking up Ruby. She would lose her mind.
Oh yeah, you have her to think about for sure.
Yeah,
I
you
didn't think of
have
it that
to.
way.
You have to like take every precaution that you can. Like, it's just like when I went through town, and I did go by the Roadhouse, I did go by BJ's, I did go by the ice cream place. I went to all these places to get an idea, of course, and I kind of mapped out the mileage to different places. But it's I didn't spend a lot of time in the town for sure. Like, I didn't want to be somebody that's I did run into one couple, the little old lady, remember I told you, and her
Mhm.
husband that were so sweet. And she was like, I shouted her out on one of my videos. I didn't use her name because I told her I wouldn't, but she was so nice. I visited with them for about 15 minutes, and we just kind of visited about it a little bit, and then they were just very nice people. But for
Hi,
the most
Julie.
part,
Nice
there
to
was a
see
lot of
you.
nice people there, but it seemed like the younger ones were the ones that were more willing to communicate and visit. Like, the older ones, I think they were kind of maybe frustrated because that, like, a lot of them are retired and they just want to be left alone. They want to enjoy their little country life, and all these people are like a circus to them, and they don't want that.
I mean, I definitely picked that up from when Bobby was talking, and she almost was like, "Hey, you guys are like invading our little cute neighborhood that I've been in for so long," and she didn't appreciate it. I could tell just by what
Yeah,
she said, just my observation.
I know.
Um,
It was tough. It was
yeah. So I mean, and then also like, um, What? Tell me, did you get it? Did you get a colossal popcorn when you were at
They
BJ's?
didn't have it.
They didn't have
I
it.
tried, and I
Okay.
don't know if it's like a seasonal thing or something. Maybe I don't know, but they just didn't have it when I was there, and I was like, that was kind of weird. But they didn't
That is
have it.
kind of weird. I wonder if it's because like maybe it was like maybe they were they doing a grand opening or something? I know sometimes they got popcorn when like when there's a bank a bank events and stuff. Like I used to go in Walmart and then there'd be like a bank of Walmart and they'd have popcorn, but it wasn't a colossal popcorn.
Well,
It
I
was just
wasn't on a
regular.
weekend, right? Mine was during the week, so maybe they do that on the weekends and they don't do it during the week. I don't know.
Oh, that's true.
You see
That's
what I'm
true. Like
saying? It
maybe
might be
it's
like a
weekend thing.
weekend thing they do, and they just do it
Hey,
on weekends when they're
Freebird.
busier. They don't do it during the week. And I did think about that because, but that ice cream place was really good ice cream, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they have an ice cream place. Is it inside
It's
there?
like ice cream. It's like it was over there. It was down from BJ's away, but it's like an ice cream place that was similar to where they live, right? And it was kind of like a marble slab or one of those, right? It was
Like
like a
Cold Stone or something like
yeah,
that?
something like that. And it was a cute little place. And I got Ruby a little vanilla cup, and then I tried,
Aw.
I think, the Rocky Road or something. I don't remember, but
Okay.
it was
Cool.
good.
See, that's nice. See, that would have been nice for Sebastian because I know he liked sweets.
I think
They
that's
always
the
said
place
that
he
he
liked to
liked
go to.
sweets.
From what I understood, that's the one that he liked to. That's the one I think he knew how to get to.
Oh, okay.
Ruby. Oh, she's talking to someone in the chat.
Wondering Tennessee. They're out by Texas. And Freebird says, did I sign the petition? No, yeah, send it to me, please. I'm willing to sign any petitions that are out there that are like really worthy causes, and I'm sure they are, guys.
Yeah, did
I'm
you
sure they
sign
are.
the Maddie Soto
I
one?
need to set. I That reminds me about the Jen Soto. I keep
Yeah, you
forgetting
just
that. I
signed
need to
that
write
one.
that
I
down.
signed it. We
I
got
need to
like
sign it.
seven or
I'm
eight
very
thousand.
passionate about that.
It's like 7 or 8 thousand people on there already.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there is, especially like some of the things that have come out. I'm like, we need to definitely get that thing signed for sure. Just so that way our voices are heard. I think that's really important. Um, yeah, especially when it comes to just that beautiful little Maddie. She just, I don't
Yeah,
know. It kills me. It kills me. That's why I can't talk about it a lot because I'm like, but I need to suck it up because what she went through is 10 times worse than me talking about it. You know what I mean?
yeah. And I need to get down there. I have the sign already. I just need to get down there and put it up. I've been so like it seems like so much stuff has been popping up, and then the new little Hazel, the new little Amber Alert. Remember yesterday, Hazel, and I was working on that and trying to get as much info as I could on that, and just so much. That's another CPS case, right? Oh, that little 7-year-old. Wow.
Okay, so you're talking about the one I just posted yesterday.
Yeah, the
Her
one I sent you, Hazel Hodge,
Hazel,
uh,
thank you,
Lester,
7-year-old
Lester,
Hazel.
Lesser or Lester, something like that. Was the last name Lesser or Lester? It was hot. Yeah, it was Hazel Hodge Lesser, I think. She's 7 years old.
Her daddy's
Uh,
last name is Hodge. I know that because they
it
had.
was her middle, like it was Hodge Lesser or Lesser. What remember? Lesseiar, something like that. I would have to go back and look, but
I'll pull her up. I'll pull her
it's
up. She's a
that's the
doll, you
mom and
guys. She's
dad
a
that took her,
doll.
but they were supposed to be at a CPS court thing, and they took off running with her. And so I
Prior
was trying
to.
to help because that's in Shepherd, Texas. That's close to actually that's close to Louisiana border. Yes, that little angel. Oh my gosh, poor baby.
You see her little, and then Rich describe that was her holding a Care Bear, and she was in the custody of CPS. Is that right?
She was
In this
at the. I
photo,
think that was when they had brought her in there for the first time, and then I guess they set the court dates and stuff like that, and then they had to release her back, and then, which I wish they wouldn't have, but they did.
and here's the description and everything. I'll read it off to you. These are the people that have her. Her mother is pictured like right here. Oh, sorry, that's her stepdad or whatever.
Yeah. How do you say the last name? It's less. Is it Lesser?
So these two, it says authorities are searching for suspects Brandon Lassiter and
Yeah. There you go.
Ashley Doss Lassiter, believed to
Yeah.
be driving a gray 2019 Nissan Rogue with Texas license plate M Mary D Dog N Nancy 6176.
7-6. Yeah, I know the number.
Now this,
I got
which
it
is
in my
like I'm
head.
on it. No, but here's the thing, guys. This little baby was taken in the middle of the night by these two
Midnight.
people, her mother and this stepdad guy. And this Amber Alert just came out yesterday. And she's been missing since September 14th. Was it 14th?
September 25th at 1
September
a.m.
25th.
Oh, no, midnight. Midnight. Yeah.
That's right.
Yep.
And here's even some more
And
details.
I think they were supposed to have court the other day, and that's whenever they reissued the Amber Alert. I think when they realized they were gone. I'm still waiting on a call back from
I
the
see.
lady. I'm trying to get all the information. I'm waiting on a call back from the woman, and it being a weekend, they're not going to call me back.
Oh,
But I'll
I
get the
think
information on Monday.
is change. Do you know that if change.org is something that people in Canada can sign?
Yeah, anybody can go to change.org. Anyone.
Awesome, awesome. And welcome from Canada, Donna. That's so cool. I love Canadian people. You guys are so awesome. I'm telling you. I worked at
Canada.
a call center and I spoke to people from Canada a lot and like they were my favorite people to speak to.
What time is it right now in Canada?
Ooh, that's a great question. Okay, thank you so much, Freebird. That's amazing. Thank you. No, you're not slow. I am. Like me, I'll be like, oh gosh, I didn't see this email. It's like 3 days old. I try to be really good about like checking them, especially like if I take a day off. But yesterday I was on with Terry, and so I was like, and I've been trying to really watch my comments because I don't want any bad ones about Sebastian. Like they're about to. I should have reported it, is what I should have done, thinking back, but can I post a link in here to the petition? Yes, yes, absolutely. Or Gracie, yeah, if Gracie will, oh, that'd be fantastic. Because that way we'll have it. And yeah, I'm praying for her too. And you know what I found to be kind of odd? Even someone was asking, because I think they were putting two and two together with the Amber Alert being off from when she was actually missing, when she went missing or when she was taken. And so the
Yeah.
lady was like, is that really her age? I'm so sick and tired of seeing these old photos of these babies. And I felt so bad. I'm like, I know what you're
No,
talking about.
that's her age. She's 7.
Yeah,
She's seven,
she's
and
a
she
little
just
doll.
2 months ago,
7.
like 2 months ago, a little over 2 months ago,
You're
September
welcome.
25th. So
Okay, so it's global.
Christmas Day will be 3 months.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness. Yeah, because it was the 25th. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
September 25th. So the 25th of December, Christmas Day will be 3 months. So I'll pray and pray and pray to God she's found before then. We got a bunch of people working on it right now. So
Good, good. And I
yeah,
also heard from Gracie that that little Joshua McCoy, they are looking for his mother.
yeah, she's on the run.
She's on the run, but they're definitely looking. I would love to, and
They have
they're very
to.
okay.
The
So
tire
that's really
marks.
interesting. So that police department, it's Coos County, up in
Coos
Oregon
County. Yeah.
or Oregon, however you guys want to say it.
And it's her tire marks match 100% the tire marks right next to his little body.
Now, I find it so interesting that one of the investigators or detectives was keen enough to make sure they made a mold of that. Do you know
Yes.
anything about like how that works?
Yeah, they take that putty, right? They put a little block around. They have like a little metal block and they stick it. It's like real thin, like that stuff you can put around like the border of your flower beds, that green metal, and you just push it down in the dirt a little bit, a little wider than the track, and then you pour that that mud in there. You mix it right there, pour it in, let it sit about, I don't know, 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes, depending on weather, and they pull it up, and it's like a whole mold of the tire. Like the stuff the dentist uses when they make a mold of your mouth, that
See,
white
that's what
stuff,
it
and they
reminded
mix
me of.
it.
Actually, like now that you said that, because I knew you were going to be able to explain it better than me. But like I've seen that on like, the forensic files, or you know what I
Yeah,
mean. I
that's
watch all
what
that
they
stuff,
use.
but
That's what it is.
Yeah, it does. It looks like because that stuff will really be good at like getting the grooves and stuff. Like
Yeah.
especially when footprints. I've seen them do it on shoe
Yeah,
prints
Bigfoot,
too.
right? The Bigfoot prints. You can buy it at Hobby Lobby.
Oh, really? Oh,
You
okay.
can
I
buy
think
it
I
and
know
make
what
your
you're talking
own.
about. It's like a clay.
It's like it's kind it gets hard a little bit like clay. You just mix it with a little bit of water, and there's a little packet of the solution you put in there. It's like a hardener kind of stuff. You put it in there, whip it up real quick, pour it down, and it kind of hardens itself. And then that other little boy that I was talking about. Is it Kairon or Karan?
Kyron
Kyron. There you
Horman.
go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, that's another. They think it's the stepmom.
Yeah, they think it's Terry, the stepmom, because she was the last one with him, right? So this is why we
Well,
always
she
make these
said she
things.
wasn't.
His mother thinks that she is super good. Like his mother will go and speak in like events and different things at like colleges and schools and stuff, and she always says like they need to get Terry.
Yeah, I know everybody I've reached out to about this case, everybody in that area that I've spoken with, like on the phone, they're all pretty much saying the same thing. That
What was the
she,
first thing I said to you when you told me about, or when you brought it up to
I
me?
know, I know, everybody's saying the same thing. I've talked
I'm
to
like
about
that
15 people.
stepmom.
It's
But
a
we need
horrible
proof,
case.
right? So that's the hardest part is the proof.
It's I don't know how they haven't snagged her though. If it goes back to any case. The last person to see that child is usually the one responsible. At least 75 to 85% of the time, unless it's a
Right.
runaway. If it's clearly a runaway, then it's a runaway, right? That we
Sure.
understand that. There's a lot of runaways, but the reason I look for runaways is because I want to know why they're running.
Exactly. That's what I think. I think
Why are
Sebastian
you
had tons of
running?
reasons to run
Do
away.
we need to get you help? I mean, why are you running, right? That's why I reach out to these runaways. It's like, why are you running? Please. Like, there's so much help out there.
I know it's so hard to see it when you're in the middle of it, but there are so many resources and people who really care, especially like if they've gone through it before. And
Yeah, there's a lot of them, but a lot of people don't want to cover them, and it just breaks my heart because they're a child just like any other child. I mean, and Hannah, of course, was an adult, but I mean, they have a reason why they're doing it, and let's try to figure out what the reason is, and at least make sure they're okay.
great point. Exactly. Because what if something bad did happen? And Gracie says maybe the colossal meant large because it isn't on the menu. I'm thinking that Katie was like embellishing the truth. And so I think that, like, this is just my take on it because I always thought that was so interesting, like the colossal popcorn, right? And we kind of all like, joke about it and
Let's
stuff, but
sell it
it's
in a
like,
bag. You can buy it in a bag, like fluffy pop and stuff. You can buy it in a bag.
yeah, like the big, like like the things they keep cotton candy in or whatever.
Yeah,
Is that
like
what you're talking
how
about? Like
you
the
can
clear
buy that
bag?
smart popcorn. Like one of my daughters eats that healthy like smart pop or whatever it is. It's like a
Yeah,
green.
that stuff's really good.
Okay, well you can get colossal. It comes in a black and yellow bag, and it's called colossal popcorn. And you
No,
can buy it in
really?
a
See, I
bag.
had no idea.
Yeah, Google it. You can buy it online in a bag and airdrop it to your house.
I thought she was talking like I thought she was using expressive language, I guess, is what I thought.
No, it's a real popcorn, and you can order it online. At least when I spoke to someone, they told me that you can get it in a bag. It comes in a black and yellow or black and gold bag. It's called Colossal Popcorn. You can order it like, Smart Pop or any of these other ones. They make like ranch now and all kinds of different flavors. Spicy, jalapeno.
Ooh, that sounds really good. I like the jalapeno. I want to try the jalapeno one.
I know that's what I said. Like I was gonna cut some eggplants today. I grow my own vegetables, and I have a bunch that are ready before it gets too cold. And I was gonna cut them today, but I didn't get back in time because oh my god, we searched all day from like 4:45 in the morning to like 5, 6 o'clock, or I
Oh
don't
my
remember even what
gosh.
time it was. It was late. It was a long day, a long day.
I bet. I bet. Well, and this is really interesting. I want to read Freebird's comment. Okay, so she's saying that her son was diagnosed with LVL to autism, but with speech and occupational therapy He is now at level 1. He's 15 and just performed on stage today for his Christmas recital. And that is such great news, Freebird. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm beaming inside for you because and for him too. And see, this is important, and the reason why it's important is because therapy, okay, so when
Wow,
everything
way to
came out and
go.
that people were asking about Sebastian being on medication, I cringed because I'm like, look, autism is not treated with any type of medication. There's no pill for it. It's all about these therapies. It's all about working with your children and finding the best people that can work with them and make them shine in the areas that they're needing help in. And so, I mean, that's just living proof of it. And being a good mom and having a good dad, a good support system is key for these kids to be able to um, work through it. And it's so important because that wasn't always the case. We didn't always have it where we fully understood autism. It's a spectrum. It's very difficult to understand. And I'm not a medical professional by any means, but I've worked with people with autism and special needs. And it's just like anybody else. If we don't practice, if we don't try, if we don't have anybody working with us, we're not going to do as well as if we were. And I'm so glad because it proves those damn doctors wrong when they tell you that your kid's not going to do something and they turn around and do it, you know. But that's just my little rant. Um, Gracie says maybe colossal meant large. Oh no, I'm sorry, I already said that one.
Hey, shout out to their son. Shout out to her son. That's amazing. Way to go.
Isn't that? I think it's so great. Like, because it's
Heck
very
yeah.
difficult to get up there anyway. Like, I have stage fright too. That's why it took me so long to go live and stuff
You ain't
like
gonna
that.
catch
But
me
once
on
I did
stage.
it, I was like, hey, I like this. This isn't so bad, you know?
You're not gonna catch me on stage.
And thank goodness Spencer's gonna be up there too. That's wonderful. So Friday. Okay, so everyone that has Christmas shows, that is so fun. I'm jealous because my daughter's grown and then I don't I don't get to see any fun stuff anymore.
Oh,
But
so
that's
his
so
name is
wonderful,
Spencer?
guys.
Stepmom.
That
Stepmom. Who has a stepmom?
Yeah, I was saying okay, so the stepmom is Kyron Horman's
Oh,
stepmom.
you're
Her
talking
name
about
is
that
Terry
stepmom. Okay, okay.
something or other. Um but yeah, that's stepmama. Yeah, it is so sweet. It is so sweet. I'm so glad. That's I mean, and that's the thing. Yeah, videotape it, and that's wonderful. It is so special. And it's like anything else, like when you do something that you didn't think you could do before, or it's the first time or whatever, like it's just it's awesome. It's awesome. When we never know until we try, you know?
Hmm.
It is interesting that colossal isn't on the menu. And I didn't know it was like a type of popcorn either. I had no idea.
Yeah, it's like a type of popcorn from what I understand, but
But they didn't have it when you were there.
no, they didn't have it when I was there.
I
When I
was
was
thinking
there
of
on,
like the big popcorn
I think it was a
machines that they
Tuesday.
scoop out
No,
for you.
Monday. It was before Thanksgiving.
Right, because I know I was moving and I was going through Tennessee when you guys were all down there. I stopped in Clarksville, I stopped on
That's
the way.
crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy all of us were there. Like that would have been cool. I was just in a really mad dash to get down here because I had been waiting to move, but it was weird that everybody was down there because I would have loved to have run into some of you
Everybody.
guys.
I ran into one. I ran into one that I couldn't hide from, and that's the only one I really spoke to. But of course, we kept everything private. But it's I only was spoke to one of them, and not for very long. We had like a meal, and then that was it, right? But yeah,
Well,
it's
and
so
then
wonderful to see all the people down there searching. That's what was so nice.
yeah, and nobody got into it. You know,
There's a
everybody
lot
did
of
their own
people,
thing, right?
more than you know, are down there searching. There's a lot.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I would have loved to have
Random.
run into somebody at the gas station or something like that when I was stopping. See, I was putting up flyers the whole way down. But of course, you know, there's only so much you can do when you're moving and you're trying to get down there. But I put Sebastian on the back of the Penske truck, and so everybody that drove passed saw his face, and everybody that was back in Georgia, bumper to bumper traffic in Georgia, saw his face.
That's cool.
Um, so that was my part of it. Because I don't know, I'd be worried to come up on somebody. I really would. And I
See, and
do
I
believe
didn't
that too, Julie, that
advertise.
they talk bad about him, and the negativity behind food. I wondered if food was used as a weapon. Um, I always speculated on that.
I think they use a lot of things as a weapon.
I do too. Unfortunately, I feel like nothing he could do was right. I feel like he was walking on eggshells all the time, all the time.
White cheddar, jalapeno, and butter, please. Yeah, that'd be a good one right there. Ooh, yeah.
Heck yeah, that's my jam
And then
too.
some of that movie theater salt. You know that movie theater popcorn salt. Oh man,
Oh
that's
yeah, they
good
have like
stuff.
the cheddar one too, which is pretty
That's
good.
good stuff. Not good for me, but it's good.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. I don't understand that either. Like, I don't understand not wanting to feed a growing boy, and then also, like, as a mama, not wanting to feed your baby. Like, that's my biggest thing. Because, like,
Yeah,
every single time my daughter comes over, I have all kinds of stuff that I know she likes. We like hummus, and I do the hummus, and I do the, crackers, or I'll make pita chips. And we like to do, like, the carrots and stuff like that. And, like one time I made her little waffles. I mean, and I had different fruit and toppings and all kinds of stuff. I mean, I love feeding her. So I just, I don't know
yeah.
why. And she's not a growing boy. She's only like 5'2". She's little. But I also, like, I enjoy that. That's what, I don't know. That's just part of the way, I guess that's maybe part of the love language of me showing her. So that's why it just breaks my heart. Freebird says he used to not talk and he wore a sound canceling headset, and he would not ever let me play music, and now he is singing in front of people. Oh,
Oh,
that
that's
is
so
so
cool.
wonderful. Oh
That's
my,
so
what's
cool.
his favorite music? What does he really like to listen to? Like, is he into Christmas music now that it's Christmas time, or? And Julie says Sebastian was reported to Ellie at 120 pounds. Then the PFs said, oh, excuse me. Then the
110.
PFs made a new missing flyer with Duchess after he was missing for 6 months and said that he was 113. Okay,
I,
Julie, I did a video on that because I was
I've seen
so
the
frustrated.
110.
Because I had been sharing all of these, and like I had been sharing them from whoever would make him a flyer. So then I went
Oh,
ahead and I made my own flyer because I was complaining so much. I just figured I better make my own flyer. If I'm going to complain about it, I'll just do my own. And I also added the fact that he's got a dimple, right? A very, when he smiles real big, you can see that dimple. I also noted that he had some, like some moles on his neck, which, I do too. I have two actually kind of on the side here. And so those are identifying factors, right? Like I have a birthmark over here on my arm, like that you can see. I have one on my leg. So like those to me are like super important indicators. Another thing that's really important is getting his height and his weight right. Because I know it's not a big difference, but I just feel like it was another way of spreading misinformation. And then Freebird says yes, and they do all the time. Were they withholding food from him? In my opinion, or they were withholding food from him. In my opinion, I know. And see, that's the thing too. It's almost like they didn't want him, but then they were like, he eats so much. And then one time, Katie contradicted herself, and she said something to the effect of his medication suppresses appetite, so he'll eat more. And I'm like, suppress means like keep down, not eat more. Like if your appetite is suppressed, and I didn't know if she said it wrong, or if it was just another contradiction, but it was like, yeah, she said his appetite would be suppressed, which makes sense from ADHD meds. Um, but then they're saying when he's on his medicine, he eats like a bottomless pit, and I'm like, come on, guys, I don't. It's so confusing. It's so confusing. Yes, Julie, I did see that. I saw how fast he was eating at the roadhouse, and it was like, she says that it was like he thought someone might take his plate away. Okay, yeah, and then like, mm, He looks so tired, and I just feel like I could go to, maybe because I'm getting older too though, but it's like I can go to Walmart and I could be like exhausted after Walmart. Like I don't want to do anything, So I mean, I can't imagine waking up, eating breakfast, talking to family, going over to pick up cousin, going to BJ's, dropping cousin off, going back home, dropping off the food. I mean, that is just. You said you went to BJ's, right, Rich?
Yeah, I did. I am playing with that new camera.
Or I mean, not BJ's, excuse me. I'm sorry. Where
Yeah,
did
I
they
went
go
to
to play the
BJ's.
video game? Indoor amusement park,
Went by there, went to a
Strike and
bowling
Spare.
alley thing or whatever it's called. I think a bowling alley or something.
Yeah, like Strike and Spare, but it's got like a big arcade. Katie said she took him in there because he likes games. Like obviously we know he's a gamer.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. It was. I went like to a lot of different places, and then I don't know. It was too hard to be in the town because that's where they say all the drama and stuff happens. So that's why I tried not to stay there very long. I just kind of went in and tried to get some ideas of everything, and then I left and went towards Memphis and halfway to Memphis and some other areas. So I went to Nashville. I bounced around a little bit.
Yeah, Julie, I agree that he was underweight by like he wasn't in the right percentile when it came to his weight.
15? No, it should have
Um
been at least 150.
at least, right, because he's 5'5". He was five
Yeah,
five. Now
at
I'm
least
5'6", so that gives you guys a little
145.
bit of a reference without me standing up and showing you exactly
145.
how tall. But I'm healthy. I'm a healthy girl. I'm I'm. So I think he definitely could have had a little bit more food, and I don't know. Some people have higher metabolisms than others, but when he's not really playing outside like a normal kiddo does, or like riding a bike every day, like that's what or that he's not in a sport particularly, those are the things that kind of help you speed up your metabolism. Some people are so skinny they can eat whatever they want and they'll never gain a pound. I get that part too, but I feel like he definitely could have used the extra calories. So I don't know why they were not allowing it or saying he eats like a bottomless pit, or this, all those comments are just, I don't know. Oh, America says, see KP finger that bread. Then think it was bread. She didn't take, just put her fingers on it. So rude. Oh, I know. Okay, so to me it looked like she was like checking the rolls to make sure they were done. Like she's flipping them over, putting them back. And then I thought she was wiping her pants with, like, and I'm like, why is she wiping her pants with like all that, like, because the those rolls, they like dust them, or they like what's the word I'm looking for? They like take a brush and they brush that honey butter over them, so they are like really greasy,
You can put your
right?
own butter. The cinnamon butter, it comes on a little thing. Remember a little cup? You can put it on yourself.
But don't they put a little bit, like, don't bring them out dry? Like, isn't there a little
Yeah,
bit of like
they're
butter
just
on them?
they're just bread. It's just like rolls, dinner
Yeah,
rolls.
they're
I
little
believe
rolls. They're like,
the ones
you know.
here, they're just the rolls, and they give you plain butter and then the cinnamon butter.
Ooh, yeah.
I know my kids eat the heck out of that cinnamon butter.
I'm not a big sweets person, but I love bread. That's my downfall. I think it was rude too. And then I was like, why is she wiping her pants? Like, what is she doing? But then I noticed that they both had and Texas Roadhouse has the black napkin. So like her pants were dark, and then she was wiping it. So you couldn't really see the napkin on her lap until you really kind of looked. But
Yeah,
I actually saw that flash. I think there was something. I think she might have had an extra phone with her that day. I mean, after closer examination of everything, I do think that there are so many different types. Yes, Julie. And it's not just, and sometimes like cuz physical things, um the physical stuff heals, the bruises, if you have a black eye, if whatever. I mean, in Sebastian's case, he had that really bad bruise on his neck. Another one, he had a bruise right over here on his neck. I also noticed a couple ones where he had, like, right there, he had like somebody hit him in the face. That's just my opinion. But then when you say like, you're stupid, you're a bad person. If you're in an abusive relationship, they'll say nobody else is gonna love you but me, and they try to break you down. That stuff is the worst, in my opinion. Um, that's what sticks with you. That's that voice in your head, that monster that tells you you're not good enough, you can't do it, you're never gonna be anything, stuff like that. That's the stuff that is really, because we always said sticks and stones could break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Words, I mean, that's a strong person that lets it roll off, but honestly, words do hurt. They really do. It sticks with a person. And Freebird says, was that Sebastian snake in the picture? Did they take it away from him? I know they threw his toys away, allegedly. Yes. So, according to Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot, they um, they allowed Sebastian to have Brownie, which was the snake that was around his arm, and he named her Brownie. And Chris said that he wasn't taking care of Brownie, like he wasn't feeding or watering or changing his cage out. Um, I don't know if you guys know, but like, snakes, like those or excuse me, those pythons, they eat like mice, like alive mice, and they'll and eat them. So, that could be kind of daunting to clean out or whatnot. But what really got me was that Chris said that he had 30 snakes, and when he got rid of one, he got rid of them all. And then Smiley asks him, well, what about like Seth? Could he have taken Brownie for Sebastian? Then he could see him when he went to his house. And Chris was like, well, nobody's gonna take 30 snakes, ha 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 ha. And it was like he totally missed the point. Like it went well over his head, because what she was asking was like, well, if it's one snake, it wasn't okay for Seth to maybe take him or whatnot. But I think that it was just another thing to take away from him, that they knew he loved that snake, and it was just something else. Like, here it is, and here's the control, like with Chris, and it's like, I'm taking it away from you. It's going to be yanked away, and he probably didn't even do anything to deserve it, in my opinion. Yes, Julie. See, Julie says they gave him pets and took them away. CP roughhoused with those tiny dogs, um, and they are biting and scratching to defend themselves. Absolutely. Well, I thought of that too, Julie, because I was like, if if the dogs are being that aggressive, that means that he's being that aggressive with the dogs, right? Because dogs, and maybe you can help me with this too, Rich. Like, if you're aggressive with your dog, that's just going to teach the dog to be aggressive back, right? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I don't train dogs, so I don't, I have a dog, but
Well, yeah, but you talking about the scratch marks and the bite marks?
yeah, we're talking about the scratch marks and the
That's
bite
not no
marks.
dog. That's not dog marks. Hey, ask the Karen Reed dog bite expert.
Do what?
I said, ask the Karen Reed dog bite expert.
Oh yeah. Well, see, that was one of the things that I thought was really interesting about that case was the yeah, because at first I was like, like a human couldn't do that, could they? And then the dog bite expert was like, oh yeah, they could.
They would be able to tell. Like, you could send those pictures to someone. Well, I think it would. Didn't Pat Brown talk about him, the profiler? Shout out to her. She's so good.
I know. I want to play her interview
I love that woman.
or
She's so
her
good.
take on it.
She's good. She's really good.
Yeah, she is. She is really good, and I do believe she went over that. I know a lot of people did extensively, because he was saying that the little Morkies did it.
Peter Hyatt
Like
too.
Julie
He's
says, they were
another good
little
one.
Morkies, and he's roughhousing with those teeny little dogs, and they are little dogs. They're
Yeah,
little.
they wouldn't
Um,
have leave. They wouldn't leave bite marks. Dogs don't have a round mouth.
right, like teeth. Yeah, they don't have, like, their canines
They're
are
pointed
sharp.
little
They're not
teeth.
rounded. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like, that should have
Sorry,
been.
guys.
And you know what? They might have photos of that. I don't know what they did. You know.
Ooh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would like to really see. I mean, I know they're. I saw them up close. I know, like, BHB has put them out. I saw them first. I think the first place I saw them was on Smiley's when she showed them. I know Justin's put them up.
They
I
were
know. I mean,
everywhere. Remember, they
everywhere. And
popped
I
up
even
everywhere.
screenshotted from the last time because I don't know who actually made it, but like they showed Sebastian's teeth and then they showed his arm, and
Wasn't that
the
Justin
bites
for
matched
all?
with Sebastian's teeth.
Justin for all, I think, did that.
Okay.
I
And
think
that's
he
what.
was the one that did it, actually.
Okay, so I think I snapped it from BHB. That's why I was like, I didn't want to snap, or I didn't want to say it from the wrong person. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then Julie says they said 120 to Ellie on February 26th because they didn't want to give his real weight, in my opinion. Well, because it makes him
Wow.
look bad.
That's
It
crazy.
does. Now, Freebird said meant CP, KP eat all the time, in my opinion. Well, yeah. Okay, so that's one thing that always makes me so mad is that you see these you see these kids and they're super skinny, but then their parents are huge, and you're like, who, are you just not feeding them? Then it's going to make you wonder, is this kid not eating? I just He had a big appetite at the Roadhouse. He certainly did have a big appetite at the Roadhouse, and that's very bothersome. Very, 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 very bothersome. Malnutrition will make you look pale and gaunt, yes. And then he's a teenage boy, absolutely. They used the food and the animals, yes, against him. I think so too. I think they used everything they could. His cell phone, like, why did he have his cell phone? Why couldn't he have his cell phone out at dinner if Katie was going to sit there and ignore him, in my opinion, while she's messing on her cell phone? How come he didn't get to have his cell phone out? So then at least, and another thing I
Because,
noticed, I was working on a video, but I'll tell you guys now. If you look back into that Texas Roadhouse video when they're sitting there eating, Katie has herself, or excuse me, they sit down and Sebastian points at the little, like, black, it's like a little black thing that sits on the table. And usually it has like games on it and stuff that you can play at the table. And a lot of times you can just order your food right on there. And I think Chili's has them. Because I like to play like I played Life on Chili's whenever I'd go into Chili's, and there's different games that you can play on there because I like playing games.
yeah,
Hello,
I know.
Dreamy. But yeah, so like, and
Like $1.
he points at the machine as if he wants to play it, and Katie doesn't say anything to him. She just slides a menu over at him. Like, it was, I don't know, it was disgusting, in my opinion. Julie says they say she may have had a burner phone in the left pocket where her
Yeah.
napkin was. I read that in another video. See, I thought she might have had her purse on that side, but then when she got up and we saw the whole video, she didn't have her purse with her. She only had the hoodie pockets that she was
Well, they
using.
had burner phones. I think there was 3 burner phones or 4 burner phones, 4 phones or something. And I don't remember exactly. Somebody put that out. I don't remember who that was. I think it was, golly, it was one of the really good channels too that put it out, that found the numbers, or the first 4 did the last 4. Because when you do like a search like that and you pay to do the search, it'll pull them all up, but it only
Hmm.
shows you the last 4, like, to keep them private unless you pay the extra money. But someone had those up, and I think it was because it was showing that the house was in Katie's name and all that stuff. And then it was like 4 lines of four cell phone numbers and a home phone number
Hey,
and then a work. No,
Elizabeth.
it was like all these different numbers. But yeah, it looked like they had like 3 or 4 different phones that weren't accounted for, I guess. But then again, we don't know that for sure. But
Hmm. I
that's
I
what
did
it
hear about the
showed.
burner phones, and I thought I heard 3, but there may have been 4. You never know.
Well, that
They
fourth one
said
may have
that
been
their
her
phones were
actual
really,
personal
really
phone.
clean.
It could have been 3 burners in her personal, but you got to remember Sebastian had a phone, so that would have been 2 phones because he had a
Hmm.
phone line. So he was calling them, so he had his own number. So that could have been 2 of those phones. So technically, she could have had 2 extra phones.
And then Chris has 2 for work. He's got 1 personal, 1 work.
Yeah.
And then Katie has 1 for personal, but then did she have a work one, I wonder?
With Brinks, I don't know. Probably not.
I wouldn't think so.
No.
I would think that they,
Not
you know,
unless you're in sales. If you're in sales, you probably would, but not installation.
oh, good. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I agree. That's
I would
probably
think in sales for sure you
correct.
would, but I don't know. It's just so hard to say. We don't know what companies do, but it depends.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to tell. But I agree. Like when you're in a sales position because you're using your phone for business, that they
Well, yeah,
typically
they're gonna
will.
have to give you one. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, I was in real estate for so long, and people be like, how come they didn't, your boss didn't buy you a phone and stuff?" And I'm like, I don't know, I just use my personal one, but it was always blowing up. I mean, until even
Well,
8
they
o'clock,
want you
people
to
will be like, "I
have.
want to go see this house," and I'm like, "I'm not taking you in at night, like when it's dark out, nuts."
They want the sales companies want you to have a company cell phone for the salespeople, so that if you ever quit, they have all the numbers of the people, so they can get somebody else on those numbers, right? So that they can keep the sales going. Like just give it to another person, say, "All right, they quit. You're taking over these sales." That's kind of why I think salespeople usually give cell phones out to their employees, so they don't lose the numbers of all their customers, right?
Oh, that's really smart. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. See, we used a CRM, so they had it all in there, like. Yeah, we just use a I'm sorry, I should just say it, contact management software system that we use. So yeah, in my opinion, CP got off on hurting people. I think so. I think he loves to have that control. I think he enjoys when people kind of fear him. Yeah, I absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
Them dogs are not going to leave those big of marks. I'm sorry.
I
Not in my
did see
opinion.
that, Julie. I know. Well, Julie just said that's funny that you said that, Rich, because Julie just said, "Did you see my comment about CP roughhousing with tiny Morkie dogs? Who does that? Who
Oh,
roughhouses with tiny Morkies? I don't."
yeah. I don't see those little bitty dogs with those little bitty teeth. You would barely see a little bitty dot if they bit you, right?
Right, because they're so little. They
You
were
wouldn't see a
little.
flat tooth mark like a human tooth mark. That's like perfectly round like a mouth. I mean, a dog's mouth is not round, so
Exactly.
yeah, it's and I mean, well, hopefully they did take photos. I doubt it. I don't think they did very much in the very beginning as far as that goes because it was considered a runaway. They
Hmm.
waited that 7 days, right? But another thing that people never really thought about, I don't know if they did, maybe they did, but did you ever think that it was funny that they didn't come out until they switched it to the investigative side and then they started speaking? Did you ever think of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's very odd.
Mm-hmm.
They did go on Duchess for the Missing. Um,
After
was their
7 days,
first
right?
interview on March 7th, was it?
March 4th, I think, was their
March
first one,
4th, you're
right?
right. It was like, I'm sorry, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking it March 4th, it would be 7 days into the
What day did they call it?
investigation,
What
right?
day did they scale back? March 4th, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just that's what I'm saying. They didn't come out until they flipped it to more of an investigative side. That's when they were like felt pressured to come out and talk. What if they'd have not done it for 2 weeks? Would they have not talked for 2 weeks?
I mean, that's a valid point. That's a valid question. I mean,
I mean, I always had that in my notes, but
yeah,
it did
I-
strike me as odd.
it is odd, and it seemed like they were waiting till the very last minute to come out and say anything.
They had to, man. They flipped it back. They flipped it to an investigation side. Like, of course, they got to come out then
Right. I would be
to talk
heartbroken
about
if they
him running
scale back a
away.
search for my kiddo. I'd be like, please don't. I'd be begging them not to.
And it
I'd be
flipped,
absolutely
right? It
begging them.
flipped. It flipped to runaway to by the time they spoke, it was when it flipped to investigation. Did you notice that they flipped? Somebody has him. Somebody has him. Okay, well, I thought you said he ran away. So now all of a sudden somebody has him. It didn't. Nothing ever made sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't make it didn't make sense. Um, and like when they came out and did the Only Hands, I call it Only Hands interview,
Oh, the
that was
lovebirds.
really weird because they told Caitlin Miller that I think it was Fox 17, or I could be wrong. I think she's from Fox. Yeah, she's from Fox 17. But they told her that they couldn't show their faces because they were far too emotional. Yet they never shed a tear in that, even with their holding, like they were holding each other's hands like this, and Katie was stroking his arm constantly the whole time. She never stopped. And then he was doing like the tap with his one finger, his index finger. Um, that to me was a really tall sign that they weren't too emotional, because if they were, you would be able to hear her like sniffling, and maybe
Emotional.
Chris wasn't emotional, but I would have imagined a mother would be. I would be a wreck.
I mean, emotional in that one in the first maybe 38 seconds, 39 seconds, I think. And then that stopped. And then it went to like a little bit. There was like a slow tone, remember? And then for a couple of
No,
minutes.
the first thing they did in that interview was Katie Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, and then he goes Chris Proudfoot, and he spells his name out. It was
Is
the
that the
weirdest thing I've
Chronicles of
ever seen in true
Olivia?
crime,
That's
to
the one
be
you're talking
honest with
about?
you.
Chronicles of Olivia, that one?
Mm-mm. No,
Oh,
this was
that
the one
wasn't
where
the
they
first
only
one?
showed their hands. They were holding hands together like this, and Chris's
And
hand
that
was
was
on
the
top,
first
and he would do
one?
this every now and then. And
And
then
that was the
Katie's
first
other hand
video?
was stroking him.
That was the very first one or what?
That was the third one. They did Duchess, then they did the one with the local affiliate, where they were inside their house with the shirt with the bite marks and stuff, with the
That was
collared shirt, the mint
when was
colored shirt.
Chronicles of Olivia? I thought
That was
that was
after.
first.
Then they did the Only Hands interview, and then they did Chronicles of Olivia. That's how they aired anyway. I think maybe Olivia interviewed them before that, but hers didn't air
Yeah,
on
because she was
YouTube
the
until
first
after.
one. From what I understood, she was the first one to interview them. So that was the
Oh no,
first recorded footage. It just didn't
no,
air until after, right?
no. No, the first people to interview them was Duchess, and she, like, they didn't show their faces on that one. They were just a little like the bubble, like I have right here, like this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't remember that one.
it's really interesting. It's like it's long though.
So
I mean,
which
but
one's
it's
the dark green? The dark green shirt, the polo shirt with no hat. Which one is that?
see, that's the second interview, and I had it mixed up too because at first I thought the first interview was the one where he's wearing the hat and he's got the mint colored shirt. That is the second interview.
So which one was she rocking back and forth in the black and white striped shirt? That was Chronicles of Olivia, right?
No, that was the second interview. That was with their local news affiliate. Channel 2 or 4, I can't
So
remember.
that's the one where she said, that's the one that she, I thought it was Chronicles of Olivia's timestamp when she almost came out and said that whatever she was going to say, and then she caught herself.
That one was, yeah, that
But
one
that was a
was
black and
Chronicles of
white striped
Olivia.
shirt, right?
Yeah. He
Okay.
was wearing like a green shirt, like a green polo, like a hunter green polo. And she was
Yeah.
wearing the biker t-shirt. She was wearing the
And
Harley
that's the
Davidson.
one where she started putting her hands up like that and said, I went over here, I went over there, I went over, but it was, and then she was almost going to say what happened, and then she cut herself off, and then he coughed. And
Yeah, that one was Chronicles, yeah, of Olivia.
that's when she
Hmm.
started tapping on the table. Dun, dun, dun,
Yeah.
dun, Morse code. Bum, 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 bum.
It was like more. It was. I thought that's what she
I
was
know.
doing, but okay. So I thought that's what she was doing, but what did you think?
I think she almost spilled the beans, and then he had to catch her, and then she kind of used that tapping to slow her heart rate down and slow herself back down. And then she went on to a lot slower pace and never got excited again.
And
Because
you
she
know
got
what? That is
excited
a
there.
common thing for military, because, and the reason I know this is
Well, I
because
mean,
I have
it is
PTSD, and
it is a
they
way to
would
slow
tell me
yourself
about the
down.
tapping.
Deep
They would tell
breaths.
me like to calm yourself down. You can do the taps.
Yeah, you can do that to slow yourself because your mind is on the tap. It's not on what you're saying, right? So you're slowing yourself down. And
It's
then, of
effective.
course, rocking. Rocking is another way to keep your focus. Like, as long as she's rocking, she's focused, right?
Exactly. And it's
There's a
also a
lot of meaning to these
self-soothing
things.
thing.
Watch Peter Hyatt. That's what I'm telling you. You watch Peter Hyatt. He'll explain to you a lot of that.
Oh gosh,
The
I'm a big
first
fan
one,
of his.
not the
I was
second
like,
one, not the one with Seth. The one before that.
yeah, I think I've watched all the ones that he did with Sebastian just because I
He
was like,
did
when he
two,
was
I
like,
think.
Katie is the key, I'm like, I like that guy.
Yeah, he's good. He's really good.
Yeah. And now Dreaming says she does believe that they were holding snacks from him and for whatever reason, money and control, but animals were just a way to show control even more. I agree. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean,
Hey, I
unfortunately
gotta
for
go
him,
grab
but
Ruby. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab Ruby real
sure
quick.
thing. Yeah, sure thing. Donna says, I think CP has little man syndrome. That's why he's such a big bully. Yes, he definitely has a Napoleon complex, Donna. I agree. Julie says CP might be the type to hurt little dogs, in my opinion. I believe that too. I believe that he picks on people that are smaller than him, women who are perceived to be weaker than him, children, as we saw with Nina, and then the animals. Because, in my opinion, Christopher Prophet is a malignant narcissist, and he enjoys having the power over people that are littler than him. And I definitely believe he's got a Napoleon complex going on. Dreaming says, Donna, I believe you are right. And then Julie agrees with Donna as well. And so does Elizabeth Smith. Elizabeth Smith, thank you so much for being here tonight. Yeah, and his cheeks were sunken. Yeah, yeah. Like you said, gaunt. Gaunt's a really good word to use. Because a lot of times, like when people aren't getting enough nutrition, like you said, that they'll look gaunt. And that's a really good word to use. The video of Katie ignoring him and taking weird pics of him eating when he wasn't looking. I still can't pinpoint why she was doing that. I don't know if we'll ever know for sure why she was doing that. I mean, we had talked about that a few lives back where we were like, how come she wouldn't make it, how come she wouldn't take a smile, picture instead of taking a picture of him when he's not even paying attention? It's very, very odd. It's very odd. Karma is going to come back tenfold. KP and CP TikTok. Yes, Donna, I believe that justice will be served sooner rather than later. And Julie says Silver's on the scene found a phone that he turned into the FBI yesterday. They had contact. Oh, they had a contact Terry. Oh my gosh, really? Oh my god. Silver's on the scene is like, he's amazing. He's out there searching. He searched with Terry Lynn, and his wife is also sweet. So shout out to both Mr. and Mrs. Silvers. And Freebird says Sumner County is corrupt in my opinion. I don't believe anything they say. Yeah, Freebird, we were talking about that earlier. You guys know how I feel when it comes to Sumner County. I just feel like they dropped the ball. I would really like to see something happen out of this, no matter what the outcome is. But I would like to see Sebastian's Law come about. Um, and if anybody knows how to do that in Tennessee or how I can go about doing that, um, but I would like for any child that goes missing out of their own home, they need to treat that place like a crime scene right off the bat so we don't lose anything. Because that is and I'm sure they know this. I'm not, I am no expert by any means, and I'm sure they know this. They needed to treat that place like a crime scene because they lost all their evidence when they didn't. In my opinion, that was the last place he was. For them not to be able to do audits on the digital locks that they had, the push button locks that they had and things like that, there should be a way that they could do an audit on that so they can see who all was using it. And when was the last time the keypad was used and whatnot. And they didn't. They just didn't. And Freebird says, oh yeah, to Julie. Julie says, yes, Donna, I pray so. I'm praying with you guys. I really am. It's so upsetting it's just so upsetting what's going on. And Dreaming says at Donna L, truth will come out 100%. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that, guys. I believe that the truth is just waiting to come out. And once it does, we're going to get a lot of truth. A lot of truth. And that's what we really need. Especially for Seth. Like, he needs to have that. He deserves to have it. And most of all, Sebastian deserves to have the truth. Because I think my opinion is that Sebastian was going to put that truth out there. He couldn't wait. He wanted to. He was fully able to and willing and able to articulate himself and let people know what was going on. He really was. He told grandma. He trusted the teachers. I believe I believe that he was hesitant to tell Seth because he didn't want something. He didn't want to stir the pot, right? So he went to people like the teachers and the CPS and his grandma. I think that's why, because he didn't. It's just like anytime you're being mistreated by somebody that you love, you don't want to see something bad happen to him. You want it to stop. You just want it to stop. And I believe that he wanted to stop, and I believe that he was ready and willing to stick up for himself. Dreaming says, Julie, Terry doesn't have nothing to do with it. I believe that it was just another distraction. Oh, no, no, no. Dreaming, I think she's talking about TB, to the Daddy Bauer sex. But I could be wrong. Freebird says, I think everything is on the table. Yeah, I really hope so. I really hope so. Silver showed the phone saying Terry on it. The phone wouldn't do anything else, though. I told Silver to tell Julie first. Guess he did it. Oh, okay. I see. I see. I see. Elizabeth says Ellie will have lots of explaining to do. Yes, I believe that too. I believe that too. Freebird says so far after 9 months they cleared Green Hoodie. No, okay, no, with no name. I know, and no gender. We don't know. I think it was a female, and I'm wondering if it was more than one person. I find that Freebird, you said that in the comments, and I find that to be super weird that is the only person that they've come out and publicly cleared. Rich, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so what do you think about that? That so far after 9 months that they only cleared Green Hoodie. What do you think about that?
That they got a whole lot of shit and nobody knows they got, but they need one more piece of the puzzle. That's what I think. I think they got enough to probably. I think they probably have enough stuff to probably make an arrest, but not have it stick. And I think that's what they're worried about.
So like hold up in court, you mean?
Well, like, yeah, like you can't. If people have money, it's hard to take them somewhere when they can get lawyers like Karen Reed did, right? Like, it's hard because when they can afford big shot lawyers, it's a lot easier to get off, right? We know that.
Yeah, if you have a good defense attorney, look at poor little Kaylee Anthony, her mama.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Money talks and bullshit walks, right? I mean, it does. And
I love that saying. That's one of my favorites.
it's just, you have to make sure, like, you can charge, like, you could probably charge them with, or her with neglect, right? And it might stick, it might not. Uh, you
Yeah.
could get him for the CPS reports, right? They could charge him for something, battery, something, right, of a minor, something.
Mhm.
Uh, but I just don't think they. I don't think they want to waste their one shot, right? Like, you get one shot. So I don't think they want to waste that one shot. Like, like the
Sure.
Leilani, right? They took the gamble only because they found some of the bones, right? That's the only reason. They probably might
Yes,
not
by
have
the
taken
grace of
that shot
God,
if
they
they
did.
didn't.
Yes.
And so it's like they probably have enough to know it might work for a few years, but that's not justice, right? So you have to make sure that you have enough to where it's gonna stick, right? Like,
The
okay,
murder
Suzanne.
or the red rum charge will stick because that's what they're going to be going for. I would think would be like red
Well,
rum
yeah, I
one
mean,
or
there's other
something.
ways that they could charge them, but if you want it to stick, you have to, like, say for instance, the Suzanne Simpson case, right? Brad, okay, the husband.
Uh huh.
He was free. What? Not even 48 hours before they arrested him. And
It didn't take
so
them long. I don't know the exact, but it
it
didn't
was
take them
around
long.
46, 44, 46 hours. They got it, right? And
Right.
so they got him because of the past violent history of the daughter saying that he hit the mama and hurt the mama's arm and pushed her down the stairs to the teacher at school that day. Like
Oh,
all these little things that added up. They had the surveillance footage of him grabbing her. The neighbor saw it. The neighbor heard him scream. That's still not enough,
boom,
like,
Julie,
to
boom.
charge him with that, right? That's why they didn't charge you. They charged him with battery at first, right? Trigger warning. They charged him with battery at first, and then
Hmm.
they knew that they would get more because they knew that there was a bang bang involved. They just hadn't found it yet. Then they found it. Then they arrested the friend, right? The business partner for
Hmm.
concealing that. Then I think he talked a little bit. They got more of what they needed. And then when they found the power saw and the DNA came back positive, that's when it was like wham, whammo, right? Like you're done.
That was the smoking gun, or what?
That was the smoking
That
gun.
was the
Good
key
old
evidence,
fashioned
right, to make it
police work.
stick.
And how did they track him? Cameras. Like I always say, cameras don't lie.
That is the truth. The cameras
Whataburger,
that.
Home Depot, restaurant. I mean, they tracked him all over to Bourne at the dump site
Mm,
area. They tracked him everywhere. And that's how
absolutely
they got him.
right.
And he will not. I mean, plus his bail's what 3 to 5 million. He ain't get. I mean, come on, he's not getting out. They got him, but
Yeah,
there's ways
yeah,
that they
and
can do it. But you have to take lesser charges and then hope that something happens. If they felt like if they had started getting more and more leads in the beginning and more like if they had a few surveillance footages or something that was proving their theory, they
hey,
would have already
Tracy,
done
good
it.
to see you, hon.
But they don't have that camera footage. I don't believe that's going to prove what they want to prove. So they're trying to work other ways to figure out good old fashioned police work to figure out if we can do this, this, and this. Like, why would you just charge someone for a CPS report knowing that it's going to take all that time and all that money? And then they might serve 2 or 3 years or 5 years. You know what I mean? It won't
Well,
be
they
that
don't
big.
have a witness either because we can't find Sebastian, so we don't have a witness to the
No, but you have the lady
APU.
that's been to the house. The caseworker is the witness. The one that's been to
Right.
that house more than once. She is a witness.
Well, that's true, but then wouldn't they need like the person who because I know like in DV situations, like if you don't show up for court, then it can be dropped.
Yeah. Suzanne Simpson's husband's lawyer right now is trying to get the stuff dropped because there's not enough evidence. But my God, how much more evidence do they need? They have everything but her.
Right. Oh my goodness.
I mean, they're not never gonna throw that out. Not in the state of Texas. They're not gonna throw it out. We don't play here. We just get you like Florida does. Florida, same thing. Look at Stephen Stern. They arrested him in what, like 24, 44, 48 hours, something like that?
Ooh, they acted quick, quick,
Yeah,
quick with
and
that
but
one.
they knew that
Thank
good old
God.
fashioned cop knew when he went to that hair salon. In his head, he's thinking, "Why are you not meeting me at your house in case she comes home? Why you meet me at the hair salon or whatever that was?" If you're worried about your daughter coming home, you should be at home right now saying, "I'm not leaving my house. You can come home."
Oh gosh, I would. I mean, like I said with Sebastian, I mean, I would put up a green light bulb outside. Let them know, baby, we've been waiting for you to come home. We've been waiting for you.
Don't
You
think that
know
didn't hurt them. That
what a
March
good parent
29th.
does.
That March 29th is dotted in their record. Don't think that didn't hurt. That's something that can be used against you when you ghost your child like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And then just to clear things up, guys, Julie says not saying that Terry did, but Silvers found a phone who was calling Terry, TB, Mr. Socks. And Dutchie was the first. Trishy, good to see you. And Dutchie is friends with someone who knows them, I think. Yes. So very true. Trishy. Um, so Duchess is a YouTuber, just so you guys know. She's Duchess for the Missing. She really cares about these missing kids, right?
Yeah, I don't
She
know who
has her
she is.
show. you know, she does her thing, right, like all of us do. She had Katie's cousin, or her aunt. Now I can't remember, and you guys can probably help me out with that. But one of her family members had reached out to Duchess because she was a listener, and she said, "Can you please have them on your show?" Because she was, you know, they cared about him. Everybody cares about Sebastian. They underestimated, like Julie said, Freebird. You know, they underestimated how much we would care for this young man. We all love him. Julie, I think that is a distraction. Whoever set that up, it could be. You know, it's funny how they're. I mean, but it's funny what you find when you look.
Yeah. It
You
is.
know that, Rich. I mean,
I
shoot, you
know.
work a lot of cold cases.
Yeah, and I look every day for something. It's just like you never know what you're gonna find. Like that day that I was on your live and we found that earring and stuff. You know, you just never know what you're gonna find.
Dreaming, I'll be praying for your mom. Okay, and you have a good night. Come back if you can, but definitely let me know what's going on in the email. I'll be praying for
Good
her.
night.
Good night, dreaming. And Trishy says, in my opinion, she was trying to remember the story by tapping. Yeah,
Yeah.
what do you think about that, Rich?
She was trying to remember the story. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She was slowing her thinking down, slowing her heart rate down, slowing her body down. He's coughing, making her think hard, making her kind of get nervous. So she had to slow it down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was all pre-planned. I think they had probably rehearsed this a bunch of times, in my opinion. I never
Absolutely.
thought
And
that
you know, a
came
lot
from
of
the
people
heart.
said that too, that it was rehearsed.
I don't think the speech came from the heart, or else he wouldn't have been smiling, and he wouldn't. I don't think none of that would have done. I think the smile was because they were so proud of themselves for nailing their speeches that I think that's why he kind of cracked a grin. I really do.
That's a really good point. That is a really good point. Trishy
I really
says, yes, Peter Hyatt and Steve Johnson with Chris McDonough. Oh my gosh, those guys are so awesome. I've watched them on the lab. Josh has them on quite a bit, or he has. And they are always like really great at giving insight, in my opinion. Like, I mean, obviously they're the experts, right? I'm not.
yeah.
Yeah, they're amazing, Trishy.
The one that I really liked about it was the one that I really took to heart when they did the interview room. Do you remember when he had that guy on there and they talked about the the communication, the interviews that they gave? You remember that? Did you watch that one? It was like 2.5 hours long.
Which one was it? I'm sorry.
That was the interview room.
Oh, the
The
interview
old
room.
retired
Yes, I like
detective,
those guys too.
and he had that younger. Well, he wasn't younger. He was like a body language expert or something like
Hmm.
that. Do
I
you
love
remember
those
that one?
people. That's
That
so
was a really,
interesting to
really
me.
good one, right? Like, because he's just given what he has been trained in doing his whole life and communicating with people and listening his whole life, right? He just gave
Yeah,
what he does for a living. And like when he would ask him the question, and of course he would play a little bit and then he would give his thought and then play a little bit, give his thought. I like that because it gave you a chance to really recognize everything they were saying. And then
exactly.
that's why I always thought that interview right there, not with them, but when they went over the interviews, I really thought that that man aced it. Like he had it down. Like from he's probably talked to hundreds of people like this, right? So
Yeah.
he's listened to this so much that he knows the ins and outs. He knows why they're saying what they're saying, and he was really really good about it. And
They
I thought
also
that was.
understand like how to establish that baseline behavior from a person, which I find to be super interesting because everyone's different.
Yeah, everyone's different, but he still when it comes to something like this and cases like this, that's what he focuses on is cases in this same situation. So you come to learn that a lot of them are the same,
Will you
even
ever
though we
see
think
somebody
they're
tell a
different.
lie and they stick their tongue out immediately, like, and they lie and
I
that
don't know. It's
that's one of the telltale signs that
well,
they talk
rocking
about in
rocking
body
is very
language
bad.
experts is like if somebody is lying, that your brain is automatically going to try to like tell the truth, right? So then when you stick your tongue out, it's and Chris did that, and I slowed it down and I replayed it, slowed it down, replayed it again. He did that in the interview when he was talking about Sebastian. It was the one where he was wearing the it was the second interview where he was wearing the mint shirt, and he just, I mean, stuck that tongue right out, and I was like, he's lying. He's
The
lying.
one that got me was the one that I felt like the only one person in all these interviews that they did with people, the only one that got him was Nancy Grace. You remember? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You remember that? Like he
She
was like
got
a high school kid all
she
over
got
again.
him several times. Like I put a little emoji in there where, or like a gif where someone's getting stuffed, you know, like in basketball when somebody gets stuffed.
Yeah, like that's what
That's
I'm
what I put
saying.
in
She
there.
had him on eggshells. And
Oh,
that's
they
what
both
Nancy
were.
Grace does. That's why she's the queen of true crime, right? That's what she does. She puts you in
Oh,
a
they were
corner.
definitely in the hot seat.
Yeah, she puts you in a corner and don't let you out. She just keeps throwing right hooks and left hooks, and you got to try to work your way out of that corner. And
That's
that's
her
why Nancy Grace
prosecuting
is really good
skills.
at what she does.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh yeah. And now Freebird, I do know what you're talking about. I wanted to work that into a video, but she says, look at that sheriff in Millersville who was investigating human trafficking and mortgage fraud by officials in Sumner County. TBI raided the Millersville Police Department and his house. And that was the one, Rich, do you remember Freebird telling us about that where they like
Well, that's when
urinated
they
all
like did
over?
things on the wall.
Yeah. Like they
But is this a proven? Is
relieved
this
themselves.
proven fact? Is this a proven fact? Like, is there evidence to show it?
Well, she sent me a couple of videos, and so I wanted to show them, but then all of this other stuff came out. I would really like to
Yeah, but I'm
explore that a
saying the
little more.
videos are they of the man's house? Like after they did this?
I mean, I've only watched the one. I think it's like alleged by that person, but Freebird, if you can
Oh,
give us
it's
a,
alleged. Okay.
yeah, I mean,
Then I don't
I
know if
mean,
I
it's gonna
believe that.
be like it'll be probably his word versus theirs. I'm guessing, but I don't. Maybe Freebird can give us a better idea. The system definitely failed Sebastian, in my opinion, too. And Trishy says yes, indeed, and and no
Oh, it's
gender. Oh
it's
my
it's
goodness.
it's it's. I
Gotta
mean,
go now. Okay, Julie, thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate you. Thank you
the
so much. I appreciate
CPLs.
what you do for and how well you're able to share the autism spectrum with us. Like you do a great job and really do justice by the kids and explaining it to everyone who's not familiar. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And
Hey, what time is it right now?
it
Is it
is
11 yet?
11:39 my time.
What time?
Well, it'll be 10:30 your time.
Okay. All right. I got about 20 minutes.
I was gonna say you better. I'll
I
keep
gotta
an
get
eye
out.
out.
Yeah, I gotta get on the road. I have somewhere to go. It's only a couple hour drive. Not bad.
Yeah, I'll be praying you guys do what needs
Oh
to
yeah,
happen.
we'll make it. It's not our first rodeo.
Yeah. Oh no, I know you guys are amazing, amazing, amazing.
We got everything planned out. We'll be good.
Well, and that's how it needs to be. It's the most dangerous time. I mean,
I know
yeah,
it's the hardest part of it all. It's tough, but
yeah. It's the push over the mountain, right? It's the push over the
because I
mountain.
always wonder, is it gonna fall through? Is it not gonna happen? Like I wonder about those things a lot. So
Me too, because I know it could be so tough, and then also, yeah, I'm gonna be praying for all of you guys, all of you
luckily
guys.
it's close. It's like an hour and 49-minute drive, which is not bad.
Yeah, let me know how it all goes, so because
Oh,
I
I
know
will,
I'm
of
gonna be worried.
course. I will, of course. And then probably on Christmas, I'm probably gonna do like maybe a small video, and then but it's so hard to show. You know what I mean? Because then you feel like you can't put that out there, right?
I know.
And that's the hardest part about doing it is you want to talk about it, right? And you want to make awareness on it, but then you can't, and that's the
It's
hardest part
not
about it.
safe. Yeah, that's why it's not safe.
That's
Maybe you
right.
can
It's
interview
just
a
not.
survivor, like a
If it was
long-time
just me,
survivor.
yeah, if it was just me, I wouldn't worry. I'd share it all day long, right? But it's not about me, right? So
Exactly. I mean, I think it's important to for people to realize that there's a way out.
Yeah. There's always a way out. You just have to find the way out. And you
It's
know,
like the light at the end of the tunnel, really, because it's like once they can escape it, then they're gonna know that like now it's a brighter day.
yeah.
Now this is the start of your new life.
No, no. And see, that's the thing is like when people understand it's like if I could explain it right and not feel bad about explaining it and not be worried that somebody would see it right, like that would take it in a different way. But
Mm-hmm.
it's one of these things that like it's just so hard. Like you understand it, of course, but some people don't understand it. And I mean, I think everybody would get it, but you just have to be so careful about it. That's the scary thing, and that's why a lot of times I don't show my face. I don't want to put myself out there like that because it's not just about me, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, plus there's some crazy old people out there. You know what I
Oh
mean?
my God, especially in Tennessee,
You
see a
start
lot of
going
them
live,
hillbillies.
people come out of the woodwork, buddy. I'll
There
tell
was
you
some
what.
backwoods. Oh yeah, Brokeback Mountain shit over there. It's
Oh
some
my
crazy stuff going on.
god. And now Donna says CP totally dislikes Sebastian. Can you imagine how irate CP was when CPS told him he couldn't be in his own house? I mean, I can't. I don't even want to know the rage. I
You
don't even
know,
want to know.
I'm so glad that they at least put that foot forward, but they still should have done something else. I think it should have been like the Summer Wells. I think that they should have, like if they would start taking these children before by the second complaint, at least until it's investigated, right?
Mm-hmm.
To me, that would be the best bet. But it's kind of
Yeah.
like Hazel, right? Hazel, if they'd have taken little Hazel, we wouldn't be looking for her right now.
I mean, could you imagine somebody that really wants to have a little kid? I mean, they would just love to have her, right? Like
Treat them
I'm
like
getting
an
too old to
angel.
have kids
Yeah.
like that, but I mean, I would take her in a minute. I'd be like, "Come
Treat
live with
them
me,
like an
Hazel.
angel.
Come live with me."
Exactly. Give them the best life possible. That's what it's about.
And it's
Kids get
all and
one
they need
shot.
love and, is the most important thing. And so that's why I don't understand why they're so picky about, if it's a single mom, let them do it. If it's a single dad, let them do it. As long as they have the means and the care, the love. But I know it's so hard. It's so hard to know.
Yeah.
Trishy says, in my opinion, they believe the PFs for the first few weeks, in my opinion, and they wasted much time looking for a runaway theory. Yeah, I think so too. And they even said that like Craddock was like, we're working off the assumption that he walked out the door, and that was something they said for a minute. Brandy and Indy, so nice to see you tonight.
First time I've
Morkies do not have the
yeah,
ability to do that
100.
kind of damage, in my opinion, and I wholeheartedly do not believe CP would allow his dogs to disrespect him like that, allegedly, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I think so too, and I think if they're being aggressive like that, I mean, it was his own dang fault. Sandy?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm replying to someone. This lady, she just joined my channel today, this afternoon. And she said,
Wonderful,
first
Gracie.
time I've heard your video, you speak 100% spot on. And I don't know what video it is yet, but
Huh. That's a good comment. See, those
yeah,
are the ones I'm so used to. I'm not really used to getting those ones, or like I'm not used to people like being mean to each other in the comments, and so like I let my guard down. So that's what happens,
yes,
when you let that
exactly.
guard down. And Gracie's working on a new video about another special young boy. So that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I'm going to look out for it, Grace. And
Yep.
Brandy and Indy says, "Oh, because okay, so these are older. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm trying to get through these." And then she says, "I want to apologize to you for the other day in chat during the live. I meant no disrespect towards you, and I feel like the comment was misread. I was talking to a comment, not you, hun." Oh, okay, okay, okay. And Trishy says, "Red flag that they would not go to the actual location news right away, and instead they went to the small YouTube." I know that is a big red flag. And then also like Chris has said things like that about Seth. Like, I don't know. The first place I wouldn't have went is YouTube, and it's like, dude, that is the first place you went. Like, what in the world? Are you kidding me? Like, that's what's so crazy about a narcissist to me is that big ego problem, where they'll do something. What's good for the goose isn't good for the gander for them. They can do something all day long, but let someone else do it, and they'll get criticized, till the cows come home. Yes. Yes, totally expert statement and analysis. And Gracie says, text is hard to know a person's feelings, hard to decipher. I agree. It's very hard to decipher. We can take a lot of things out of context when somebody texts us. Like somebody could be like, I'm fine, or somebody could be like, yeah, and like somebody could take it completely wrong. I heard a lot of times, like, if you give somebody a thumbs up, like, that's kind of rude, but I always give people thumbs up. Like, I don't know. You can't tell though. You can't tell the tone in a text. You can't tell. You can sometimes if somebody lays it out, but I mean, it is very difficult to decipher. I agree. Brandy and Indy says, yes, Trishy, according to Seth, TBI agent advised all 3 parents not to go to YouTube, but CP decided to do it anyway, allegedly. Hey, that's a great point. That is a great point.
Yeah, and that's the good thing about comments is, people don't realize in their comments how much meaning and how much it helps any case, right? When people leave really good comments, or they use they give us information that they've gathered or they have, it helps a lot of times in a lot of cases. And that's what's good about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and then Trishy says a comment to you, Rich. She says, yes, I think Rich is talking about the Steven Johnson and Chris McNutt in the interview room. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, he was. And Sandy says, no worries. She probably didn't notice. That's so sweet of you. Sandy's the best. You guys are all awesome. And she called my name and I felt bad and wanted to make things. Oh, that's so nice, Brandy. That is so nice. It is. It can be misinterpreted. Things could be just misinterpreted. Duper's Delight. Yes, Gracie. Oh my gosh, he had Duper's Delight so many times. Chris Proudfoot did. He was just so proud of himself. I was like, you butt.
I'm so close to 600. It's crazy.
Good. I hope. Well, that's why I was telling people to drop. And then yeah, of course, guys, if you have a channel, drop it down here. Feel free to drop it. If you have a channel, let Gracie know or Sandy, and they'll drop it for you. And that way, people can come over to your site. I see. We can make it right next time texting these chats.
Yeah, they have
Oh,
one.
can be aggravated. I know sometimes I do it so
support.
fast. Do what, Rich? Do what?
It's all about support. Trying to build like a small networking, because we can use everybody's channels to help push the narrative that we need to push, or push, Amber Alerts, runaways, missing children, justice for these cases. Like, there's so much stuff out there. The more people we have, the more we can push out.
Absolutely. And I know that when I started out, I had Smiley, I had Terry Lynn, I had even like when I did the tribute video for Sebastian, BHB shared it out. I had so many people. Spirit Seeker Squad was a good one. Shay from Shay's Safe Place, like just all these beautiful, lovely people that help me. And so I want to do the same thing for other people because I can't pay it forward to them. They're bigger channels than I am. But what I can do is like pay it forward to other people that I think are wonderful, like Gracie, like you, like, just everybody, yeah.
Well, thank you. That's so nice of you.
Of course. And then Freebird says it's coming out of the sheriff of that department's mouth. Oh, okay. So Freebird says, Rich, that's actually per the sheriff of that county, of that, sheriff of that department,
like
and saying
the big
that
dogs,
the pee on the wall.
Oh, deputy dogs saying they crapped on the wall.
Yeah, no, they did the other. They gave a golden shower to the
they
wall.
put a little liquid on there. Little high quality.
It was very
H2O,
classy,
huh?
super classy.
Little H2O on there, huh?
Oh boy. I mean, I don't even know. Like, I can't do any of that kind of stuff on command, so I don't know how maybe they just waited till they had to go.
That's
Yes, and
crazy.
they
I don't
keep
know how
failing.
somebody
I
could do that.
agree.
That's like stooping to a whole nother level.
Well, it's very, I mean, besides it being really unprofessional, it's like very, it's kind of scary that people would feel that empowered to do something like that disgusting. And
It shows you how
Freebird
shady
says
they
this is
are.
Millersville Police Department Assistant Chief Sean Taylor. Tennessee Bureau of Investigations raided the Millersville Police Department and his home and took all the evidence. It's ongoing. Oh, so they
Okay,
stole
so
the evidence.
this guy was a law dog himself.
Yeah.
So how the hell they get in this house to begin with?
I mean, I don't know unless, I mean, we'll see. Freebird says corruption investigation, election integrity, and fraud, creating a geopolitical shift within our political system. This is multifaceted attack from a foreign adversary who is bribing our local, municipal, county, state, and federal politicians to keep it from coming to light. And Freebird, I think it's weird too how that all works. I mean, that's corruption at the highest level, in my opinion. It really is. It really is, and it shouldn't be ever tolerated. We need to stop that. I mean, that's why I don't mind exposing anything that I find that's unjust. I guess if I'm saying that right.
Hmm.
There is a video of Assistant Chief Sean Taylor talking about it. Yeah, we'll definitely play it to Freebird for sure because I know you sent it to me and I really wanted to go into it. Did you guys hear about the 600 over 600 fake DUIs that were given to people in Sumner County? 600.
Damn,
Yeah.
600.
Yeah.
They even got 600 people in that county.
I mean, it's pretty big, honestly. It used to be a lot smaller, but now they're building it all up. It's a really cute area. Like, I think it's a cute place. I mean, from what I've seen, like when Terry Lynn drives
Hendersonville?
around and stuff.
You talking about Hendersonville?
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
You don't think it was cute when you were there? I didn't drive
Well,
through
I'm
there.
not
I've just
saying it
seen it.
wasn't cute. I'm not saying that, but the people. I mean, there was some very wonderful people, but there's a lot of cuckoos too.
I know. I've met the nicest people from Tennessee. I really have. I really
I met
have.
a lot of nicer people in the Memphis area.
Oh, okay.
Like
Okay.
the elderly ones that like to visit, those kind that want to chat, want to visit, want to pet Ruby, want to just BS a little bit, like those. I did meet a lot of them over there in that area.
That is
But
so
I'm one
nice.
that if
That
I
is so
go
nice.
somewhere, I like to go to a diner, like the old school diners, for biscuits and gravy. You know what I'm talking about? Like that's the kind of place I like to go eat.
Oh yeah. Well, if you're from the South, you love biscuits and gravy. Like that was one thing that I was never used to. And then, when I was in Missouri, which is kind of like right below that Mason-Dixon. But yeah, that was one of the things that like anywhere you went, that was their thing, like biscuits and gravy.
Yeah, like with bacon and some over easy eggs. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like a good like especially in the winter. Like that's when I like it most is like in the winter time.
You gotta have bacon though. You can't have breakfast without bacon.
Oh, isn't that the truth? Isn't that the
I'm a
truth?
taco person. I mean, if usually I just eat tacos in the morning because it's easier, but I like to get me some tacos because I love hot sauce. So I like
Yeah,
hot.
Rich makes his own hot sauce, so
Oh yeah,
he's gonna start selling it on his channel. No, I'm just
it's
kidding.
hot. I don't sell nothing. I give you some, but I don't sell it.
Aw, well there you go. Now
Yeah,
Freebird says the search warrant seeks Taylor's
I
phone
don't
in
do nothing.
connection to the May 2024 child evil people that prey on little ones operation in collaboration with the Veterans for Child Rescue nonprofit. Oh my lord. Oh my.
A
Lots of
nonprofit,
videos on Twitter.
a nonprofit.
Hey, Kristen J. Nice to see you. I'm glad you're in here tonight. Welcome. If
Nonprofits are a lot of times really good, and
Yeah, absolutely.
it depends on who's running it, I guess. But nonprofits are good, especially like places that help with like the battered women's shelters and that because not only are you helping them, you're helping the children as well. So it's like you're getting a whole bunch of people help instead of one person. But that kind of stuff is always I always give to those kind of things.
I do too, but I think that sometimes people will prey on a non for profit and like in misuse it. Like cuz I've seen that happen before, you know what I mean? Not
Oh
everybody,
yeah,
of
but
course.
in a way, you got to look at it as if they're willing to try to come in and get the help, then they need the help, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean there's a lot of great ones that do such
I mean, I'm just saying, the
wonderful
people that
things.
come in that you say here, some of them try to take advantage of the system, right? Like, come in and
Mhm.
when they might not necessarily need, to be, but if they're coming there, to me, it's always that they need the help, right? Like, if they're
Sure.
brave enough to come up there, then they really somewhere somehow they need help. Whether it might not be financial, but they might need help just getting away from a person, right?
Right. Like the support, yeah, support
Yeah,
system.
that's right. So I always try to never, you know, if someone needs help, then you have to help them.
Well, and Kristen J says if he would spank Sebastian with a belt, I'm sure he would hit the dogs if they bit him, and that's possible. That's very possible.
Well, I don't think that the reports are on her, are they? They're on him, aren't they?
That's no, that's what she said. Yeah, that's what she said. Like, and then Minnie says, "I have a Morkie. He's 9 years old and he's never shown his teeth." I've never heard of a Morkie until this case. Fun little fact about me. I never heard about Morkies before, but that's so cute, Minnie. I know Yorkies. I know about Yorkies, and they're the cutest little things. Oh my gosh, they're sweet and they're little. Like a lot of them are so small,
I
just
know
like
that,
those
man. I'd be
ones.
scared. I'd be scared I'd sit on it or something that little.
I know, me too. You know what I'm really bad about is like kicking. The It's terrible for me to say this.
Yeah, it's
Don't
like
come
that
at
game.
me. Don't come after me. But like, you know how when there's like a little dog and like you don't see him and then you'll kick him and they're like, oh my god, I just kicked you.
Like I don't. I'm always scared. Like little dogs, like that little dog that ran up the other day. Like because Ruby's not really around other dogs that much, except for the two German shepherds, which they're bigger, right? They're not small.
Mm-hmm.
So when that little
Mm-hmm.
dog came running up in the middle of that field, Ruby's just like she just wants to play. But that little dog, I think, was like came up there like he was cocky, and then whenever she turned to try, hey, you just took off running. And they're so little. I think it was a Chihuahua, and they run on like two legs. It's so funny. Why do they do that?
Those little ones are so funny. They think they like walk around like they're big. I love
It
it. I
looked
love
like a
little dogs. Like
wheelbarrow,
little
like
dogs
he
are my
was running on his front legs
favorite.
and the back legs up in the air. I'm like, what are you doing?
That is so cute. That is so cute.
Yeah, to see how they would even be able to like run on just two legs like that.
Oh, so you guys all know about this case. That is interesting. I'm gonna have to. I know I was gonna go into it and everything. Thank you, Sandy, for dropping the link to Rich's channel.
What
Thank you.
case?
Oh, what talking about the P wall.
Oh,
Yeah, so there's a lot of people that know about it. So
we just
that's
call
I
it
mean
the porta potty.
I know. Well, if you're in someone's home, wouldn't you just go use their bathroom or ask
Just
to? I
call it
mean,
the
be like,
porta
I need to
potty.
use your restroom, please, or whatever. Um, no manas, no manas at all. And then
Yeah,
Sandy says, "Oh well, I'm glad to hear TBI is against corruption. That's good to know." Yeah, absolutely, I agree. I think mostly, I think the bad apples spoil the group, right? In that sense.
yeah, they do. They do.
Yeah, and then
They sure do.
Brandy says, because like even look at creators. Like sometimes the creators can give us all a bad rap, and we're like, hey, wait, we're not like that. Don't put us into that bunch, in that category. We don't like those people either, and I
Yeah,
know that
that's
that's
true.
how the law enforcement, because they're for the law, right? Most of them are against that kind of stuff. They don't want it. They don't like it. They will stand up against it. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's true.
And Freebird says, Brandy and Indy, I think you're right. They pushed him out of there because he was going after the big guys, the TBI. Oh wow, they shamed him out of a job. Oh my gosh, in her opinion. Oh my lord. Yes, I agree. It's a big cover up. And see, sometimes some of them will get together, and it'll take a minute for them to find out. But I believe it's always going to come to light. There are bad guys in every profession, in my opinion. Yes, just as there are good ones. Like, absolutely. Hang on, Sandy. Hang on. Who's corrupt, TBI or Millersville? She's so cute. And the Chief Taylor was investigating TBI, and TBI raided the police station. Yeah, like TBI, because TBI is the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. So, like, they're the highest state level authority, right? They're the state level, and local level would have been Millersville. All alleged, all alleged. I know. Isn't it crazy? It's so sad when you hear that because it's like you would because they're supposed to be like held to higher standard. What does Peter Parker's uncle say? With great power comes great responsibility. And Sandy says, or I'm sorry, Brandy says, my perspective is that sheriff was right and was shut down and fired. Just my opinion from what I've seen. Okay, well that's good. At least they got him out of there. Oh great, I was just having hope to trust the TBI. No, oh, I know. I know. Well, it's just like I think that, like we said, this good and bad in all of them. I was kind of upset with I think it was Susan Nyland. I didn't think she did the greatest job, but I didn't see what she did behind the scenes either. So I mean, I'm not the best authority on that. I think hopefully there are still good people at TBI, but I just think this should be looked at because who do we who do we trust to find Sebastian? So for me, the dog, because he is an outsider. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people feel that way. Um, Whenever they first started talking about dog, I was like, well, he's a bounty hunter. He's not going to go looking for missing kids, right? But then I started researching it a bit and I'm like, oh, bounty hunters do look for missing.
Oh, he's rescued kids before, yeah.
Yeah,
A
yeah.
lot in Hawaii. Yeah.
See, and I've only seen like a lot of his shows and stuff where he goes and gets the guys.
Oh yeah, but
Um,
he'll help anyone. He will help anyone. He's got a big heart like us. He'll help anyone.
yeah, I do believe that too. I do believe that too. I think that especially because he knows like his baby Katie was he lost his daughter, and
I know that's horrible. The car wreck.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
sad.
yeah. So I mean, it motivates,
Yeah,
Sandy
it
says,
did
Freebird,
motivate.
if it weren't for Dog, I would have backed away defeated just like I did with Summer. And Sandy, I believe that too because um I think that Dog renewed he revived the case, along with the FBI who posted the reward at 6 months. I believe that Dog revived the case, like especially on a national level, because he's so well liked and known and respected that like when he started on it, then everyone's like, "Oh, Dog's on the case, Dog's on it, Dog," and that really like started a buzz and like momentum forward. So
Yeah,
I I definitely can
it
say
did.
that I think it was a good thing.
I made a
Yep.
video this morning in the dark. I was in the dark this morning waiting for it to get a little light, and
Oh,
I made a little luck. I think like 10 minutes about it. And you know me, I don't talk a lot about it, but because I do, when you talk about these cases and you feel like you have an idea and everybody has the same idea, it makes it become real, right? And so it's hard because you get frustrated and you get upset and you're like, why are they not getting off their asses and going and searching for this child? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. And I mean, I don't mean to be rude about it. I'm just saying,
absolutely.
like, it pisses me off. And that's why it's hard to make a video when you get frustrated and mad, right? It is. You see half the family looking, and then you see the other half the family not looking. And man, it's frustrating. Big time. you ghosted or what?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I just ran to the bathroom real quick.
Oh, I thought I made you mad or something.
Oh gosh, no. Oh gosh, no. I would be
Okay.
like, dang it, Rich.
Did you hear what I said? I thought maybe I made you mad.
No, no. I hear what you're saying. Like
Okay.
I agree. I mean, and that's the thing. And I think that gosh, how do I put it?
Just put it out like I put it out.
Well, I mean, no, I agree. I completely agree. I think that well, and
What?
also I guess Brandy says it comes down to politics in her opinion. I understand that too. I think some of it's politics, but then I also think like there's some people out there that will just be how do I say it? Um, some people just don't care about that, but then other people do. I think that when you get to be in a bigger position, like some of these people, then it starts to become that way. Um, all about politics because of course they want the right people to like them and whatever. But I think for Dog it's always been about the kids. It's always been about finding those bad guys. I mean, yeah, he's gonna make a good living off of it because bounties are high, especially when it's a fugitive. Um, you
Yeah.
know,
We should make
it's
a Christmas tree for the kid. You know what I mean? We should do that for a lot of kids, I think.
yeah, I do too. I do too. I think it's good to keep awareness up too.
Like
Well, I'm
make a
sending Christmas
Christmas tree
flyers for Sebastian to neighbors this week. Oh
with green
yeah,
lights and all that stuff.
that's wonderful, Freebird. Thank you so much for doing that. Yes, I have to finish watching Silver's TBI video. Yeah, I know. I have to catch up on so
I
many
thought
of
he
them,
went to
Sandy.
the
Oh my gosh.
FBI. He
Oh,
went
is
to
it
the
FBI?
FBI.
FBI.
Yeah, FBI, not TBI. He went to the FBI.
He went to the FBI. That's right. That's right. Good idea. I have 60 flyers waiting to go somewhere. There you go, Sandy. I think that was a good idea for you to go passing them out over at the bars and stuff because we know that Chris liked to go to the bar and stuff, and a lot of the
So
construction guy or
Freeburg in Tennessee.
I should say, I guess crane operator guys, uh, they
So
like to go
who's
to
in
the bar.
Tennessee? Who's in Tennessee that's going to pass out flyers?
Sandy,
She lives
and
there in Hendersonville.
I don't think she's right in Hendersonville. I think she's over near there, somewhere in Tennessee. We will never stop searching for you, Sebastian. That's damn right. We won't. We won't. We won't.
So she lives there. She want to help me search or what?
Well, that's the thing. She's been down with Terry Lynn. She's helped Terry search, so
Yeah, it's
she
hard
had
with
me
a dog
cracking
though
up.
because it's really hard when you have a dog with you
It is. It is.
because she needs like that 300 foot. I've always had like a 300 foot rule, you know, because I don't want her to get sidetracked and get all thinking it's
Yeah,
playtime.
that's true. So it's so different. It's so different when you have a trained dog like that. It's completely different.
Lots in the bushes.
Hey, good night, Sandy. I know. Thank you for saying keep the faith. Thank you. Thank you. I
Are you talking
really
about
needed to
lot
hear
lizards?
that. I really needed to hear that.
So I'm not a lot lizard, so I don't count, huh?
I told you you're an honorary lot lizard.
I'm a lot lizard now. Okay,
You're a lot lizard.
all right. I didn't know they
The
made
first
male
time I
lot
told
lizards.
that's what I told you when we were in the chat and we had all the lot lizards in the chat. I was
So
like, now you're a lot lizard.
how
You're
is a
like,
male a
what?
lot lizard?
You're like, what the hell? And I'm like, no, I'll explain it. I'll explain it.
Yeah, I
At
think I
first you were like,
passed.
don't call me that. What? I'm not a whore. I am not a whore. No, it's a for those of you, just like give you guys some context, but it's turning a negative situation into a positive. That's why I love Terry Lynn because she's just
So there's
that's how she
31
is.
people in there.
Yeah,
31.
Yeah, we've had a good crowd tonight. Yeah, and people are watching from the bushes. I just want people to know that they can come out and talk, please.
Oh
Because
yeah, that's my kids. I had that made for my daughters. It's for their garden. They have their own little garden that they plant like carrots and stuff in, and that little bunny back there goes for their little section of the garden.
aw, that's cute. I see your. Is that Mickey Mouse or Minnie Mouse?
That's Mickey Mouse. That big one is Mickey Mouse.
Okay, I was just
And
checking
then
because it
the blue
reminds me of
dog
Little
over there,
Harmony. She's
the
like
blue
Minnie
dog
Mouse,
pillow.
but
That's Ruby's pillow over there with the dog on it with the glasses.
thank you, Sandy. I was just being a little
Yeah,
stinker
there's a
last night.
dog
I
over
couldn't
there.
help it.
The Mickey Mouse sign is on the back. Where it says Mickey. Do you see the letters? That's an old
Yes,
antique sign. That's Mickey Mouse sign. Look, I got it from a auction thing.
that's really cool. That reminds me of Little
Oh,
Harmony because I know she
look,
loved that. Oh, I like your American flag.
it's actual it's like Mickey Mouse. It's an old wooden sign that's
Like the
Mickey
old
Mouse.
school Mickey.
It's an old wooden made out of plywood. You can hang it on the wall.
Cool. That's
Yeah,
really cool.
it's just an old antique sign. Oh, that flag's in the way. Y'all probably can see it. Ugh. Yeah, it's just like an old sign. It's all my kids' stuff, like stuff that they had that they always put out in the garden everywhere.
Did you let your girls decorate for you like the your little space out there, didn't you?
Do what?
You let your girls help you with it with decorating your space out there?
Oh yeah, like whenever well they did their own rooms and everything, but like outside, like I have like four little sections of the garden and like they have their own little section of stuff that they want to plant, and then it's just kind of it gives them it like it does it as a family, right? So we can plant, and then of course I take care of it all because they're always busy with school, but they they'll come and they'll cut the eggplants and they'll cut you know avocados off avocado trees and okra and carrots and cucumbers because we make pickles. We jar pickles. They love jarring and stuff like that. They have fun doing that.
Oh yeah. That's so it's a good those are good things to learn how to do. I wish I would have learned that because I'm still trying to learn how to can stuff. So,
It's not hard, but cucumbers are easy. You just have to boil them, and
I've done pickles. Like I've made pickles before, but
yeah,
maybe
that's what
that's
I'm
just
saying.
because
You
I
just
like
boil them.
pickles.
That's
So
all you do. You add your dill if you want them dill. If you want them spicy, you put jalapenos, and I grow all kinds of jalapenos in my garden too, and then bell peppers and all that stuff too. So
cool.
yeah, and my oldest is vegan, so eggplants are like her thing because she's vegan. So
Oh, like eggplant parmesan is so good.
she does a lot. She does a lot. I mean, she's in college now, but she does a lot with eggplant. She makes all kinds of dishes.
Yeah, I like those Boca burgers too. Like everybody's like, "Oh, those burger," but I like
They're
them. I
not
like
that
that kind of stuff.
bad.
I'm a veggie girl.
They're not bad. I mean, I just had to put a lot of A1 and Worcestershire on them, but they're not bad. and I
You're
put a
funny.
lot of
You're like,
slap
I
your
gotta
mama
douse them in some sauce.
and the slap your mama sauce I put on there.
Yeah, there you go. I just always thought they tasted really good. Like I didn't I don't know. I'm not like a big I'm not big on tofu and stuff like that, but I like the Boca burgers and I like doing like a portobello burger. I don't necessarily have to eat meat. I like meat. Like I'm definitely a meat eater, don't get me wrong. But like I can eat veggies or some I could even eat like noodles and whatever, like vegetables and not even add any meat to it. So I'm
And then
kind of like that
they're
too. But I'm not
fresh.
vegan or anything like or vegetarian.
Fresh vegetables to me are always like like I grow strawberries and I grow fruit too. So like it's like I'm a big fruit eater and we have so many strawberries every year. It's unreal. But I'm a
Oh,
big
that's
strawberry
amazing.
person and I don't mind the vegetables. I'm not a big vegetable eater, but if I'm gonna eat them, I want them fresh, right? Like I want to pick them that day and then eat them, right? That's what makes it fun.
Well, it
But
is fun and it's fun growing something and then being able to eat it. Like that's my favorite thing is like like, I grew these tomatoes or I grew these jalapenos, and like, and you're like, and then you can give them to your neighbors and whatnot. That's kind of fun, giving them to people, because you always end up with more than you can eat, really, unless you can them, which is cool too. But that would even be a nice gift to give to your neighbor, would be like a can
Oh
of
yeah,
whatever, pickles or something, if they like pickles.
I do. I take a lot to the church, right? And
Oh,
my
that's
kids
nice.
went to private school their whole life, so they, that I take a lot to the church, and because you start taking them every year, and then you kind of have to do it, right? Like I pickle okra, all that stuff
People are
too.
waiting for it. They're like, "Hey, where's my okra?
Yes, they are
Where's my?"
waiting for it. For sure, they're waiting for it, and they'll bring me the jars back. Like that's the good thing about them. They'll have them in a box, and all the mason jars. They're
Nice to
expensive
see
when you
you,
have to
old
buy
groovy.
hundreds of them like that, and they'll definitely like bring all the jars back, and then it's kind of cool. I don't mind. They like them. I was surprised that there's that many little old people at the church that want to eat pickles, and especially the ones that want the spicy pickles. I was shocked. I was like, y'all want spicy? Yeah. I'm like, oh, wow.
Oh my gosh, and spicy food is so good for you. Like, it really helps, like, um a lot of things, like, just, it's healthy for you. I can't even remember like what all the benefits are, but there's a lot of them that are kind of unexpected. So, and I like spicy stuff, but like I went to Subway tonight, and they have like a ghost pepper bread now, and I was not about to go there, but I did do like the spicy sriracha, like whatever. Maybe it was kind of some kind of sauce. It was like but I was like, oh, I never tried that one, so I tried it. And I love sriracha.
And it's not bad. The ghost pepper's hot.
Ghost peppers are so hot. Like I was like, no,
They are
I'm
hot.
good.
And I grow them in my garden. Let me see if I have any ready. Hold on. Oh,
Oh snap! See, like I don't know. I've tried the ghost pepper fries from Wendy's. I think they had them there. And those things were hot, hot, hot.
yeah. I don't know if
Always
you can
Groovy
see
says
it.
we shouldn't walk in shoes we aren't wearing.
Oh, you
That is a
can't see
really
it.
good
Hold on.
quote. I like that. I like that, Always
Like,
Groovy.
like this one. See it? Okay, I don't know if you can see it. Hold on. Can you see it? I gotta find the camera. See
Oh
that?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Hold on. Yep, there. Whoops,
That's
there
a
we go.
ghost
Okay, now that
pepper.
looks like a.
They're not very big, but they're freaking hot. They will bite you for sure.
Ooh, don't rub your eyes.
Oh
Don't
no,
rub.
heck no, man. That'll get you. You start doing that shit, you'd be in trouble.
I made a whole bunch of pico one time, and I'm like cutting everything up, and like, and then I was like, of course, and everything was fresh, and I was all done with it, and then like later on, I was like, because sometimes I'll just rub my eyes really good. Oh, that was a big mistake. And
Yeah.
I didn't even use, like, it was
And eggplants,
jalapenos,
if
and
you
those
like
ones are hot.
eggplants are good. I'm not a big eggplant eater, but my kids are.
They're good. They're really,
You
really
like them?
good.
You like eggplants?
I do. I love it. Like I love eggplant parm, and then I've also done ones where you do like kind of like the zucchini boat, like where you can do like the zucchini boat. Because I like to use like ground turkey sometimes if it's like like a
Uh-huh.
little bit different.
Yeah.
Um, and I've done that with eggplant too. Like made it into like a little boat and like put it in the oven.
Yeah, they do it like brown sugar and butter. They do all kinds of ways.
You can make it. See, that's the thing. You can make it like taste really good with however you want. Like, and I like to even cut it up really thin and then do like
You can
not
make
really like
like
a
a lot of
ratatouille,
sweet,
but
a lot of sweet things, or like, and I think that isn't that what a lot of the plant-based meats are made from is eggplant.
I believe so. I know they use like a lot of beans and stuff because of the protein.
Yeah,
Um,
it is like a protein, I think. Hold on, I'll tell you.
Kristen J says, "I live a boring life. I can't do anything spicy." I know. Well, I can't do that spicy. Like I like spicy. I like hot, but
Spicy.
like burn your butt. I'm like, no, thank you.
Yeah, you
No,
don't want
thank
it to
you.
burn that bad. Look, you see this one?
Joan and John, though.
Let me try to put it in front. See this one? Look how big it is.
Oh, put it back where you had it. There you go. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, I can see it now. Oh, that's beautiful.
They're like the size of a football.
Right?
And
It
I
looks
don't
like a
know, my girl.
habanero. I
I'm
never
not a
knew
big,
about a
like I
ghost
said,
pepper.
I'll try them. I don't mind, but I don't really have the taste for them. I think you have to really have the taste for eggplant to eat it. I mean, I enjoy
Yeah,
cutting.
I mean, yeah, I agree. I love spicy and hot too.
Yeah,
Um,
that's how I am. But I
yeah,
mean, I don't mind growing. I love growing vegetables. I love growing any of the vegetables. It's fun and the fruit, but like I'm not a big eater on like that particular. Like I like okra, I like cucumbers, I like squash, but I'm not big on
I am
those
not a
purple
big
ones.
fan of okra. It just depends on how I guess I could do fried okra, but I mean fried is like you could fry up anything and it's good. You know what I mean? You could
That's
probably put a
right.
stew leather and
That's
fry it and
right.
it's good.
You can. Fried okra's
Dipping
good. Pickled okra
dip
looks.
some ranch in it. Put some ranch on
Pickled
it.
okra's not bad. If you make it spicy, pickled okra's pretty good actually.
You know, I've not had pickled okra. I worked at a steakhouse and they had like a gumbo and they used the okra in it and it wasn't so bad. See, look, there's there Tracy says in gumbo and I didn't mind it in the gumbo. It just I don't like the it's a like the sensory thing with me with those little balls in there. I don't know. I don't know. Or texture, not sensory.
Louisiana, she
Texture,
got
texture.
she puts it in her gumbo. Yeah, that is in gumbo. But if I go to Louisiana, I get boudin and cracklins from Dan's. That's what I get.
Boudin and cracklins. What is
Cracklins
that?
from Dan's. It's a place called Dan's, and they're all over out there. And because my rig was offshore over there, so I would
Uh-huh.
go there every like 14, 28 days. I'd be there for 20 some days offshore, and I'd come back. I would always get like the smoked boudin and then the regular boudin. And it's just like it looks like a link of sausage, but it's like rice and I think it's got liver in it and like meat, and it's really good.
Liver?
Yeah, it's like little pieces though. You don't really taste it. It's boudin. It's good. If you've never had it, it's good. I'm sure Grace has had it. Boudin's really good.
Huh, but you can't really tell. I mean, I know liver's like super healthy for you because my mom would be like, it's so good, eat liver and onions. And I'm like, no, and I never want to eat it.
Yeah, it's good. It's like rice. The main course of it is rice, right? It's like white rice, and then
Oh,
yeah, boudin is really good.
okay.
Yeah,
Herbert. Okay.
and
Well, I know I've
and
had gumbo, like my Uncle Jerry's Cajun. Well, he passed on now, but like my cousin's wedding, his mom came and she made a big old thing of gumbo, and I'm like, what's in here? And she's like, everything. Oh,
yeah. Well, there's a lot of places there. Like I love fried alligator, right? And
I've
Louisiana is
never
the
tried
best
that.
place to get it, right? And with that brulee sauce, holy moly, I love fried alligator. And then like
Okay.
they make these things that are called boudin balls, and they take the boudin and roll it in a ball, and then they fry it, deep fry it, and they give you like a hot sauce to eat it with. And
Mm.
it's like just a big round, looks like an apple, but it's a fried boudin ball, and they're so freaking good. I get them in
Okay, there was
Lafayette,
what was it was a
Lafayette,
food
Louisiana.
truck down in Branson, Missouri, and they had fried andouille balls. Like it was like a piece of andouille. And if you guys don't know what that is, it's like a spicy sausage, but it was really
Uh-huh.
good. And it had and they would deep fry it like it was like it on a little like a little breaded thing. And then they had like a aioli, like a spicy aioli. So good.
Good.
So good. Like I could smell them because we live right by the food truck. And like
Yeah.
every day I'd have to be like, you can't eat that every day. Like I'd have to tell myself because it was so good.
Uh-huh. See,
I was
boudin
like, it's
balls, she
bad for you
knows
to
all
eat every
about it.
day.
Look. Oh yeah, pepper jack cheese. Oh yeah, heck yeah, that's the way to eat it.
Ooh.
And I
Okay,
like
so
the
she
smoked
says,
ones.
yeah, boudin balls yesterday with pepper
Oh, they're
jack
so
cheese.
good. If you tried them, you could eat. I could eat them every day, literally every day with hot
I
sauce.
mean, I love Cajun food. Like everything I've tried, I've loved it. Like that's why I asked my cousin's grandma. I was like, "What's in this? Like this is so good." And she's like, "Everything." And
Everything, everything but the kitchen sink. That's what they tell you.
yeah, I love that though. That's so good.
And then that's why you got to put the slap your mama on it. That's the spicy part. You just sprinkle a little of the slap your mama on them boudin balls. They're good. Alligator too.
Okay,
And
so
see,
spicy, spicy.
there's a place in Lafayette. I think it's called Mel's Diner, and they'll take like boudin balls and fry them, and then they'll serve it with fried alligator on the same like little basket, so you're getting both. Oh man, it's good.
See, I want to try the alligator. Everybody says it's really good.
Yeah,
Freebird says
alligator,
she's
fried
never
alligator
tried
is
the gumbo or
probably,
alligator.
it's better than chicken. It's better than fried chicken. I tell
Okay,
you
so
that.
people told me it tastes like chicken, and I
It's
was
better than chicken. A fried
okay.
alligator is better than chicken. I'm telling you. Ask
Well,
Troy
let me go
Landry.
catch one out of the pond over here.
Yeah, ask Troy Landry. He'll tell you. Alligator's good.
That was my uncle's last name was Landry. That's funny that you said that.
Yeah, we went to his farm. We went to the Landry Farms. They have like a gas station and all that. Man,
Mm-hmm.
they have some good stuff there too, like some smoked sausage and stuff like that they sell. It's so good.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they're
And I've
big
had
alligator
venison,
hunters.
but never ostrich. Have you had ostrich, Rich? Have you tried
No,
that?
now I've had
Ostrich.
bison like buffalo burgers and stuff, but
Ooh,
never.
I love buffalo burger. Bison burgers are so good. They're lean. They're very lean.
Yeah,
Yeah, mainly
it is a
Louisiana.
Louisiana thing. Boudin is pretty much
Oh,
Boudin and cracklings are basically Louisiana.
okay. Jen and Don said she had oyster. I'm sorry, ostrich, dried and smoked.
Yeah, I I have a buddy of mine that he like on Thanksgiving, right? They'll cook the whole ostrich like we would cook a turkey.
Oh,
But
wow,
they
that's a
take some
huge
like they
bird.
gotta butter it, season it, and then they put it in the ground in like a big coal pit, right? And they cook that ostrich like all day.
Like they would like a pig roast or something.
It's like doing barbacoa, like putting the cow head in the ground in a pit.
Mm-hmm.
You wrap it in foil and stick it down in there. Like I have
Yeah.
one in my house I had built, and it's just like a fire pit, but it's in the ground and it's all bricks, and mine's bricks. But a lot of times they'll just build a big fire in the ground, dig a hole, all the coals. They'll take that like turkeys or cow heads, they wrap them in foil and lay them in there, covered up with dirt, and then let it cook all day.
Yeah, see, I've had a pig thing done like
Yeah, it's the
that,
same
and then
thing.
lamb. I've tried lamb that way.
Yeah, it's the same thing. And
Yeah,
like
it's
that's
it's a really interesting way to cook things. I think it's a genius way to cook things.
oh, it is, and it's so tender. Like barbacoa is so tender because of that reason, right? And
Yes.
of course, like growing up, down the valley, it's they cook all that crazy stuff, like the tripas and all that. And I love all that stuff. I do. I love it all. It's good.
Oh gosh, anything ethnic is I'm totally on board with it. Like whenever they can, I love that kind of food. Gracie asked, "Have you ever been to Scott, Louisiana?"
Yes, I have.
That's
I've
cool.
been
I've
all
never
over
been.
Louisiana. Like I worked there for 20 years. I've been all over there.
Huh.
All
Ostrich
over from
burgers. Okay.
yeah, I've been on pretty much every rig out there. And the last one I was on was before I started the channel, which I mean I'm still doing land right now, but not as much as I was. But I was offshore for about 20 years, 21 years, 21 in a couple of months.
Wow.
And so it was always seafood. Like the guys would always be catching snapper and stuff off the rig, like, and you would eat it fresh right there. It's good.
See, I've
Like
never had
seafood.
snapper, but I know Chef Ramsay likes to cook that a lot.
Oh, they're good. It's good to eat,
He'll be like,
especially
"You
if you
want some
like blacken
snapper?"
it. I like it
I'm like,
blackened. Like blacken it with a little butter and lemon and garlic. It's really good.
"Oh, right on. That sounds good." Have
Yeah,
you been to Best Stop?
yeah. Like I used to stay in Lafayette a lot. Like when like if a storm was coming and they used to move us off, we would always
Mhm.
stay in like Lafayette or over by New Orleans because that's
Oh,
where our
right on.
docks were. So it was always in those little bitty counties around, like to the right of New Orleans. Like there was a bunch of little counties, and we would always be stuck wherever the dock was that the boat would go out or the helicopters would take us out, and we would always be in
Oh.
different little areas.
Yeah, I think that would be super interesting doing that.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, it is, and I mean, all that time I spent down there over 20 plus years. It's Louisiana is actually it's it's not much different than Texas. It's just the food is of course different, but it's a lot like the same as living in South Texas like I do now. It's the same.
Yeah,
Like
it's kind of close, sort of close by, isn't it? Like geographically.
yeah, the best stop. Mm-hmm. And then you ever go to Lafayette?
I've
Lafayette
never
has,
been to Louisiana.
oh man, Lafayette has a place called Mel's Diner. I could eat there every day. Their food is so good.
Oh, cool. I love diner food. Yeah. My
It's
daughter
like
went to New
it's
Orleans with her
good. Like
friends, with her girlfriends, but
yeah, it's and to me it's always like Kate, like Louisiana food is kind of like soul food, but with the spices, right? And I don't know. I just always love, like, I've always loved Louisiana food. Like, I'll bring home so much stuff for, like, when I'm coming home from my 14 days or whatever, I will buy like 20 links of boudin. I bring it all home and then freeze it. Yeah,
nice. Put it in the freezer. Yeah, yeah.
because I'm so used to eating it like all the time. Like, literally, boudin, I probably eat at least 4 times a week.
Oh,
Literally.
that's good.
It's
Okay.
easy because you can just heat up a link on a barbecue pit, throw it in a tortilla, and eat it. Little hot sauce, you're good.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I like
Yeah,
all the sausage stuff. I
Lafayette.
like the andouille. I
You
know
were
that for sure
raised in
because I'll buy that
Lafayette?
every
Oh
now
my
and
gosh, so she
then.
knows Mel's Diner then.
Yeah.
Our Baker Hughes training yard for water survival is in Lafayette, Louisiana. That's why I spent so much
Oh.
time in Lafayette. I spent a lot
Oh,
of time.
okay.
10 years probably in
Oh,
Lafayette.
wow.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
And it's fun. But see, I'm not a gambler, so I didn't have to worry about that kind of stuff. But a lot of the
Yeah.
guys would go out and gamble all the time. I'm not a gambler.
Like, I like playing cards and stuff, but, like, on a gambling level in the like, a casino, I'm not a big fan of it either. Because I'm not lucky and I don't wanna lose my money, you know? I'm like, I'd rather spend it on something
Yeah,
different.
that's how I'm saying. I'll work my butt off for it. Why the heck I won't give it away?
Yeah, no kidding. That's the
You know?
truth. If I
My
won, then
kids.
it'd be a different story, but
Yeah, Baker Hughes. Baker Hughes Mel's Diner. That's where we get all our food from at our training center. Every time we go to our training center for water survival to renew it every year, we spend 10 days there. And they order Mel's Diner every day. That's what we get to circle it. They have the menus there at the facility. And we
oh,
just circle what we
nice.
want for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then they bring it over.
Yeah, the thing about a diner is there's a lot of options, which is neat because then you don't get really sick of stuff. You can eat there every day and not really get sick of stuff, you can change it
Yeah.
up.
Baker Hughes is always like, I think they've kind of kept Mel's Diner open all these years. Like, we always have at least probably 100 people a month in that facility, and they order Mel's Diner
Awesome.
every single day.
Wow.
So
Hey,
you can
that's a smart
imagine.
partnership, right? I mean, that's
Yeah,
smart on them.
we keep the lights on for sure.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah,
And
that's
it's so funny
amazing.
because uh like when you get the new guys there, like when you have to go out to the platforms and they have to jump off for training, right? A lot of them
Mhm.
won't do it because they're scared, right? And
Hello.
yeah, the whole thing is to teach them how to jump and how to land without breaking bones and hurting yourself. But a lot of them,
Yeah.
you'd be surprised how many will quit because they don't want to jump.
Oh, no. Okay,
And there's
yeah, I can
divers
see
in the
that.
water, boats in the water. Like, they're not gonna let you go on. You know what I mean? Like, they're gonna get you out of the water, but it's just to teach you how to jump. And when they put us in a helicopter, like a shell of a helicopter, and you're
Mhm.
sitting here and they're talking to you and they just hit a button and it flips you upside down, you start sinking and you have to get out.
Oh
And
my
that's
god.
part of water survival training because we fly helicopters a lot to the rig. So if you're to crash, you got to be able to get out.
Right.
And there's an
Yeah.
oxygen bottle mounted right in front of you. And if you grab the bottle, you fail. You have to get out on your own without touching the oxygen bottle. It's a pretty cool little training. I mean, I'm so used to it now because I've done it every year for 20 some years. So it's nothing to me anymore. But you get
Yeah.
disoriented and they want to swim down because you think you're upside. But
Oh,
you need
weird.
to
You're
just
all discombobulated.
hold your breath and you'll float. I mean, I tell them all the time, just hold your breath, you're gonna float. Don't even kick, you're gonna float. And they still get confused.
I don't know, Rich. That sounds like Fear Factor to me, with that old Joe Rogan TV show with the Fear Factor.
But you gotta listen to the older, right? Listen to the elders. They know. I've been through it a freaking 20 times. It's like, just listen, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
But they get a
Yeah,
lot
I
of them get
definitely
scared.
listen to older people because I'm like, you've been here longer, you have more experiences than I know,
Yeah, and that's we sit around and we drink coffee while they're sitting around and they're just wanting to go to the bars or whatever, right? When are we getting out of class?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the young kids, they're still wanting to party, and as you get older, you're like, eh.
Oh, you're like, man, don't waste your time. Save that money, put it in your pocket.
Oh gosh, especially going out to all those clubs or bars or whatever. I mean, it's just like
Yeah,
you're giving
it,
it's like the casino though too. It's like you're just giving your money away.
you're giving
Uh,
your money away, and sometimes you get lucky and you hit, but it's not
mhm.
it's not in your favor to win. I mean, I also wouldn't be
Well,
gambling.
that's how they get you, I think. I think they get you like you win the first couple times you're there, and the next thing you're expecting to win, but you never do
Yeah,
win like again.
yeah, I know, right? And hey, Grace's channel is what? Great.
Grace's gavel.
Well, Donna's asking.
Oh yes, I know. I'm surprised that Gracie didn't drop it yet. I know
We
she
got
dropped it
Gracie
earlier.
got hungry. She started talking about Mel's Diner. She got hungry. She probably Mel's Diner right
She's
now.
over at Mel's. She's down at Mel's eating. That's great. That's
She
great.
probably whooping up some gumbo.
I want to go. I want to go to Mel's now. You guys got me wanting to go to Mel's. I just love diner, and then I like the spicy. Yes, I'm hungry.
I'm fixing to go right through Louisiana here
It's
in a
right
couple
about
of
that time
days.
for a midnight snack, so why
I'm
not?
gonna go right through there on the way to Florida.
Oh, there you go. There
I'll
you
be able to
go.
get some boudin. Hey, I could bring you some boudin over there.
All right. Well, I'll try it. I don't know. I'm a little nervous with the
You'll
liver
like
thing,
it.
but
You'll like it.
oh, there's your channel. There you go. There you go, girl.
It's good. I am hungry. It makes me hungry talking about it.
I know. I know. That's usually the way it goes. You know what I mean? Is like,
So I'm talking about
um,
food now. I got. Hey, I bet you I'm almost late, or am I late?
oh yes. Oh my gosh. 12:38.
So it's 11. Oh, I got. Okay, I'm good. I'm
Okay.
gonna get out of here though. But yeah, I'm not that far late. I mean, I'm not late technically because I did give myself an extra hour, but
Oh,
because I
good.
knew we might keep yapping, right?
Oh snap! We're always. I mean, that's the thing.
No, I got
I look
time.
up and I'm like 10 minutes into the live, and then the next thing I look, I'm 3 hours into it. So
Well,
that's
I
what's
said
like.
11, but I knew I needed
Somebody
to leave
said
by
6 hour
12.
live. I'm like, yeah.
But hey, guys, I got to get on the road, and
Prayers,
uh,
prayers, prayers.
yeah, I got to go take care of some stuff, and then I'll be back in like 4 hours. But
I know. I'm gonna go to sleep pretty soon.
you need
Pretty
to get
soon.
some
Pretty soon.
rest. And now y'all want
Yeah.
me?
Well,
Now
because I'm gonna do another
I'm
beach
about to
day
drive to
tomorrow, but I
Lafayette
know I
now.
won't be
Get some
able to
boudin.
like swim because it's so damn cold.
I'm ready to go to Lafayette. Get some boudin. Now I'm hungry.
There you go. There you go. Yes, and Freebird says thanks, Rich, for praying for Hazel.
Thank you for praying for Hazel. Thank you. Thank you. I want
Yes,
that little
everybody's
girl.
saying safe
We're working
travels,
there.
safe travels.
I got 4 people working on that right now.
Good,
So she
good.
needs
They
to
need
be
to find her.
found.
We need
And
to make sure she's okay.
yeah, that's the
Who
main
got
thing. And
those?
and I think that alert, like I was telling you, I think they brought that alert out for one or two reasons. Either she was supposed to be in court 2 days ago, or
Mm-hmm.
Friday, or they were seen somewhere, and that's why they brought it back up.
Oh.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm praying for anyway.
I really hope so. I really hope. I hope it's like they needed because that's a good point. If they maybe they didn't
Yeah,
realize they were gone until, and then they were doing an investigation. They're like, oh shoot, we'd better have put an Amber Alert out right now.
yeah, that's what I think. And I think they went by to
Yeah.
go. I think they didn't show up for court, and it probably was this past week, and they didn't show up, and they went to go find out why, and they were gone. That's what I think
I mean,
happened.
she's just as precious as she can be.
Oh my gosh, yeah, she reminds me like of Madeline McCain,
She does look a lot like Maddie McCain. Oh my
and I'm
goodness.
still working on that case. I mean, I still feel like I think they had the right person. They just let him go.
Yeah, I think a lot of people felt like that about that case. I mean,
I
it's
think it
another one
was.
that's like there's so many twists and turns in it, but then
No,
yeah,
it's that they didn't have enough, right? That's what we were talking about earlier. They just didn't have that extra piece they needed, right?
Just
That
like
extra
Monkey.
clue.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
that's like Harmony Montgomery and Monkey Vaughn, and it's like
yeah,
all these that I'm bringing back to life here. And
yeah.
I'm meeting people luckily in all these areas, and I have a lot of friends all over, which is great because I can push it to them,
Yes.
and they do how I used to do, right? I mean, I did this for 8 years without having the channel, so the channel
Yeah.
part's new to me. Nothing else is new to me, but the channel is.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's good though. It's a good way to spread awareness, I think.
Yeah, spread awareness, and then if Gracie said it's for Hazel, if she needs any of that stuff, you could send it to her. The ones I sent you, like the family photo and all, you can just share it with Grace if you need to.
I will. And actually I'll post that before I go tonight. I'll post another one,
Okay,
on the community wall.
what about the girl in? Oh, you're talking about Madeline McCain? Yeah.
Oh no, I'm talking about
No, Gracie Freebird is.
Hazel. Oh yes. She's talking about Maddie.
Yeah, and then I got yeah, that'll work. Tomorrow's Sunday, right?
Tomorrow's Sunday.
It's God's day tomorrow.
Yes, it is. Yes, it
Uh,
is. It's a good day to say prayers, and
well, we
I'm
might go.
hoping
We
they
might
find
go back to
Hazel. Sometimes those Amber Alerts work really, really fast, especially when we have the license plate, which is
uh,
awesome, and the color
the
make
little
make
brothers.
model.
The little brothers, they work so fast. And then the other one was the girl in Houston on Nancy on was that Thursday? And they found her like in 4 hours. Remember they showed that mugshot of that man that had her too. Oh,
Oh yeah, or how about those two little boys in
that brothers, they
Texas?
got him quick, didn't they?
They
I was
got
on the
them
phone like
quick,
trying to. Oh my God, I was losing my mind. And luckily they got him quick.
and
And it's
that
all
they were taken
traffic
right in front
cameras,
of their mom.
traffic cameras. They'll bust you every time, and that's what I love about it. I think
Uh,
every county needs to start putting in traffic cams on every light.
yeah, Terry Lynn was talking about that yesterday. How they need to have more license plate readers.
Yeah,
Because that helps a lot too. It helps bus people because it just makes it easier for the law enforcement officers, which I think is a good thing because they don't have the time or the resources or the money and blah 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 blah. They just don't.
yeah.
But
And
if they can
it's
get
like,
something to help them out, and then all they have to do is check during a certain time frame, then boom, there you go, you got it.
huh. And it's just like the Jay Slater case. I know you're not familiar with that case because I know that he's been found, but justice hasn't been done for him either. And I did bring that back to light because I have so much information on that, and I'm
Yeah,
trying. It's gonna,
if you have a quick minute, can you tell us Jay's story just like kind of in a nutshell
well,
about Jay?
pretty much I think everybody in true crime knows it, but I don't know how you didn't know it. But it was like the
It's because
biggest.
I'm stuck on Sebastian and I kind of
Oh,
abandoned
it was.
everybody else.
I mean,
To be honest, I really
this
did.
kid was breaking records on Facebook and every. I mean, there was 4 or 5 million people viewing it a day. It was crazy,
Yeah.
and
I know everyone was
it was all
covering it
on
at a certain
the
point.
island of Tenerife, and I think he was set up from the get go, and I think it was a payback for what had happened about 18, 19 months before that, where they had jumped this guy and like with golf clubs and things like that,
Mm.
and then I think he wanted revenge, and Jay thought Brad and them were his friends and Lucy, but they weren't his friends. I think they set him up.
Aw. How old
And
is
it's
Jay? How old is he?
19, 19.
19.
Jay Dean Slater.
Mm.
He's out of
Okay, so his
Lancaster.
name, he wasn't Jason or like, it's because I always thought that was like short for something, Jay, but
No,
he is
it was
Jay
Jay Dean, Jay Dean
Dean.
Slater, and
Gotcha.
he, I don't know. It's a sad story. I put out a couple of videos. I think part 3 and part 4. I still have some more I got to do. It's gonna take me about 8 of them to get it done, but
Hmm.
that's a case that I still have people behind the scenes working on. So I feel that they're trying to push. We're gonna, I think, put a petition together and a few things to try to shed some light on it and get some different people to maybe investigate it because it's something that needs to be. This is a underworld over there that's substances, and it's crazy, and organs, and it's weird, the stuff that goes on.
And where exactly is it's in England?
This is the island of Tenerife in Spain. But it's like an island, and
Spain.
they have a big rave party, right? But this is like known as the
Mm-hmm.
island of substances, right? Like that's where I think they
Oh.
bring everything in the underworld. It's tunnels and caves, and oh yeah, it's creepy. Like people are
Maybe
scared to
that's why
talk. Right?
everybody was so intrigued by that. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
People are scared to talk. People are scared to talk, and they were shutting TikTokers up. It was just like the Sebastian case. Same thing.
Oh.
Yeah. And one of them happens to be Red Carpet Hollywood rapper. That's one of the ones that's like part of the enterprise, I believe.
Did they find Jay?
Yeah.
Did they find him?
After 29 days, but he was in the same spot we had searched about 9 times. So he wasn't there when we searched it. He was put there after.
Oh, I see.
And I have video from that same area. And I'm telling you, in the beginning, he was not in that area.
Oh.
So I that's what I'm saying. I have so much more I got to get out. And I just got to, I'm trying to, do you know me? I try to base my stuff on stuff that I know is 100% correct. And
yeah,
I'm not going to do it unless it's correct. So they found him, but they never got justice.
I'm sure his
He's never got
does
justice.
too.
There's never been justice for this boy.
I saw his picture.
The
He's
first
a real
time
handsome
he had
young
left
man.
home.
He really was. Yep. He was a nice looking
kid. First time he left home. First time he'd ever left home without his parents. And he never came back, but in a box.
Oh my God.
And a girl that he trusted and a guy that was supposed to be his best friend, I believe they all set him up. I really feel that way.
And no one's been charged.
Well, like there were some TikTokers that went over there and they got run out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Like kind of threats, just like what's happening in the Sebastian case.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's been so many people that have been run off and harassed and.
But the sad thing is, there's been like 12 people found in that same area over the last 10 years. It's like a dumping ground, and it's sad.
Oh, it's super sad, especially when people keep getting picked off. Like, what? That is not normal.
So I said, if I was a billionaire, I'd just buy the island and run them all off.
Clean it up, right?
I would run them all off.
I know, isn't it? And that's a big way to transport all of those illegal rugs and stuff like that is through, through waterways or big, like around the Florida area. I heard there's like a big rug problem because of the waterways and stuff like that. And then there's
it's all water.
Corridors that go up, and
you can sell to it from anywhere, and
yeah,
it's just like a capital of substances. It seems like it's just a small island.
And now, what is law enforcement just like not that big, or are they correct? Like, are they getting paid off, or
they don't? They're paid off.
Okay. Yeah.
Paid off.
That's the only way that would actually be able to get away with, like that's why it's so dirty then, and that happens in other countries. I'm not trying to.
They don't want to take away from their. They don't want to take away from their tourist island. They don't want to take money away from that. It's a beautiful, beautiful island. It's got some of the most beautiful beaches in the world.
I bet. And then why would you want to do rugs? You're not going to even remember. Have a margarita.
It's sad. Yeah. It's sad that.
Pina colada.
It goes on in a lot of other places we just don't know. But this is something way bigger.
Yeah.
Do your little research. You'll see what I'm talking about. This is
now
something
you got me interested
way big. This goes all the way to the UK. It's something way bigger.
Okay.
It's a huge enterprise.
I see. I see.
And luckily, they never thought that it would blow up like this, and that's what happened. Just like Sebastian, they never thought it would blow up like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what's crazy. It's don't ever underestimate the
power of social media.
The power of social media. The power of people's caring and their prayers and their thoughts. These. Yeah.
100% right. You are 100% right on that.
Yeah.
And it is sad, right? It is. And it's just,
especially when a young child dies at 19.
19 years old, first time he had ever left home without his family. he was talked into going. He didn't want to go. You could tell he didn't want to go. They had to basically beg him to go, right? And then all of a sudden, and I think he had a hunch that maybe he shouldn't go, and
He
that's
had
why
a
I always
bad
say
feeling, huh?
stick with your gut, right? Stick with your gut. That's what you got to do. Trust
I
your gut. It's not
always,
going to lie to you.
yeah, I always regret when I don't.
Yeah, stick with your gut. It's not going to lie. And I'm sorry, I hate to say that, but it's the truth. And if he would have stuck with his gut in this, he was a bricklayer from Lancaster. So, it's a sad story. And I felt like, watching that mother go through what she went through and nobody wanting to help her. And it's like the Guadalupe Seville, which is what they call themselves, their police department. They didn't want to help. They didn't, like they did, but they didn't, right? And
Yeah, because
it's
they're,
like,
yeah.
yeah, and it's just like it's man, it's just a sad. If you just take a little dive, and I guarantee you're gonna be like, oh my god, and you're gonna see what I'm talking about. It's part of a way bigger picture.
Do they have cartels up that way, or
Well, that's what they are. They're kingpins. Like they're the
they're
big dogs.
kingpins?
Like what was his name? El Chapo.
Yeah, El Chapo, right? And
They're
that guy,
like bigger
he
than
was pretty
him.
good because he didn't get
No,
caught, and he had all
bigger,
kind of, he had all
bigger
kinds of
than
people doing
him.
his dirty work.
They're bigger than El Chapo. Like way bigger.
Wow.
And they're celebrities and they're like rappers and they own yachts and it's way bigger than what you think. That's why I said do a deep dive.
Okay. And this
And you'll
young
be like,
man is
holy
caught
moly.
in the middle of this nonsense.
Yeah, and nobody wants to. No, everybody was scared to talk, and
Hmm.
that's why that lady messaged me earlier and said, "At least you're 100% real, right?" Like I'm calling it as it is. I know, you can tell what happened. It's black and white. It's right in front of you.
Yeah, well,
And
we're
then they
not afraid
lied
because
from the
we're how
get
many,
go.
we're in a different country, but the people that
They
live there, if
lied
it's
from the
such a
get
small
go.
place.
Yes, they lied from the get go, and all his supposedly friends all lied from the get go.
Yeah, that's the hardest part about growing up, and even, sometimes when you're an adult, the people that you keep around you, it's really important because, uh,
Yeah. But
yeah.
the sad thing is they're using these kids as mules, right? Like they all
Oh.
get a black bag. They all get a black bag. They carry it the whole week of the rave, right? The stuff's in it. They have to keep the money in the bag after it's empty, and then they bring the money back to that person, and then they get their cut and they're done, right? That's what happens. This is how it
Mhm.
does. And if you go watch the clips of this rave, you will see 60, 70 people wearing these same black bags. So it's a way bigger picture.
Well, and then also that's going to tip off whoever is involved in Ali to know that don't mess with the ones with the black bags, right? Is
That's
that,
right. That's what
yeah,
that's my point. Exactly. Is all
that's
this is
sick.
it's all set up ahead of time, and the raves go from island to island to island to island. So they follow it island to island to island to island all year long.
Wow, how many other young people have been sucked into that lifestyle for the money, for the power, for the.
Look up how many missing in the island of Tenerife right now over just say 15 years. I bet you're gonna find maybe 30 to 60, and
You
it's a
said
little island.
Tenerife,
Yeah,
like
the
a.
island of Tenerife. It's in Spain.
Okay.
Just look up Jay Slater. It'll pull it up.
It'll pull him. Yeah, it'll pull everything up. I
It'll
will.
pull
I'll look
everything
into it.
up. And
I'll
then
look
you will
into
see how this mom begged and how she got a phone call right when she got off the plane saying, "You'll never see your son again. He owes me a lot of money."
it. Oh no. Oh
From
no.
right when she landed on the island. They didn't even want her there. Like she was told before she got off the plane.
That's really messed up.
I'm telling you, this is a
And she had no
sad,
idea he was
sad.
involved in this sort
He
of.
was like these people that he was with were involved, and I think he got suckered into it when he got over there. Because
Okay.
if you don't join, that they're really going to get rid of you, right? So
Oh yeah, because then you know too much.
exactly, and I don't think he knew what was going to happen until he got there, and then it was too late.
Oh man. Oh, that
So he
is just
tried to
so
play it off,
unfortunate.
right? He tried to play it off. He tried to fit in. He tried to be a part of it, and then they did. There was only a few pictures posted during the whole trip, and then on the last night, they filmed this whole kid's like life the whole night long. And then all of a sudden, you see him get knocked down inside this rave. And then when he gets up, the black bag's gone off of his neck. Somebody took it.
Oh, so then of course he didn't have it,
And
and then he
then
owes them all that money.
all of a sudden he goes missing in the middle of the night because he got a ride with two of the main substance dealers to up to their Airbnb way up in the mountains, a 10-hour walk for him if he was to go back to his place. And then they say the next morning, oh, he left. He said he was going to walk. You telling me a
The night
19-year-old been
before.
partying all night going to walk 10 hours? You out of your damn mind.
Oh my gosh.
And
So
then they never
that
found him
definitely
for,
sounds like a setup to me.
yeah, they found him 29 days later. But the saddest part of it is the night before he was found, there was a TikToker who was doing a live. And all of a sudden, in this little place where he had gone missing and his phone last pinged, all of a sudden you hear all the dogs and everything starts going crazy, barking at like 2:45 in the morning.
Oh.
And he's like, I've never experienced this. Wonder what they're barking at. And all this commotion, right? And then the next morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, somebody just happens to find his body after 29 days of looking in the same area.
And it was
All
in the
people
same
look in the
area
same
where it
area.
had already been searched.
30 search teams had looked in that area for 29 days.
Oh yeah, somebody had to have planted them there again.
And it's right at the bottom of a tunnel, a cave that comes out from the other side of the island. So like it's like they just carried him through there and then dumped him right there and left. And guess what else? His clothes weren't on him, they were beside him. But he fell 300 feet, right? And
What?
it was ruled a falling.
Your clothes. Okay, your shoes might knock off if you an impact or something like that. You might lose your shoes, but you ain't gonna
Yeah,
lose
but
all
your
your
shirt and
clothes.
shorts are folded right next to you about 8 feet away.
Oh, that's staged as a MF.
And they said,
That's
oh,
staged.
case closed. Case closed. He fell.
Oh yeah, that's corruption at
So
its
he
like.
fell, and while he was
Oh
falling, he took his shirt off, folded it, took his shorts off, folded it, and sat it beside him before he hit the ground. Come on, people.
no way.
Yeah, that's why I tell you, take a deep dive. This is a case that's why it drew so many people in like this. That's why it had the power it had, because everybody knew that it was BS. Everybody knew that it was a cover up. And now everybody now that I'm bringing it up, all these people from over there that had never been a part of my channel before are now all subbing up tonight and yesterday and the day before. And they're like, thank you so much, for bringing this, because nobody's talking about it anymore.
Because now it's ran its course. Yeah, yeah, I understand
It's
that.
just
That's why I don't
sad.
mind talking about
It
the
happened
state.
over the summer. It's not that long ago.
Yeah.
They just found him in July the 15th.
Yeah.
He vanished on Father's Day, June 17th.
Father's Day. Okay. Oh
Father's Day.
man.
Father's Day.
And is his mother a single mom, or are
The
they
dad was
married?
there with the brother, and they're separated, but the dad was there with the brother, and they took care of the mom while they were there searching for Jay the whole time. And the father had searched that area with the brother like 8 or 9 times and nothing.
Oh, nothing, huh?
No, oh no. And then the
So
dogs never
they
found
knew
all the
specifically
canines that
that
were
he
there.
wasn't over
Hey,
by
the
that tunnel.
TikToker, there's a YouTuber, you know who he is too, and he has a dog. He went down there and searched for like 2 weeks straight. And he kept getting like these bad, serious threats and stuff, like unaliving threats. And he kept going and kept going. He's the one that was doing his live whenever all those dogs went crazy.
Oh, okay.
So I took notes on, me, I take notes on everything. And
Yeah,
I put it all
I know.
together
I'm
and
like
then made
that
a few
too.
phone calls. And they were like, yeah, we can check it out. And then I got some people working now. Whether they'll be able to pursue anything, I don't know, but we're at least fighting. And then he's like, "Well, get a petition." And I'm like, "All right, I'm going to work on that."
Well, it's the hardest part is like you could take down the kingpin, but then there's someone in line waiting to take his spot.
That's
Take his
fine,
spot.
but
Take
the
his spot.
ones that did this need to pay. And the sad thing is a
Absolutely.
19-year-old girl named Lucy May Law and it's supposedly his best friend Brad and Brandon, like, were all involved in it.
That's a shame.
And
That
then
is
they're all seen standing on a wall right where was found on like 4 in the morning on the morning that he supposedly like went with those guys up to the mountain. All his buddies are standing on a wall in the same area, and that clip surfaced later by somebody that got it, and then I guess they were mad because it surfaced, and they tried to say it was a different day, but timestamps don't lie.
Yeah.
And then the other guys, the guys that took him up to their place that said they gave him a phone charger. Well, then why was his phone on 1% the next morning if you gave him a phone charger? Like nothing added up.
Oh, that's weird. That's weird.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's gonna suck you in. I know you,
Yeah.
and it's gonna suck
Yeah.
you in for a reason because you have a heart. That's why.
Well, it's just awful. Like, I can't imagine, like, if that was my son. Like, I mean, I don't have
Exactly.
a
And you're over
son,
there
obviously, but
begging.
if I did.
You're over there begging, and they look for a few days and they call it off, and then they don't do anything to help you, and you're out there doing it all on your own.
Oh my
They
God.
raised like 70 or 80 grand on a GoFundMe in a short period of time. Like everybody wanted to help.
Right. Yeah, of
I mean, I
course. Because there's
donated
so
to
many
it
people
too.
that
I mean,
care.
everybody wanted to help,
Oh.
and I still want to help. You know me, I'm going to help on anything that I feel justice was not done.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And I mean,
And
especially when
and
it's at that level, it's like they need the more people that will talk and stand up, the better. It's strength in numbers.
exactly. And
It
that's what I
is.
told them. Like, hey, these people have to help me, right? Because I'm gonna have to do a petition, which means we need at least 5,000 signatures. Well, I only have 500 subscribers, so how in the world am I going to get 5,000 signatures, right? So I need
Yeah,
the
but if
power of
we
the
share it
people.
out, we will. We can do it.
Yeah,
We
the
can do
power
it.
of the people. Like, there's already probably a couple hundred views on the first video I did on him. It's like part 4. I've already done 4 parts to it,
Okay.
but it'll take about 8 parts to get all the information out there.
I'll go and watch it. I know with these things have a lot of information and they take time to explain and make the connections so people will understand it, too. That's another big
Yeah,
part of
but
it,
the
I
thing
think.
is everybody knows. The sad thing is all those people that live over there where Jay, they all know what happened. It's just like everybody, like
Mm.
nobody supported it,
They're
and the
scared. They're
law
scared.
enforcement did nothing.
Oh my.
And it's
Oh.
sad. It's like they wouldn't even allow the other Jay's home country to step in and intervene. Like the island of Tenerife wouldn't allow any help from outsiders at all. And it was a
Hmm.
national, like it went nationally. It was all over the world, like all summer. For 29 days, this was the most talked about case in true crime.
Who's the guy from the UK? I'm subscribed to him and I can't remember his name. He covered it
It's like a blonde,
extensively.
it's
He
like
did. He
sandy
covered.
blonde
But see, I would
hair.
watch his Sebastian videos. I was watching
Uh,
those.
I don't know. You just when you look up the case, you're gonna see all who was involved in this case. One of the YouTubers, the big YouTubers, not Pastel, but the other one, he had it on every day. He was the one digging. He had people digging. He got so much good information on it, and
Is his
and
name
like there was
Harsh?
so
Is
many
his
people
name
that wanted to
Harsh?
help. It was talked about 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, the whole time he was missing.
Right.
And then his dad and his brother are out there in that heat, hot during the day, cold at night, like 26 at night and hot during the day. Like it was crazy
Ooh.
temperatures. And it's sad to know what happened. There's a video that surfaced that it looks like the girl that he was supposed to be, and one of his friends was asking, he gets like how do you say this with the K and I, you know what I'm talking about? Like a Kohlberger, right? Like that kind
Oh,
of
right.
that kind of thing. Like
Yeah.
on the
Yeah.
beach, right? And it's all filmed on surveillance footage. And
Oh.
then he's hobbling off of the beach, right? And then a boat comes pulling up to I guess to take him away. And
Oh.
then like it surfaced, but then like the law tried to debunk it right away. But it was footage, like footage in front of the resort. It's not. It's camera footage with a timestamp,
Oh man.
and
And
they
it
just like
stinks because a
they
lot of
just
times they
covered
don't want
everything
the
up.
tourists to know, so they'll just cover it up. Put it
Then there
under
was
the
a boat
rug.
stolen. The boat stolen from the marina the same night, the same morning. A boat
Mm.
stolen that turned their beacon off and drove to the other side of the island right where he was found.
Oh
Like
my
it was
god.
weird. I'm telling you, this is the craziest shit you ever seen. And how they covered it up, I still can't get it. With all the information that was out there, and they were still let these kids walk.
Mm.
And it's like they were too scared to mess with it. Like it was like even the military people over there were scared to mess with it. Like
See,
they were being threatened, you know?
that is so disappointing. I'm so
I'm
disappointed
telling
when
you,
I
it'll
hear
break
things.
your heart. It broke mine.
Yeah, because like, okay, so what about those kids? What's going to happen to those kids if somebody
Go look
steals
at the
that,
one
or
that
you know what
that
I mean?
the
Like
parents
those
found
kids
him.
are not safe.
Go look at the one the parents found him right a little ways from where Jay was found in his hammock still, and somebody had taken all his money and left him there, and he was already like just skeletonized, but they couldn't find him. He went over there just to chill and take a little vacation, and boom, somebody from in those mountains. You talk about hills have eyes. Go
I was
watch
gonna
this
say, does
thing.
the hills have eyes in Spain or
No,
something?
you see people
Spanish
when the searchers are searching. You see people
radioactive
like sticking their
creatures.
head out of these caves. It's the creepiest shit you ever seen.
It's the stuff out of horror. You know, I always say I'm not afraid of ghosts. I'm not
It's
afraid of
not a
zombie
ghost. These are
apocalypse. I'm
people.
afraid of other human beings. I
Yeah,
really
it's
am.
it's not ghosts. I promise. It's
It's
people
not
that are
ghosts.
running this stuff underground.
Humans are the monsters that we've made them into, like, the Freddys and the Jasons and the,
Yeah,
they're the monsters, right?
I know. I could go on and on and on, but I got to get on the road. Sorry.
Yes, be careful, please, and
I will, and
praying, praying, praying.
yeah, I'll let you know when I get
Yeah, let
done.
me know, please, please, please,
All
please.
right, y'all be careful. Thank y'all for having me. So much fun.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, thank you.
All right, guys. We'll see. We'll talk to y'all tomorrow, I guess, huh? Probably.
Yeah, probably tomorrow or Monday. It depends on what time I get done at the beach.
Okay, cool. That's cool. Well, if you're sick, don't go to the beach. But all right, cool.
I know.
All right. Well, we'll see y'all tomorrow. I got to get on the road.
Yes, be
All right,
careful. Be
y'all. Have
careful
a
for
good
these
night,
rooms.
guys. All right. Bye bye.
Bye. Yeah, that is a really interesting story, you guys. I didn't get into it. Rich is always yelling at me. He's like, "You need to get into other cases." I'm like, I know, I'm going to. Um, I just, I don't think I'm going to be able to stop, but I also do think that they all deserve exposure, and like especially this one. I mean, those other kids aren't safe. Um, I don't mind posting like the missing posters and stuff like that. I try to keep up with that. I try to keep up with that. The most, but the most daunting is like going deep diving into the cases, especially like older ones I know about, but the newer ones is what's really hard for me um, to get into, especially because there's so much stuff with Sebastian. But I'm definitely interested, especially, I mean, especially when there's kids out there that are passing away when they're 19 years old. It's just not fair. It's not fair they don't get to live their life. Um, Gracie says I will finish editing my video tomorrow. It's not easy as it seems. I know. Oh my gosh, it takes forever. That's why I really like doing the lives. Okay, well I'm gonna go check it out as soon as it drops. Text me when it drops and I'll check it out. Um, I think that's like the hardest part though, is the editing. It takes a long time, and then especially like you seem like you're a perfectionist, so you want to get it like exactly right. I'm like that too, and then you have to watch it over and over, make sure there's no typos. One thing in the program that I use, I would put in a date, and then it has a little history button, and you can put it'll save like the last like 10 texts, something like that, that you added. And so I was getting to where I was going in the history and popping that in, and then I would just change it, or it would be like the same date or whatever. But it was when I was adding dates to my video. Well, then I realized that sometimes I wasn't changing like mark. Like one time it was supposed to say May, but it was said March instead, and so I was like, and it drove me nuts because um that was on one of my longer videos. And of course, once you watch it over and over and over and over and over again, you almost need a fresh set of eyes. Um, it's like it reminded me of like in school when people would proofread our work, when we would write something like say a book report or something, or like a paper or whatever, and then we'd have somebody proofread it for us. That is the thing, that was the one thing that it reminded me of, because it was like I need somebody to proofread me, like I need to send this to somebody, and then they're gonna find the discrepancies, and then I'll be able to, because once you watch it, and then I think oh, you're fine, Grace. I think that's one thing too, like if you put it down and then you come back to it, that's easier too, because then you're, and I think that's a useful tool, like when you're dealing with these cases too. Like, obviously I'm not a detective. I like to play detective, um but I'm not one. But I think like a fresh set of eyes does help a lot, because it's like somebody else is coming into it, and you've already seen it a billion times, and you've already checked it a billion times, and then all of a sudden this other person comes in and they're like, hey, right here, which is interesting. And I think it's really cool when like a rookie comes in and they're like, here, take this old case, and like they get it on their desk and they're excited and they're hungry and they're like, okay, I'm really gonna dive into this. And then they end up solving it, or they end up finding that one little piece that everybody else missed. So I find that to be, interesting. But that's how it is with my videos. And then of course people will tell you, they'll be like, oh, you got this one wrong. I'm like, dang it. And then I go in there and pin the comment, I have a typo in the video. But I've been trying really hard. And like I said, I've been making shorter videos too, Grace. I don't know how long yours is. But when I make the long ones, I'm like, oh my God, I gotta watch 3 hours worth of this. And then you go through it all, and then you add more stuff, and then you're like, okay, I better watch it again. And then it's nerve-wracking when you upload it to YouTube, because it's like, please don't kick me out for anything. Please don't take anything out. And um, yeah, it gets so crazy. It gets so crazy. Um, but I enjoy listening to these stories. I enjoy trying to figure things out. I think it's good, especially like when certain cases don't get as much of exposure, or when they do go kind of silent. I think it's really a good thing for the parents. I mean, I would want people to pay attention if my kiddo was missing, if there was corruption, if there was an injustice, and I feel like that for everybody's kids too, not just my own. So, but yeah, I'd want it. Like Monkey Vaughn, you know what I mean? I think about that kid all the time. I think about that little man and his mama, because I think that Brandy is such a good person, and I know that she's battling illness and stuff like that, and I would love to. But I think my opinion on that is that I really think they know who it is. I think they want to find him first. And I really wish they would just find him. Maybe, where did that guy put him? I think it was that neighbor, that weirdo. And I could be wrong, but I really do think that they have who they have their what do they say, person of interest, but they just can't find him. And so if they were able to find him, they'd be able to get those creeps, but I think the last update they did, well, there's a $50,000 reward for Monkey. And then I think it was only a couple of months ago that weirdo came out and did a news interview and was like, oh, I didn't have nothing to do with it. It's like, oh yeah, okay, well. But I think the authorities definitely think that he had something to do with it. I mean, that's just my opinion, but I think they know. I think it's just a matter of time. But it sure would be nice for Brandy to get that closure. And then Monkey's also got a little sister too, or maybe she's older. Either way, it's a family that's missing a part of their family. I think Spirit Seeker Squad did something for Monkey recently, and they were a family of 4, and now they're a family of 3, and they don't know where Monkey is. It's the not knowing what happened. Yeah, Donna. I mean, how do you heal if you don't have, like, how could you ever heal if you don't know? And how could you ever heal if you don't find them? You're always going to feel like you didn't get, you'll always feel empty in a way, I think. I mean, I would. And then just like Harmony Montgomery, they got Adam, he's put away. But she is still out there somewhere. And he said she'll never be found. They're wasting their time. He taunted the Manchester police. He's like, oh, they're wasting their time, you know. So um, I would just love, I would just love for someone to find her, and then I'd want to be a fly on the wall in his jail cell when he figured out that he didn't hide her as well as he thought. Um, yeah, Donna, it's true. You can't heal not knowing if they're alive or not. Yeah, I believe that too. And then another piece is like not knowing what happened, not getting that justice, because even though the justice won't bring the person back, at least you feel like you've, well, for one, if somebody's willing to hurt somebody, especially a little kid, they're willing to hurt anybody. That's my opinion. If somebody's willing to work to hurt, like in a DV situation, like if you're willing to hurt your own wife or your own husband, then you're willing to hurt anybody. You know, that's just my opinion, but it's like I think that we need to take it more seriously because um those are the people that are supposed to be closest to you that you love the most. But then again, we all know in true crime, it's usually the people that we know that are the ones that end up hurting us the most, you know, too. Like, you know, the ones that have access, like even when it comes to like SA, you know, it's usually somebody, you know, it's not usually a random stranger. Same thing when somebody unalives, you know, I mean, that's what Dateline is. Dateline always has the stories about, you know, the husband, the life insurance, that's always the motive, you know, blah blah blah. I mean, they do a lot of other stuff too, but mainly, you know, when you're watching it, I don't know about you guys, but like the first thing I think of is like, okay, well, were they married? You know, was their life insurance? How was the relationship? You know, we think of all these things because that's usually what the conclusion is. So, um, but yeah, Donna, I'm so glad that you came by tonight. I'm so glad to have all you guys, everyone in the bushes. Gracie, thank you so much for being an awesome mod. And I appreciate you so much because I know that you have a lot on your plate with your channel. And I think that you do such a great job. And I'm just glad to have you. So, really, really, really. And, um, and then of course, Rich, you know, he's got a lot of good insight and stuff like that. Oh, thank you, Donna. Thank you. But yeah, and then I'm thinking because I know I'm gonna be going to the beach tomorrow. Then by the time I get home, I'm gonna have to make some dinner and stuff, and then it's gonna be late. But if I can come on, I will. But I definitely want to do Monday, and like last week, I was trying so hard to do to do a morning live because I know that like richest people are morning people. They like to watch in the morning, and he's always telling me, and like this whole week it didn't even work out at all, like to do the mornings. I'm definitely more of a night owl, but I don't mind getting up early in the morning and stuff like that. Like I totally will. It's just I'm used to being up. I used to work graveyard shift and stuff like that. So, um, but I feel like I'm more bubbly and like personable at night. You know, in the morning I'm like, oh, you know, I need to have some coffee. I need to, you know, do all my thing. But I really want to do that. At least that way we can get more people in. Like Tony, I was missing Tony tonight because I know she works, you know, and she can't stay up real late. So I wanted her to see it, you know. Yeah, Donna, see, that's like how I know. And like, you know, whenever Terry Lynn's on, she's a night owl too. So she'll usually do late night lives too. And so I'll be like up to like 4 in the morning, just following Miss Terry Lynn. And but but yeah, so I'm gonna really try to do that. And if I don't go live tomorrow night, then I can get up early on Monday, in theory. But like even today, I wanted to go live in the morning and then come live at night. But like I woke up, I've been swimming, and it's been kind of cool out. Yes, hoot hoot. And I got swimmer's ear, which I used to get it all the time when I was a kid. And at first I thought I had like a sore throat. Like well, I did, because I did have a sore throat. But then I realized like as I was going through the day, it was getting better and stuff. And then I was like, can you get a sore throat? Because I haven't had swimmer's ear in so long. But it said, yeah, you know, you have to go and get the drops. So I went tonight and got drops. And it worked right away. Like it started getting me better. I was like less nasally, and like my throat wasn't as scratchy. So I think I'll be able to do it Monday morning. I'm hoping, even if it has to be at like 9 or 10, um, just so that way we can kind of get some new updates Monday, updates going. Um, and then of course I want to make sure Rich is going to be able to join, because I know like a lot of times he and Ruby are searching, but like the cool thing is while they're searching, he can always be on the live and talking, and we can see what Ruby does, because I think that's really interesting how she finds things the way she does. She's like amazing. And you always think of like hound dogs being the best dogs, but I think she's part hound, and then she's also like a lab. So I think that's really neat. And she's so cute in her little handkerchief. Um, and then I know, like Rich said, I thought he was going to be leaving last week because he's got a little Maddie Soto memorial. That's why he's saying he's going to come down to Florida. So he's going to be doing that. Yes, yeah, Kristen, I know. Like I forgot how bad it was. I was like, "Oh, I hope I'm not getting sick." And then I was like, "No," cuz it happened to me last week. I had the sore throat, my ears were kind of clogged and stuff. I was like, "Oh, maybe I'm getting like a cold." But then it went away. So then today I was like, "Oh, it's got to be that." But my throat was hurting so bad that I felt like I had like a like strep throat or something. Like just when you have just like a really bad throat, um, like sore throat. And but I'm glad I went and got those eardrops, and I'm not gonna swim in the ocean tomorrow. It's too cold. But I like going over there and like looking for shells, and Django really likes the beach. He had a good time last week, so we figure we'll take him out there too. So, but I better get off here. I got to make some sandwiches and stuff for the beach. Um, But I really enjoyed being with you guys tonight, as always. You guys are amazing. I'm so glad to see all the new faces and everybody here, and definitely come back and join us. What I'm going to do tomorrow for sure, is I'm going to try to drop the newest Sebastian video. I've been kind of going over some of the old interviews, but also there's some things that kind of pertain to present day, and I really want to re-explore them, especially knowing what we know now. What's come out with the Texas Roadhouse video, I still absolutely think that it's very, very important to examine and re-examine that. So that's the biggest thing for me, is still exploring and going over that, and some of the things that, like, some of the things that Chris and Katie have said, some of the things that we know now, and I've found some really strong connections, which I didn't notice them before now. So I think that's going to be really interesting. So I hope that you enjoy it. I hope you guys enjoy it. If anything, I will try to drop that tomorrow, because I'm almost finished with it. It's just I don't like to rush it, because if whenever I do that, then I'm not going to be as happy with like the finished product when I rush stuff. So I want to make sure I get it really right for you guys. And then yes, Gracie, I'm going to come check out your video whenever you drop that. So yes, thank you so much. You all have sweet dreams too, and definitely say prayers for all the people we've talked about tonight. Let's hope for justice and pray for justice for Jay Slater. Also, just all of the kiddos, all the kids out there. Oh, great. Oh, yes. Kristen, wonderful. Donna. Yeah. And so, like, definitely say the prayers for the kids. And we're not going to stop until Sebastian comes home. So I'm going to keep talking about it. I know Rich likes to give me hell about it, but we're going to keep on talking about it. I'm really hoping for justice soon. I just have a feeling it's closer than we think. So, um, yeah. Okay. Well, you guys have a great night and happy Sunday. I hope you all have a wonderful Sunday with your family. I know a lot of people do Sunday dinner, so I hope that that's what you all do, or you just spend it with your loved ones. And oh, Dolly is on now. Looks like I'm up for a while. Oh my gosh, I know if I go over there, I'll be up. But I do want to go check out Dolly, because I like watching him. He makes me laugh. So I like watching Dolly. Um, And he has good theories. He's been doing true crime for a long time. He always says his mom got him into true crime. I used to watch true crime with my mom too, so I have I have that nostalgia as well. And so yeah, well, wonderful. I'm so glad you guys all have a wonderful night, and I will talk to you tomorrow. I love Dolly. I know, right? I know. Yeah, he's great. He's great. Well, that's where Rich came from too. If you guys didn't know, like he was a caller over at Dolly and started his channel. That's how I heard about Rich and subscribed up to his channel. All right, guys. I love you all. Stay safe out there. Stay safe. Watch your surroundings. This world's getting crazy, crazy. All right. I love you all. Have a good night.